Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
What's going on, everybody? Happy Sunday. Unfortunately, this is actually a great segue into what is going to be, I'm sure, a very short and crazy stream, including my hair. Jesus Christ. The danger of taking a shower and then immediately putting on a pair of headphones. As I was saying, this is ironic because I'm going to talk about the problems with technology and the reliance and the problem that technology generates for us. And unfortunately, my stream that I use, or my extension that I use for my streams that enables me to see my chat and highlight it, is not working. It's broken. And I think the reason is because they updated it. And of course, when they update it, it breaks. So this is a nice little story because we get to complain about technology and integration and all of these things. Unfortunately, there is literally no way for me to see the chat right now. So yeah, we're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way, unfortunately. I don't think there's any other sort of way. Unfortunately, if you are on Twitch, I will almost certainly not be able to look at to read your chats. So, unfortunately, yeah, because there's just no way for me to watch like 3 chats at once. So, in any case, welcome everybody. So, I can't even remotely read that. Yeah, the thing, TS agent. No, I could bring up the YouTube chat, but if I bring up the YouTube chat and put it into my teleprompter, it's way too small to read. So there's a lot of spinning plates going on around here. Jesus Christ. Okay, it's a separate problem I'm having. Just a lot of problems right now. I'm going to say unfortunately, I have been losing weight, which is a good thing. I've been trying to get down, closer to 200 pounds. But I'm in that phase where I really need to, shrink down my my wardrobe, and I haven't really actually shrunk. I haven't actually gotten I haven't lost enough weight yet for me to really downsize my wardrobe. So I'm still wearing pants that are too big for me, and so I have to wear a belt. And if you've ever gotten fat and lost weight before, it's I'm at that phase where the waistline of the jeans really bunches up because it's the only way that you can keep your pants on. Because you have to tighten the belt so much. Anyways, completely unrelated. I just wanted you to know what I was just doing there so it didn't look really weird. Welcome to the Night's Last Call, everybody. In any case, am I reading from a teleprompter? Apex, yes. Normally I read from a teleprompter. Normally, when you see me doing this, like I'm doing right now, I am looking at the chat. Right now, I'm not looking at the chat. I'm just looking at a blank screen. But normally I am looking at the chat. Anyways, chat is being over. This is great. All right, let me close this. All right, maybe this will get rid of the doubling. Okay. What was I trying to say? I was trying to say something. I got distracted. Oh, right. Over-reliance on technology. So why the stream today? Well, the stream today was because on Thursday, we did a first look on a game, not a new game that's been out for a couple of years, called Beacon. And I was primed to dislike the game, and I ended up not disliking the game. And, as is usually the case, there was some jokes made about how I thought the game had a lot of cool options in it and premises in it that we could play as a mega game. That's sort of one of the things that we do here at Night's the Last Call, is we fantasize about how can we take a role-playing game and get to play it with, 30 or 40 or 50 of our closest friends. And I just wanted to talk very quickly about that concept. The reason that mega games, I think, are popular is because even when you're playing online, okay, like forget meeting up in person. We all know that that's a losing proposition. Okay, in 2025, I have had a weekly game on Fridays every week, and we have played maybe 8 times, and it is November 9th. So, getting together in person for most people is highly, highly improbable. So you would think that playing online would solve all these issues, but the fact of the matter is it's not. And I see this all the time. There's a lot of games that are run on Knights of Last Call, normal quote unquote RPG games, one shots, multi-shots, short campaigns, long campaigns. But the fact is, scheduling will always be the final end game boss, the minion, the standard monster, the bruiser, the artillery, whatever monster type you want to put in. It is the ultimate monster killer. It is the ultimate player killer. It's the ultimate campaign killer. So the advantage, theoretically, of a mega game, and the reason for the popularity of them, is because you theoretically have a pool of 5 to 10 to 15 to 20 game masters who are running games throughout the course of the week, sometimes ad hoc basis, sometimes every Thursday, every Monday, sometimes in the middle of the morning, which is a great time for you, or maybe you're overseas and it's a great time for you, or maybe it's late at night. So you have a much wider selection of choices for your game session, but also you have a bunch of players. So as a game master, you aren't priced into saying, I need to play with, Bob, Sally, Linus, and Charlie. I can play with whoever shows up. And that gives you a lot of flexibility, and that gives you a lot of, comfort in knowing that you're going to design something and people are going to be there to play it. Now, this is the premise behind, say, Pathfinder Society or Adventure League. The problem, in my opinion, with Pathfinder Society and Adventure League is they aren't anything like a traditional campaign. They're more like an MMO. And the downside of that is, it's very apparent that this is it's a game for the masses. The classic MMO, right? You go on an awesome quest and you go to the NPC and you turn in the quest item and they're like, oh my God, thank you. You've freed me from the curse. I am no longer cursed. And then they stand there and, become cursed again so that the next person, the next group can go and release them from the thing. In fact, you could go and run back that quest. You could go back and run back that dungeon again and again and again and again and again. That's not how, quote unquote, normal TTRPGs campaigns work. And the same thing is true in Pathfinder Society and Adventure League, where you are participating in these adventures. They mean nothing, whether you win or lose. You could potentially play the same adventure over and over again. And more important than anything, the decisions and choices that you are making don't have any sort of influence on the wider game. So what we've always tried to do with these mega games is make them big enough, okay, say 30 or 40 or more active players, that we have a large pool of game masters and players so that you can kind of sort of, within reason, play as often as you would like, or at least maybe you only want to play once a week, but you're going to probably, hopefully, maybe find a slot that you can play in. But also not being so large and so anonymous that the game becomes like a organized play game or an MMO where the actions that you're taking have no influence on the game world around you, and that everything is very procedurally gamerized, where you could literally, 5 different groups of people might run the same adventure and might kill the same boss. No, if there is the ancient evil red demon dragon, that is the ancient evil red demon dragon. And if group A or group B goes and kills that dragon, then that dragon is dead for everyone. Not just on a respawn timer, not just for a week. They're dead. And that gives the campaign a sense of meaning and realism that you don't get in, say, an MMO or, well, most MMOs, an MMO or a whatever, organized play type game. Similarly, there's no like, hey, you got the ancient artifacts, you got the ancient artifact sword Dawnslayer, right? Dawnslayer, Sword of the Demon King. Cool, I got one too. Oh yeah, I got one too. We all have a Dawnslayer, Sword of the Demon King. Nope. The campaign has one Dawnslayer, Sword of the Demon King, and so-and-so got it. Now this does introduce certain problems, because even in a normal campaign, I'm talking about you and your 5 friends, you might have some people get salty if there is Dawnslayer, Sword of the Demon King, and only one player can get it. But in theory, the 5 of you are a party, you're friends, you know each other, you're playing together. There's this camaraderie. That's not always the case in these multiplayer games. Someone may get a really powerful item or sword that you don't get, and you feel salty about it, quite frankly, because you didn't get to go in that adventure, or maybe you did go on a bunch of adventures, but your GMs that you played with weren't cool and didn't give you this really awesome sword. And hey, that's not fair. So there's problems. There are problems. It's not a panacea. It's not a cure-all. So enter the mega game. So naturally, when there's an interesting game that I think has a lot of potential, we start talking about, hey, should we run this as a mega game? So I made an offhand joke on Thursday about running this game. And I was surprised. And again, I would be highlighting messages right now. I apologize that I can't, because the technology is broken, which we'll get to in a second, that maybe this game, Beacon, would be really cool to run as a mega game. And we could get into the reasons for that. But the long and the short of it is, I'm not going to bury the lead any further. I don't think we can run this as a mega game. Full stop. So what we're probably going to do tonight is just look at the GM stuff from Beacon. It's Sunday night. The snow is coming in tonight. We're going to get our first snows of the winter. Well, it's technically the fall still, but we're going to get our first snows of the new season. And even though I'm, a single guy and I can do whatever I want, whenever I want, my roommate is currently out of town. She's visiting her boyfriend. So I'm home alone. I have a house to myself, even though that doesn't really actually mean anything. So, I feel like, okay, we can get cuddled up, and we can, someone mentioned I have, oh, Derek looks cozy in his hoodie. Yeah. So I'm rocking the hoodie, just me and the dogs. And, we're here for this evening. So why not stream? That's what I like to do. I like to talk about role-playing games. It's how I relax. So as everybody knows, I don't watch movies. I don't watch television. And I used to read a lot of fiction and nonfiction, but take your pick. YouTube at times 2.5 speed. Not so much social media, but I don't really watch shorts. But whatever, take your pick. Long COVID. YouTube at 2.5 speed. It's really tough for me to read books anymore. I find it very challenging and difficult. Also, I feel kind of guilty when I read books that don't specifically have to do with the channel or me making money. Doing things for pleasure is not something I really allow myself to do anymore. I was trying to work on that with my therapists. We never really got anywhere with it. But anyways, if you have any thoughts about that, you let me know. Jake says, home alone, no pants stream. Jake, that would have been a brilliant idea. But unfortunately, I failed to take into account for that. Roll for Combat says, I have the house to myself. Let's get crazy and stream about RPGs. That's right. We are definitely doing it. Cinnabos says it was 26 degrees Celsius, so 79 today. I am barbecuing. Yeah, well, no, it is dipping down into the 30 degrees Fahrenheit. So, basically below zero, or getting close to zero, I should say, Celsius. And we've got some snow in our forecast tonight and into tomorrow. So, and I think into Tuesday. So, okay. So here's the difference. Roll for Combat. I knew you're here, and I knew you were going to say something. He said, wait a second, you make fun of me for being a workaholic. Glass House is my friend. No, there's a difference. Okay. The difference is you are obsessed with making money. I'm not necessarily obsessed with making money. That's the difference. I want to be productive. That doesn't necessarily mean that I want or need to be making money. Like, I allow myself to play a lot of racquetball, although I haven't played recently because I strained my forearm flexor, or my forearm extensor muscle, basically the top of my forearm. So if I try to do this, it hurts a lot. And if you've ever played racquetball or tennis, you know that you do this a lot when you're using a backhand. So I've really hurt this. I allow myself to do that. I have fun with it. I enjoy it. I'm passionate about the sport. I've been playing it ever since college. But I allow myself to do that because I tell myself this is valuable time. It's spent working out. It's a high intensity cardio, zone 5 type cardio, really get the heart rate up, good for my cardiovascular health. So I allow myself to do that. Jackal says, I had all you can eat crab last night and a 16-ounce prime rib for lunch 19 hours later. I am near death from gluttony. I will say that not last night, but Friday night, I did go to the, again, my roommate was leaving and we didn't really have a lot of food in the house. And I said, well, what do you want to get? Because, I didn't go grocery shopping. And she said, I don't know. I'm thinking, steak. And I said, fuck it, whatever. So I went to the grocery store. I got us a couple fillets. We had some shrimp in the freezer that I thawed out. And then I made some scallop potatoes, just sliced up some potatoes, put in some cream and some cheese. And then I made some fillets and some sauteed shrimp. So it was a little bit of a surf and turf ourselves here. So not quite crab. Crab is a little too fancy for me, but I don't get me wrong. I love crab and I love lobster, but I just will not cook it at home basically ever. So actually the last time I had crab and lobster was with Mr. Steven Glicker when we were in Seattle. Roll for Combat says, I am not obsessed with making money. I'm obsessed with making as many books as possible. All right. But correlation, right? Correlation. But I respect it. Okay. Anyways, where was I saying? Oh, right. Technology and Beacon. So Beacon on the surface, might not seem that like this, but we've run many years now these mega games, and there's a lot to like about Beacon as a mega game. So I was really surprised when I got a bunch of people to reach out to me and say, hey, this game looks really cool. That'd be kind of awesome. I would totally play Beacon Reaches, right? Which is our code name for running a mega game. And so I was really surprised. So I put up a poll today and I said, hey, who would be interested in this? And I was thinking, I'll set, if we can get if there's 10 or 12 people interested, maybe we'll take a look at it. And I think I got 20 or something plus responses of people saying, yeah, I'd be checking it out. I think that'd be cool. And we're always looking for stuff to do because our mega games end in November. So our Dragontide game, our Northern Reaches game, each only have a couple weeks left. And then we kind of go into a winter phase where we don't really have too many games that require a lot of active management, and they kind of shut down, and then we start them back up again in the spring. So I was like, oh, maybe this is something we can run while we're waiting. And there's a lot of stuff that actually I think, I don't know, I give myself a lot more permission with these off-season games because it's not the real one. And so I can, weirdly enough, I can make them more fun because I don't care if they're not good because they're here for a short time, not for a long time. Or they're here for a good time, not for a long time. So I was like, oh, there's a lot of stuff in Beacon that I think would actually make really good for a mega game. So one of them is that the game has obviously a ton of build equity. There's a lot of ways to reconfigure your characters, but the game itself is designed that you can reconfigure your characters basically every single time you play. So again, if you missed our first one, it was only a couple days ago, but basically every time you play Beacon, you can choose a new job from the classes that you've unlocked. And you can basically go and you could play a session on Tuesday and be an alchemist, and then play a session on Thursday and be a dragoon. And the thing is as a dragoon, you could still equip some of your alchemist abilities. And as an alchemist, you could still equip some of your Dragoon abilities if you think they work with that particular build or if you need that particular thing. So that's just a ton of equity. And the fact of the matter is, a lot of people who play, especially Pathfinder 2, which is our largest mega game by far, enjoy the, you know, the complication of making those builds. But you know, Dragonbane doesn't really have that. And I think that's a really fun part. But, and this might sound weird, and I'm actually about to pop off my hoodie because now I'm animated, I'm talking, I'm getting excited about role-playing games, and now I'm starting to get hot. One of the things that I really like about Daggerheart, believe it or not, is I think it's actually smart to give players more options and then say, pick 5 for right now. Pick 5 for this session, or pick 5 for this long rest period. You have, you know, 12 to choose from. You get to pick 5, but you could change that 5 often. In fact, in Daggerheart, you can even change them in the middle of a session. It costs you some stress. And I think that's actually a much more, I think, more pleasing set of choices to make than the Pathfinder 2 model, which says, here's, you know, 5 ancestry feats, here's 12 class feats, or 10 class feats, 11 class feats, here's 10 skill feats, and then say, you get them all. And you don't make any of those changes. So whereas Pathfinder 2 says, you know, here are your 10, you know, let's say you're level 10. You're like, here are your 6 class feats. You have those 6 class feats, and you have those 6 class feats at all times. Obviously, there's retraining rules, but I'm talking about outside of that. Once you pick a feat, you have that feat, and it's locked in. A game like Daggerheart unlocks additional cards, but then basically says, pick 5 for your current loadout, and you can change it, but you're never going to have all of that. So Cinnabos, again, I wish I could highlight it. Everyone is a wizard. Yes. And I actually think that is really good design. Now, I think fancy and casting from like a thematic perspective is kind of terrible, but I think the idea of building up a stable, if you will, or what Daggerheart calls a vault of abilities, and then giving you the choice to pick 5 is a brilliant idea. Because part of the problem that we get with role-playing games is every ability that you add is, right, multiplicative, right? Hopefully it's additive, but sometimes it's multiplicative. And that means that very quickly it's easy to break your game, or characters become so powerful, or characters, quite frankly, become overwhelming. And I mean, I'm sure we could see some hands in chat if you've played Pathfinder 2 and you got to a certain level of the game where you basically stopped picking your feats. I'm willing to bet no one ever stops picking their class feats, but I know a lot of people that stop picking their skill feats because they go, I got the 3 that I want and I don't even care about all these. It's just too much clutter on my character sheet and I don't care. So there is this sort of maximum limit of how much practical use that your character can get. So I think that option is really, really, really a good one, because it's really good, I think, in role-playing games in general, but it's also very good for a mega game in particular, because it allows the characters to fill very different roles from game session to game session. Let's say we're putting together a game and we realize, like a Pathfinder 2 game, and it's like, oh, you're a ranger, you're a rogue, I'm a sorcerer, and we need a 4th person. It'd be really great if we could get a barbarian or a champion or a fighter, but you know, none of those are available. The only person that's available is another sorcerer. And so we're like, 2 sorcerers, a rogue, a ranger, and sure, Pathfinder 2 doesn't have that like dyed-in-the-wool role composition structure like 4th edition D&D had. But the fact is, it's usually good to have somebody with a lot of hit points and a high armor class, you know, to be able to get in there and mix things up. Especially if you've got like 2 sorcerers, a ranged ranger, and then a rogue, you're like, oh. So what's really cool about this kind of system is that you can shift your job to fill a role. And again, this isn't as important probably when you're playing in a normal game. Like where there's, because if I'm playing with the same 4 people every week, it's kind of like, well, look, you're the guard, you're the tanker, you're the tank, I'm the damage, you're the tank, I'm the DPS, you're the support, whatever. You can kind of fill those roles in. But when you're playing in a mega game and you have no idea who you're going to be playing with, it's really neat to be like, hey, no problem. I'll swap into my tank mode. I'll swap into my DPS mode. I've got the build. I've got enough options with my character build to do that. So that is one thing that I think is really, really, really compelling about Beacon as a mega game. So a lot of customization there to change things up. Secondly, you can't die. That's a huge win. Just straight up. Roll for Combat says it's like Eldamon. It's exactly like Eldamon, and that's one of the reasons why I think Eldamon is fantastic. Everything that I'm talking about having a stable, literally in Eldamon, a stable of options, and then you pick a handful of them, and then you deploy them tactically. I've said this many times on this channel. It's one of the reasons why I think Eldamon is extremely great. Outside, I don't like cute animals, and I don't like Pokemon, but I love the Eldamon system simply because it works really well in that regard. So anyways, it avoids death. That's a huge win. There's a lot of people who play these games who want a challenge-based combat mode, and the game provides that in spades. But one of the things that we encountered this season with our Pathfinder 2 game is we had very different folks playing our game. We had people who wanted to play, let's call it what it is, 4th edition PF2 style, where they wanted really tough fights, lots of weird gimmicky mechanics, multi-phase boss monsters, and all that. But then we also had people who wanted to play a role-playing game session and use their PF2 character, but the role-playing game session was mostly about, narrative play, not necessarily combat-oriented, a lot more talking and, dealing with intrigue and consequences and all this other stuff. Well, Pathfinder 2 technically supports that, but it uses the D20 framework, which, quite frankly, is, I think, not really particularly well suited for that. A PBTA style framework, I think, is much better for that style and game approach. So what Beacon potentially offers us is the ability for a GM to set up a session and highlight very easily, hey, we have 2 or 3 different types of sessions. One session, a standard session, which might last, say, 3 to 4 hours, is going to consist of a number of scenes and at one combat scene, right? It's my understanding that combats can take a long time in Beacon, as it does in Lancer, especially with people who aren't like vets and die-hard characters of the game. But going into that, you're going to be getting into a fight. And that's okay. I think a couple of what we'll call narrative scenes, bookending a really cool, drawn-out, hyper-tactical combat is what a lot of people want. But it's also very easy to say, hey, this session has instead of a standard quest, this is a narrative quest, right? A sort of non-standard quest where we are going to have a bunch of scenes, and there may even be conflict or combat in those scenes, but we're not going to use combat mode. We're not going to use the highly detailed, we'll call it 90-minute to 2-hour plus tactical miniature resolution mechanics. We are going to focus entirely on the more PBTA style or sort of, adversity challenge or skill challenge systems in order to, move through a lot of scenes quickly. We could deal with combat, but we'll deal with it at a more abstract level. And it's really going to be more about, non-linear play, thinking outside the box, bending the rules, success with complications, those kind of narrative focused and narrative forward mechanics. And that way you can have both people play. You can have both those types of people being well represented in the campaign, which I think is really cool. And then lastly, as much as I hate to admit it, I think fucking loot crates are a fantastic idea for keeping people playing. Now, I know there's a lot to be said about, you know, the abusive nature of loot crates, but the fact is they work. Otherwise they wouldn't be used. So, you know, and I see that, I think Karamak was here. I don't know if again, I don't have my normal, ability to look at my chat like I normally do. But, they said something like, you know, the problem is when somebody gets something really cool and somebody else gets something really shitty or something like that. And, you know, I agree. But I also think that is a really strong motivator for why people want to play again. So that's a really cool, incentive for that type of game. Now, also, as you know, again, loot boxes in your RPG may sound horrible, but the fact of the matter is, I think the only reason people think that is because I was shocked to learn that a vast majority of my viewers, a vast majority of my patrons, apparently have never used random loot generation. Whereas in my life, that is probably 95% plus of the loot I've ever given away, specifically in a D&D type campaign. I'm talking 3rd edition, 2nd edition, basic, 5th edition. About the only game that we didn't do random loot in was 4th edition, because that game expressly created this idea of the wish list, and my players and me hated it with a burning passion. But we also understood that given the way that the game was structured, it was kind of necessary. PF1, fully random loot. And apparently that is not common. And so for me, treasure chests in game, because one of the things that I do very commonly is I don't roll the loot. I don't even know what the loot is. I will have a treasure hoard in my game, in my dungeon. The players discover it. I will tell them it's this level of treasure hoard, and I will let them roll, usually the D percentage dice, that determine what is in this treasure hoard. So we're finding out together what the treasure is. And that's really awesome and fun. And I let them roll it, because I want them to feel like if they get fucked, it was their fault. And if they do really well, if they roll a 98 or something like that, they're like, yeah, and so my treasure chests in my games have always essentially been loot crates, because they were a random collection. The thing, so that's why when I read the loot crate from Beacon, I thought this is great because it's actually kind of the best of both worlds, because you get 3 random loot pulls and you get to pick one. And we talked about like the discover mechanic from Hearthstone, and we talked about like ponder, a magic card cantrip from Magic the Gathering, and how like here's 3, pick one is a really, really solid way to give the players some feeling of agency. I love the idea of, again, the sort of Schrodinger loot. I just never thought to do it because my games back then, especially, were still so rooted in simulationism that to be like, hey, there's a flaming longsword, boots of haste, or a cloak of invisibility. Which one do you pick? And that's a really cool, I think, choice for a player to make. Now, all that being said, this gets back to the technology aspect. I don't know that we can run Beacon as a mega game, because unfortunately, in this day and age, being able to run a mega game requires a platform of technology that 40 or 50 plus people are comfortable using and know how to use and can handle the requirements of said game. Now, that doesn't mean everything needs to be fully, completely automated. I actually think that's kind of somewhat of a trap these days, where, everything is, kind of taken care of for you automatically. I think the problem with automated gaming is it is required when a lot of people don't actually know how to play the game that they are playing. And I've seen this many times where people who have been playing D&D or Pathfinder for years will play offline without an automated character sheet or without an automated spreadsheet, and they literally don't know how to play. I remember, this is a long time ago, so it's unfair, but I remember Bob was just making his characters, and when we first started playing D&D, Bob was making his characters off of D&D Beyond and bringing them printout to the sheet. And then one time they leveled up in the middle of the session, and I said, okay, everybody level up your character. And Bob says, I don't know how to do that, like, at all. Like, I don't even know what the process is. He was so new to RPGs at the time. He didn't even, conceptualize that, your hit points go up and, you get, maybe you get a new thing at your level. Maybe you get a feat or an ability score improvement. He had no idea. He just knew whatever the app told him to do. So I think that's a problem. Unfortunately, in today's universe, if, with all these people playing online, that means you need a VTT. And there's a lot of different VTTs. There's Roll20, there's Foundry, there's super simplistic VTTs. But when you're in our position, which is like a mega game, where we want to have centralized, a centralized resource, a centralized archive, where everybody can go on, everybody has access to a server, everybody can, that way you have your character and you could play with one of 7 GMs or 10 GMs that are running games, that a GM can create something and upload it to that one central hub. It kind of requires us to use Foundry or Roll20 or whatever. Foundry just happens to be free, which is a nice advantage. Well, free once you buy it. There's nothing free about my Foundry situation because I pay Forge a shitload of money to host our games badly, by the way, which is why we want to move off of them here at year end. So that means we need that. Well, the problem with Foundry is they update the goddamn thing too fucking much. And I don't know if Roll for Combat is still here, but I remember Roll for Combat bitching quite a lot when version 13 came out, because every time they make these major updates to the game, everything breaks. I'm going to take a pause here to take off my hoodie. Cue sexy music. Knights of Last Call represent. Even when I'm wearing a hoodie, I'm always rocking the Knights of Last Call underneath. So the problem with the Foundry model, and I suppose this is probably true for Roll20 as well, I'm just not as familiar with Roll20, is you have this really strange model where you have a company, Foundry, which takes your money and they develop this software. But the software by itself really doesn't do anything, right? Foundry without a system module or, other modules is basically it doesn't do anything. It's a shell. So they're selling you something that by itself kind of intrinsically doesn't do anything. It relies on third-party people going out, using their framework and building these systems and building these things, right? And using hooks to plug into, all these other things and build out that stuff. Great, cool, awesome. But then we enter, so already you have this weird situation where the people who own the platform can make these updates. And those updates are made essentially in a vacuum because they can update their game or they can update their framework, but the people who are making all these other things aren't generating any money directly for Foundry. They don't have any sort of, business relationship with Foundry. So in a way, Foundry isn't really beholden to any of these third-party generators. But here's where the other problem comes in, okay? And I thought maybe, Pirate Gonzalez was here, and I know that we were talking about this earlier, and I suppose somebody said apparently that they are, looking to develop this. The problem is when you have systems, and in this day and age, and again, these are my thoughts and my opinions. I hate VTTs. I don't like to play on them. I miss the impersonal contact, okay? But I reckon I love VTTs because they allow my community to play together. They allow people who are spread out all over the world to play together. Now, you can see here that the chat, again, I'd highlight it, but my thing is broken. Pirate says, dang, Beacon Foundry module is still in development. Now, that's great to hear. And in fact, Jackal had told us this earlier, which I love to see. Because, and again, this is just me maybe being on my high horse. It's crazy that you have, the reality is this is how a lot of people play role-playing games nowadays. And I'm going to quote my friend Stephen Glicker for Roll for Combat, who basically says, you know, when he makes a book or a new system of monsters or whatever, if it's not on Foundry, it loses a very large percentage of its value, because that is the only way that people are really going to interact with your product these days, realistically. And so it's crazy because now you have volunteers for a lot of these companies who make games. Paizo with Pathfinder 2 is one of them, who fully rely on a group of they're not employees, they're not paid, they're not sponsored. They're volunteers who maintain the primary gateway by which a huge number of your customers interact with your game. And while it may not be fair, I also think it's fair to say that a lot of people view the game as being synonymous with that Roll20 or Foundry implementation. You know, if it's a Foundry Pathfinder 2 system module, I think people are going to just say it's a problem with Pathfinder. So Paizo, you know, takes the blame for what is essentially a volunteer organization. Now, obviously, the Pathfinder 2 system is a very different. They are highly organized and, you know, they have their process and system. But there are so many game systems out there that essentially rely on some, you know, really fervent, dedicated fan, usually single fan, to develop a system module so that people could play it on Roll20 or Foundry. That person is volunteer. They're not paid. And what ends up happening is they make it, it works, sort of, and it's functional. And then within 6 months to 18 months, Foundry has developed enough of a new version that module, that system that they built is now broken. And it is now, what's the word I'm looking for? Depreciated. And eventually completely not supported. And then as the time goes on, it might as well have not even been created at once. So you have this weird problem where, and the reason I know this is because this year I ran Torchbearer for my patrons. And I really wanted to run it on Foundry because I pay a tremendous amount of money for a Forge server. I'm very comfortable with Foundry. All of my patrons are comfortable with Foundry, and I've spent a lot of money on Foundry. Well, guess what? Torchbearer had a fan-made Foundry module for system that was like made back in like Foundry V8. So of course it completely did not work. Okay. And it was on Roll20, which I'm not super familiar with. I've used it before, but I'm not like super familiar with it. I don't, Roll20 for premium modules and all that other stuff, you need to pay a monthly fee or whatever, which isn't a huge deal as much for me because I'm a channel and I have an income for that. But I was like, well, damn, Foundry, like, where's Burning Wheel at? Like, why isn't Burning Wheel making this a priority? It seemed crazy to me. And so I, an individual, hired a developer to take the V8 version of Foundry and update it to V12. And I paid for this with my own money. I hired the developer and they got to work. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, they did develop a Foundry module, but there's a couple of interesting caveats to that. One, they developed it, but Foundry itself has so many flaws in it that it was never really able to, particularly how it deals with card implementation, that when the final version was made, it still wasn't very satisfactory to me because Foundry can't handle cards very well. Now, Torchbearer is also available on Roll20, which is to say it's available as a sheet, right? That's all really things are in Roll20. It's just basically a character sheet with a little bit of integration. But Roll20 actually has a functioning deck of cards. And because Torchbearer uses these cards as the way that you deal with conflicts, right? The player side puts down 3 cards, the GM puts 3 down cards. Basically, all I wanted to be able to do was have the players pick from 3 cards, for me to have pick from 3 cards, to be able to pull them out of a pile, put them face down, and then to turn them over on the tableau. That was basically impossible to do in Foundry. So I ended up paying to develop Torchbearer from version 8, which, by the way, was never officially supported by Burning Wheel HQ. It was made by some fan who made a version of the game. And then version 12. I updated it. And then I ended up playing on Roll20 anyways, and it worked great, although I did have to pay for the premium subscription and all that other stuff. But now that Torchbearer module that I developed doesn't even work anymore because now Foundry's on version 13 and it's depreciated. So now that Foundry module, which I, as an individual, I'm not even connected to Torchbearer. I was literally just paying thousands of dollars for me. It's out of date already. Within what, 10 months, 11 months, which is crazy. So all that work I put in for a game that's not even mine, and it didn't even fucking work. And, you know, so now I know version 13 was particularly egregious when it came to breaking stuff, but I'm saying, do you think I'm going to spend another $1,000 to get it updated? No, I'm not even the owner of the game. All right. So that's a big problem. Okay. So again, and I'm talking here, I'm going on a rant here, I know, but this has nothing to do with Beacon. But again, that theoretically, by the way, just to be clear, this stream was Beacon second look. Can we make this a mega game? So this is is it a mega game part? And then we're going to cover the GM stuff because I do want to cover the GM stuff of Beacon. I think it looks really cool, and it's Sunday night, and we're hanging out. By the way, we have a super chat goal, and a tip goal. Because we're going to be here, and this week, I'm going to be hanging out. And next week, the week of the 18th, I am going to be flying out to Philly to hang out with my friend, Stephen Clicker, and my friend, Jess Redicop, at PAX Unplugged. So there probably won't be any streams that week, or at least not official, normal, sit-down Derek streams. So basically this week, I'm home alone. I'm bacheloring it up, even though I'm always bacheloring it up. But I'm really bacheloring it up. So a lot of streams this week. So we have some goals for bonus stream time, for another look at our One Ring Moria solo rules written by Sean Tompkins. So we can kind of look at those and start figuring out how we're going to integrate that with Twitch Plays Chat. Twitch Plays the One Ring. Yeah, so anyways. So we got some goals. And of course, if you want to subscribe to us on Twitch Prime, you can do that as well. We'd appreciate you over there. So it's about barriers to entry. I reminded of a quote from a movie, which I love, which is called, the name is escaping me. Is it called The Deception Game? I think it's called The Deception Game. It's the one with Benedict Cumberbatch where he plays Alan Turing and they're decoding Enigma. The movie ostensibly is, the challenge of them developing a computer that can break Enigma. Imitation Game. Thank you, Jackal. Imitation Game. So they develop it. They break the code, right? The unbreakable code of Enigma. And this is near the end of the movie. And Alan Turing, you know, they're like, oh, great, we're going to be able to stop all these attacks. And Alan Turing basically says, we can't do that. If we start stopping all these attacks, they'll know we've broken Enigma, and then they'll change all their codes. And he goes, but we did what we were supposed to, you know, one of the other characters goes, but we did what we're supposed to do. We broke the code. He goes, yes, we broke the code. That was the easy part. Now comes the hard part, right? So I think it's kind of the same way, in a way, with like a role-playing game, right? You made the role-playing game, right? You developed it, you play tested it, you created it, you laid it out, and you're like, that's it, I'm done. And it's like, nope, that was the easy part. Now comes the hard part. How do you get people, and how do you let people play your game? And, you know, in today's world, you know, I mean, think about Daggerheart to a certain way, right? Daggerheart launched their game, and maybe they kind of, you know, I mean, obviously everyone was very happy with the performance of the game, but did they shoot themselves in the foot by being unable to make enough product to keep people who wanted to play the game? You know, how many thousands, tens of thousands of copies did they not sell? Because they made a game, but that was the easy part, right? The hard part was getting people to buy your game and getting people to play your game and enabling and allowing people to play your game. So what is this side rant about? Well, this side rant is about where you have one party, okay? You have the first party, which is Foundry, and they're making a framework and they don't give a shit about anybody. Then you have a second party, and the second party is the person who's made a game, or company who's made a game. Then you have a third party who is some fan who makes a system to play your game. So none of these three people have a real relationship with each other. And that makes it very difficult for the fourth party to come in and actually engage and play with your game. And the one place where this is really apparent to people like me is when some well-meaning, well-loved fan makes a version of the game, and they make it available, and they make a system. You've all been here before. And then you're excited, you go to play the game, you install the system, it works. But this is not supported by anyone, certainly not supported by the people who make the game. And that means it has absolutely no content in it. And I know what, you know, and again, I don't like VTT. It's like, oh, a bunch of babies, you know, what would you do in real life? You know, you would just write it down your character sheet. Yes, you're right. That's what we would do. But I'm talking about barriers to entry. I'm talking about barriers to play the game. If you're trying to get somebody to play a game that isn't Pathfinder 2, but when it comes to a game like Pathfinder 2, they can go into Path Builder, or they can go into Foundry, and they can open up a compendium, and they can just browse through all the feats, and they can just drag them onto their character sheet, or if they can go into the equipment tag and just drag the equipment onto their sheets. I'm not even talking here necessarily about automation. I'm just talking about having the rules text available. There are so many systems that I have. Legend of the Five Rings would be one of them, where there is a system for Foundry and it does work, but it has absolutely no information from the book. In fact, the only thing it says when you open up a technique or a kata or a clan is it says, you know, core rulebook page 96, you know, core rulebook page 276. That's the only thing it says. And right there, if you're trying to convince people to stop playing Pathfinder 2 so that they'll go play Legend of the Five Rings, they might be really excited to play Legend of the Five Rings, but you have just put a massive roadblock in their face. And they are going to go, fuck it. We'll just go back to Pathfinder 2, right? They're going to take the route of least resistance. And the route of least resistance is this game that they can just plug and play, drag and drop. Right. Oh, roll for combat. I 100% understand where this is coming from. It's because they don't have an OGL, right? They don't, the material is not open, right? Or they have zero, professional relationship with the creator. And I'm saying that is on the creator. that is a problem. I think that's a mistake on their behalf. Now, Free League does this and they sell it. And you know what I found? Most people are more than happy. In fact, they're overwhelmingly positive about going, oh, I can go buy the premium Dragonbane module. I can go buy the premium Forbidden Lands module and pay $15, $10. I work for Steven Glicker at cons, and he offers the Foundry VTT. And if you buy it at the con, you get a nice little discount and all this other stuff when you buy the book, okay? And you know what a lot of people say? I'm psyched. I love that I get to buy the physical book, but also get the Foundry VTT. Because you know what I think a lot of people do? They feel guilty because they know in their heart of hearts that the only way that they're going to play is on a VTT. It's the only way they're going to play. Owning the physical book for them is a luxury. It's a nice to have. But the truth of the matter is, what all they really need is the VTT. But you know what they want to own the book. They want to feel good. They want to have a collection. So here comes Steven Glicker and he says, yeah, you can have our book. You can also have our official module. We'll even cut you a deal if you're buying, since you're buying both. You're buying the hard copy. We're going to give you a nice discount to pick up the thing that you actually need, right? You want the hardcover book. What you need is the VTT module. And I'll sell you both and I'll even give you a discount. Oh, and you get the PDF for free. And people are, yeah, it costs more money because you're buying two things. You're basically buying the thing twice, right? You're getting the PDF for free. You're buying the hard copy and then you're buying the integration on Foundry. But you know what? People are happy to do it because the hard copy, even the hard copy with the PDF, is basically useless to you if you're running your game on Foundry. Unless you're going to literally sit there and type every single thing from the book into Foundry, it's basically useless to you. And you might say, well, people could do that. Yes, they could. They could do that, right? I could pay for a television with rolled pennies, but that doesn't make it a good idea. And it doesn't mean that anybody's going to actually do that or have the patience to do that. So this is a long way of saying that, you know, I respect what Pirate is doing. Because again, I literally, Thursday was the first time I ever opened this game and looked at it, which is they are funding the creation of a Foundry module to officially support their game. I think this is,
I am strong.
I support this. And I wish more games companies would do this. And I think it's even fine to say I'm going to charge for it to help offset the development costs. Because the fact of the matter is, once you develop it, you know, I think you need to keep it update. But this is where, you know, Foundry coming in and just deciding to change things and fucking everybody over becomes a real problem. But it's one thing if a game is officially supported, you know, if a module, a system is officially supported in Foundry by a company which is, you know, charging money and paying money and taking money for their products. But when it's like some like third-party developer who just did this for like the sake of doing it, and then you go, hey, everything that you wrote broke. Hey, would you mind going in and updating this again? And they're like, look, I didn't make money the first time. I didn't make money the second time. No, I'm not going to do this. I'm under no pressure or reason to deliver this. I don't have a financial stake in the game. I'm a fan of the game and I made a module. You know, I never had any sort of official permission from the people who made the game. So no, I'm not going to update it. And so then you're left with these systems that go to die. And I'm not saying, actually, I'm going to say it. I think if a system these days doesn't have a good online representation, that system is doomed to die. It will wither into irrelevance very, very quickly. In fact, maybe, you know, before the book even ships to a certain extent. I really do feel that way. I think more and more and more and more and more people are playing these games online. And I'd argue, because I think the counter argument is, well, my game is so small and so niche and, you know, I don't have the kind of budgets that all these companies have. I think it's actually more important for these niche games to have incredible Foundry support or Roll20 support or whatever, what have you. Because the only way that people are going to be, people are never going to be able to play your game locally. They're not. There's not that critical mass of people. Okay. A new bookshop just opened in downtown Willoughby, not 5 minutes from me. And they are like a fantasy sci-fi bookshop. And they've got a big thing about, you guessed it, D&D. Now, if you want to walk in there and get a D&D group together, mazel tov. But if someone goes in there and says, I want to run Legend of the Five Rings, or I'm looking to run a Legend of the Five Rings game, good luck. And you might say, well, that's because you have to run it. Okay, fine. Create a sign-up list for Legend of the Five Rings 5th edition. Don't put 5th edition. People think it's D&D. People won't sign up for it. So I think that the only way that people are going to be able to play your small independent game is if you include basically the entire Earth as your potential player / GM base. And to do that, I think you need to have a very robust set of tools. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be automated to the crazy level that something like Pathfinder 2 is. In fact, I think that's even potentially a little wonky and problematic. But I do think it means that you need to have some of those major roadblocks removed from the game. And so, unfortunately, while I think Beacon would be awesome for a mega game, the fact that the official Foundry module is under development and the unofficial Foundry module is about 3 or 4 years out of date, basically means there's no real practical, easy way for us as Knights of Last Call to deploy it. Now, I'm sure there are people out there who could run it on Owlbear Rodeo with some, Google Sheets as character sheets, and that would work for them and their, very specific players. But remember, I'm talking about a community of 30 to 40 to 50 people. We can't handle that kind of non-regularization, right? We need it to be regularized, and we need it to be sort of, we need the outliers kind of brought in a little bit. We need a little bit more control. We need a little bit more scope. We need something that's a little bit more universal than those things. So yeah, we're going to take a look at Beacon, but I must say that it's frustrating to me because I've experienced this with Torchbearer, to the point where I spent thousands of dollars to develop a system module that I didn't use. And again, I don't own Torchbearer. I've experienced this with Legend of the Five Rings. I've experienced this with 4th edition D&D. I've experienced this with so many game systems where I think this would be fun to run online, and then ultimately I get stopped because the VTT implementation just isn't there. And the publishers who are making these games, it's like it's an afternote in the appendix on the back page of the book. It's like it's a footnote on a footnote. They don't think about this, and yet I'm like, I think this is the main way people are going to play your game. This might sound, especially again, I hate VTTs, but like, I think in 2025, 2025, that's in the past. For 2026 on, I think having a rock solid VTT implementation, if you're designing a game, if I was designing a game, I think having a rock solid VTT implementation is more important than having great cover art or an incredible layout or great art in your interiors or, the perfect font choice or any of that stuff. Obviously, the fundamentals of your game still have to be solid, right? That's still tier 1. But I think all the physical stuff, the physical print stuff, or what the PDF looks like, I think that is less important in 2026 and forward than having a rock solid VTT implementation, because that's the way people are going to play the game. I have no delusions that if I ever make a game, that the vast majority of people that are going to play it most likely through Foundry. And so that's the thing that I want to get right. And I mean, that's just the new reality. And I hate it because I would much rather sit down with a physical book. I mean, Beacon, it was an eye-opener for me. I thought it was really, really great. It was really cool. I had always dismissed Beacon because I had dismissed Lancer because I didn't like that it used 2 different resolution mechanics. But the way that Beacon presented it was done in such an elegant way, I became kind of a believer. In fact, I went out, it's still in the shrink wrap, I went out and bought Lancer because I wanted to see, where the inspiration came from. Obviously, people were like, it's very Lancer coded. In fact, I'm told that Beacon is more of a fantasy Lancer than Icon is a fantasy Lancer, even though Icon is made by the people who made Lancer. It's just, I think fantasy is cooler than mechs. And I like mechs, by the way. I grew up playing Mech Warrior and, I've played Battletech. I'm not like a huge Battletech nerd, but I know my way around like an LRM-20 or a particle projection cannon or, what's it called? The shotgun thing. It's not a shotgun. It's, what's it called? It like basically just fires a bunch of, bullets, but they're like super bullets. Not the Gauss rifle. I'm thinking of something very specific. Not the Gauss rifle. LBX. That's it. Thank you. LBX autocannon, right? Is that what it is? Yeah, LBX. That's exactly what I'm thinking of. Good. So Not a Drummer is a massive Battletech fan. So that makes sense. LBX is exactly what I was thinking of. Oh yeah, Ken. Oh, Ken. I listen, I know all about the heat sinks. ER lasers versus pulse lasers and all that other stuff. Any case, very cool. I grew up playing that stuff. Hey, thank you, Gahemish. Appreciate the 4-month resub. Again, remember, if you want to, that's my poll. If you want to support the stream, you can do so with a tip or a super chat, but we also have our twitch.tv/Knights of Last Call. We're streaming over there right now as well. And you can subscribe for free if you have Amazon Prime. Okay. Pirate. I would love to be able to highlight this chat on screen, but I can't do it as well.
I am strong.
What up? Testy Trekkie. Thank you for joining the adventure. Appreciate the loyalty badge and the access to our specialty emojis. Thank you, Tasty
No
Trekkie.
one dare walk in the darkness of Khazad-dûm. Shadow and flame.
Edward tipped $75. I had to wait until the rant was over. Fuck it. This is my Christmas gift to myself.
Edward, with all these tips, Edward, we might just have to run a One Ring game, and I might just have to make an exception and just let you. Normally, our One Ring, our games that we run are only for gold ticket members, but at this point, you basically are an honorary gold ticket member, Edward. So there might be a spot in a One Ring game that I run for the patrons with your name on it because you have been doing the Lord's work on supporting this One Rings nonsense. So. Edward, consider that. Definitely keep that in mind if I do end up running a One Ring game for the patrons. And then, Edward, we for sure when we create our band of Moria folks, we will you get to create one of them, one of the followers, one of our retinue of dwarven adventurers going in to reclaim the darkness of Khazad-dûm. But Edward, thank you, $75. You're amazing. You're awesome. Edward really wanted to see us take a look at Moria, and so yeah, we'll do that, Moria. Edward, I don't know if we'll do that tonight. We might do that tomorrow, but we'll do it like ASAP. Again, I've just been hanging out. So appreciate you a lot. I've been saying that a lot lately, and I really do mean it. It goes without saying that everybody who supports this channel is an incredible human being, and I love you so very much. But there are some people who go above and beyond continually. Patrons who have been at a $50 or $100 level, and they've been there for years. It goes without saying that this channel wouldn't exist without without all of you. But there's a handful of people who make the success of this channel a personal priority for themselves, and it means a lot to me, for sure. It means a lot to Bob as well. So I really, really appreciate you. Edward, I saw you guys playing World Wizard, and I wanted to hop in and be like, give you all a hero point or a high five. I didn't know who organized that, but I was so psyched to see that people were playing World Wizard. I have not played it yet. Obviously, World Wizard is highly derived from Dawn of Worlds, which I've been hyping on this channel since we started it 5 years ago. And I've obviously Lamp Black took that and kind of perilous wildifies it, and it's fantastic. But so shout out to you guys. But anyways, Beacon, or Pirate Gonzalez says that Beacon does have a fairly automated Google Sheet character sheets, but having VTT integration can really speed up combat, which is important considering how long combat is. And I did want to kind of talk about that. I took a look at it. like, and, you know, look, I'm not gonna lie, I absolutely hate Google Sheets as a character sheet. It's just my thing, you know. It's my prejudice, it's my bias. But you know, like functionally, this does work, right? Functionally, this can work. The problem, like I said, for me as a mega game, like I could see a world where you have this sheet saved, you and your friends who are playing online. Maybe you're using a really simple Owlbear Rodeo, or you could even use Foundry, and you're using that just for the grid or for the hexes. By the way, Pirate, shout out that you call out that hexes are an option. I love hexes. I've always wanted to make a 4th edition version that used hexes because I think it would work so much better and get rid of the weird wonky diagonal issue. And the way that you do burst, the way that 4th edition does burst, just works exceedingly well with hexes. So props to you on that one. But obviously, if I was playing with you know, a couple of my friends online, you know, let's say Calderic, Collapser Roll, Edward, you know, they all hop on. We're running a beacon game. I share this, you know, editing access with my players, and everybody's got a tab. So hell, you know, this actually solves one of my main bugaboos. I love being able to look at other people's character sheets. You know, one of the reasons I don't like the way that some people do online play, where they are playing online and then they have on their character or on their local computer, they have like a, you know, a form fillable PDF, right? One of the reasons I don't like that is not, I'm not worried about people cheating or whatever like that, or getting something wrong. But I find that, number one, it's a lot easier to help people, you know, solve issues if you can see what's on their character sheet. But also, when I'm sitting at a table, I like being able to see other people's character sheets and, you know, see their hit points. And, you know, we use a lot of fiddly bits to track stuff and at our table. So it's easy to look over at someone's, you know, character sheet or look at their area and say, oh, they're low on hit points, or, oh, they have a lot of willpower or whatever. So you could imagine how if you were playing online and you shared this, I'm the GM and I share it with Clobster and Edward and Cal and Jams, and you know, we're all playing off of this one shared sheet, that while it is not necessarily the prettiest thing in the world, it would definitely work. However, if you have 50 players and each session that you run might have a completely different set of players, you could see where this starts to become problematic, right? Yeah. So, and I don't know how well or easily something like this handles the, you know, quick swap, fungibility of a beacon character. So, you know, to put it into perspective, if I was playing beacon at home in person, okay, what I would have without a shadow of a doubt is when I acquired a new class, right? Let's say Aegis, something like, you know, a Blade of Armor or Warding Wall, okay, would become a card. It would become a card. It would be printed out and pasted to a note card, or I might print it out on like MPC, make playing card, where you can get cards printed. Well, you used to be able to get them printed cheap over in China. I don't know what the situation is there. I haven't gotten them made in a long time, but you could print playing cards and stuff like that. Makeproxies.com or MPC, makeplayingcards.com. I would get these printed out, and I would have as a character, I would have my little deck, or I would even have like a little binder, okay, with my powers. You know, I'm talking about like a card binder. And when I swapped into a job, I would be like, okay, I have 7 points of memory. So I would go through and I would pull out, okay, I want a Blade of Armor. I want that's 2 points of memory. Okay, I want to pick up Unwinding Beam, that's 1 point of memory. Slow, that's 2 point of memory. Okay, that's 5 points of memory. And then, like, you know, one more ability. And then I'm going to go bloop, 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 bloop. I'm going to physically pull them out of my, what would probably be a actual literal card binder. And then I would put them in front of my character sheet and be like, that is my, you know, that is my loadout for this session potentially, and potentially the way that Beacon does with the class reflection thing. I could even maybe change that during the course of a quest. And I would do the same thing with my item slots, right? And as an alchemist, I get 4 support slots: a light, a main, a main, a main. So all of my cool items would get put onto a different color card, so I could tell that they are items, not spells or techniques or whatever they're called. And again, I would do the same thing. I'm so crazy that I could even see myself getting playmats made for each of the jobs, right? And so if somebody was in an alchemist job, that playmat would have 4 spaces for support slots. 1 which was tagged light, 3 which were tagged main, 1 which is a weapon slot tagged main. Right? That's the kind of craziness that, I'm known for doing, or, 3D print something or something like that. That's the type of shit I would love to do, because I love the physicality, the tableau-ness of a character sheet. And I enjoy I enjoy the process of that and simplifying that. What I would never do is like have a character sheet and then be like, I don't know, like erasing it and jotting down, like, how else am I swapping all of this in and out, back and forth? I have no idea, So anyways, long story short, chat is, the chat overlay is broken. Fantastic. I just saw that. Sorry. Let me see if I can fix it. Okay, close. Okay. All right, did that work? All right, looks like it's working. It was finally updated once attention got drawn to it. Yeah, that's how it goes. Wait. By the way, Derek, as a fellow enjoyer of card games, I recommend you check out Riftbound Card Game Steam. It's working! Apparently, when it crashed like that, it also reset the whole thing. So, hey, look, I got my chat back. I can read chat again. Hallelujah! Look at that. All right, admit it. Aren't the streams a lot nicer when I can call out the chat? Isn't it nicer? Don't you feel like it's way more interactive? Don't you watch other people and go, I don't know that I can watch this live stream because it doesn't have that. I think I don't know. As soon as I started live streaming, this was like at the top of my priority list of how, I have to do that. All right, sorry. So I did miss a bunch of chat. I'm sorry about that. Let's see. So Jess said, yes, when you can't see other character sheets, you can't do bullshit like write out Rouge as your class and wait for other players to notice and take their psychic damage. That's right. Exactly. You got to put the Easter egg there. Like, go ahead and get fucked. By the way, that's just a complete side tangent. But I remember one time, there was we were in a dungeon. This is like 3rd edition D&D or Pathfinder 1 or something like that. And we found this, like, I don't remember, we were some, dungeon or wizard's tower. And there was this ancient scroll and I found it in a drawer or whatever. And I opened it up and Smith reaches and he hands me this curled up piece of paper. Like, it wasn't like stained with coffee or anything like that, but it was a piece of paper and he had it tied with a string. And I open it up and then, there's like a handwritten note and it starts saying this something. And it seemed like it was kind of nonsense. And I'm reading it out loud as I'm reading it. Everyone's like, oh, what does it say? What does it say? And Aaron goes, Derek's character opened it up. And so I took it and I'm reading it and it goes, it's like, and that is why the secret to the power will always be, fuck you, explosive runes. And then I go, what? And he goes, and then Smith rolls a bunch of D6 damage and my character blew up and died. That was awesome. What a memory. I don't know why that triggered that memory, but that was fantastic. Side tangent. Anyways, okay. But but yes, I enjoy being able to see other people's character sheets. I enjoy that sort of physicality that we sort of, you know, can all share in the character experience. And then Karama's saying, oh, can't we just add more tabs to the sheet and give each player access? And then Pirate Gonzalez says, which I figured is that there's a bunch of hidden sheets in there with calculations. And yeah, because like there's drop downs list. The reason why these things aren't dropping down. Oh, sorry. The reason why these things aren't dropping down is because I don't have this in edit mode. I think it's just in view mode, but there are a bunch of hidden sheets here, I believe, as well. By the way, Jake also being super extra says, yeah, I'd absolutely have one playmat per job. 100%. 100%. Pirate, you're taking, listen, I'm saying stretch goals, buddy, for Beacon 2. Yeah, it was an all-timer. You know, it was an all-timer. But yeah, armored anathema. I agree that you know, it's not for everybody, but you know, I personally I like racial expression through mechanics. So for me, I think it's a nice bit of topic. So while I enjoy this approach, you know, its ease of use and its functionality, in this particular instance, I just don't see it working for us in our mega game concept. So, unfortunately, we are going to have to wait on a mega game for this really cool
know what they awoke in the darkness of Khazad-dûm. Shadow and flame.
Wojo tipped $5.
Thank you, Wojo.
So what I got from the rant is that MCDM wasn't as crazy as we all thought for making their own VTT. Their VTT definitely has passed my expectations.
Wojo, I was literally saying this in the Discord earlier today. I said, basically, I was like, or you just get millions of dollars for your Kickstarter, don't spend any of it on art or layout or design, and then build your own VTT that's customized to it. That's exactly what I was saying. And I was saying it a little bit tongue in cheek, but also I kind of sort of mean it. Like, I respect that they're like, look, we're going to create an incredible experience for you to be able to play our game online. And I don't know that how much they're planning on Codex being usable, you know, for other games. And maybe they do, but it's a secondary priority, right? Or even a tertiary priority. And, you know, as I'm saying what I'm saying, I realize why Draw Steel doesn't bother me as much as it bothers some other people. And by Draw Steel, I mean the book, because I understand that the future of VTTs, the future of Draw Steel is online and it's Codex. And to a certain extent, it kind of doesn't matter what the book looks like. It kind of doesn't matter if the book doesn't have great art or great layout, because you know who's going to be looking and using that book? Nobody. The people are going to be playing it on Codex. And so the place where it needs to be amazing is on Codex. And I haven't had a chance. I've obviously seen it, but, you know, I haven't, you know, gotten it to that point yet. But yeah, you know, where I've been able to actually look at that stuff. But it will. Now, you're absolutely right, LaFlamel. We are definitely at a weird impasse where, you know, as you say, by the way, I turned down the tip volume, by the way. You're right. It is a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of perspective, because, you know, you're right that people are going to judge the book or judge the game system based on the cover. You know, they're going to base it off of the PDF. They're going to base it off of that for the marketing purposes. Exactly. But you know what? That's how no one's going to play it. So it's kind of a weird thing where you still have to worry about it and still have to care about it a lot, even though realistically, almost no one is going to use it. Yeah. Right. For a lot of people who do own physical books, they own them strictly as a bookshelf. You know, it's there to look good on a shelf. Take care, Jake. Yeah. Yeah. So I agree with Pirate completely, by the way, which is kind of what I was saying, is that I find it hard to engage with ancestries if there's not some sort of mechanical element. I am well aware. I am well aware of how Fabula Ultima does it, right? But the thing is in Fabula Ultima, if you want, it is a mechanical thing though, because if you want your ancestry or racial identity to be an important part of your character, you will make it part of your character's identity statement, right? I will put something like, Elven Sword Mistress of the Misty Vale. So now that I have Elven Sword Mistress as part of my identity, it means that when I go to declare a use of a Fabula point for a reroll, then I have to identify with my identity, which might mean I have to define what it means to be Elven, and then use that Elvenness to define the mechanical properties of being able to get a reroll from my Fabula point spend. So essentially, yes, it still does have a mechanical interface, even in Fabula Ultima. Wes, I don't know what happened. I'll only say something happened, because even I, who am not like a layout expert or a design expert, do think that book has some serious flaws in that. Yeah, they had to get it out in print time. Yeah, I agree. There was some big problem. DC20 is partnering with Demiplane. All right. Yay. I won't get into a Demiplane rant, but So, nobody cares about the books except for the thousands of people who spent $140 on those books. Look, I said, it's a catch-22. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. I mean, look at Knights of the Last Call. Look at our community. Those people spend thousands of dollars, sometimes like a year, on books, and they use almost none of them. They all play predominantly online, but they want to own the book. So I don't know. And yeah, the books and the appearance bring people in. The VTT support gets you retention and repeat players. And that's why I said it reminds me of that quote from The Imitation Game, where they break Enigma, ostensibly the hard part. And then Alan Turing says, no, that was the easy part. The hard part is going to be, keeping it secret and using it to win the war. And so it's kind of like, once you've created a beautiful game, now the hard part comes in, which is how do I get people to play it? How do I allow people to play it? So, yeah. Demiplane isn't for us. Demiplane is for people who like D&D Beyond and want a D&D Beyond experience for other games. That is true. Demiplane is, you want D&D Beyond, but you're not D&D. Yeah, that is a very accurate way to describe it. And that is definitely why it is not for me. It's also not for me because I hate the idea that you have to buy the game again for just that one platform. And then in some instances, you can't even use all of the functioning of the rule set that you just bought unless you also pay an ongoing subscription fee. That's wild to me. But yeah. That's correct. When society collapses here in the next, 1 to 2 years, all my hard copies behind me will be very useful for playing D&D in the bunker. Jackal says, if you want me to buy the physical copy, just hire Yoshitaka Amano to do the cover art. Well, it seemed to work very well for Need Games, didn't it? But Brayflock says, so what you need is a slow UI and you can't find your character's abilities. Look, if you go and look in this channel and you go find me reviewing the Marvel superhero role-playing game, you will see probably one of my most epic rants of all time. And it is aimed at Demiplane. All right. Enough with that. It was a 90-minute expansion about this. The long and the short of it is, I do want to run this game. I I think it would be a really, I think it'd be really good for a mega game for a variety of reasons. I think it serves a lot of different masters in the right way. I think there's elements to this game which are very gamey, which, believe it or not, work very well for a mega game. But until we get, some sort of, so to that end, Pirate Gonzalez, if you want to reach out to me, if there's something that you need from Knights of Last Call, if we can support you with some sort of, sponsored by Knights of Last Call, let me know, buddy. I'd love to. We could talk. I don't know if there's any hangups or if there's any problems. I don't have all the resources in the world, but I've got connections. I've got resources. Maybe we can make something happen. Because it's a cool game, and I think it does something really interesting and unique. And as a community owner or a community moderator, I think that there's some things about this game that I think would work really well for us as a mega game community. And I'm always looking to expand the options that allow my community to play more games. So with that being said, if we were to run a game of Beacon, the game does give us a couple of chapters at the end here to focus on running a game. So what I wanted to do here for the next hour or so is talk about what is in this book and for the game master. Now, we talked about this a little bit, but one of the things here is, that the game starts with information. And as far as I could tell, number one, they shout out Dungeon Master Guide 1 and Dungeon Master Guide 2 from 4th edition D&D, which is to me about two of the most solid books ever. I would love to one day just read those books to you all. We could just do it like a Derek ASMR, where I'm just like, all right, and now the Dungeon Master's Guide from Derek Melinda. But let's see what specific advice the book has and the game has for us running it. Look at this. We're getting some help here. The Pirate says, thanks, I'll hit you up. Also, feel free to let me know what would be most helpful, aside from a VTT, in running a mega game, and I'll see what I can do. There's probably a handful of things, but, honestly, I think just the way that the game is structured and written, from the directness of the quest-based play structure, the loot crates or loot boxes, the narrative scenes versus the combat scenes, the focus on the gaminess in the combat scenes, the focus on the loosey-goosiness in the narrative scenes, all of those things really, really work well for that. But yeah, we should definitely talk. These conversations, this section's written more conversationally. So let's see what Beacon calls out as the core principles. I do love me some core principles. You know what, Cal, before we get any further, Cal is completely right. The biggest problem is bookkeeping. Not that this is your problem to solve, but we need some sort of SQL backend Discord integration to smooth it out. Full stop. Like, if our mega games were just a little bit bigger, I would absolutely, Cal, have to do something where we develop some sort of web UI, some sort of, NoSQL, MySQL, back server thing running on some sort of EC2 instance or something, because it would make the game, a lot easier to that. We have a couple of out of work programmers who are currently very involved with our mega games. And there have been discussions about, like, if I can't find a job in the next month, maybe I'll just call it even and take a month off and develop some sort of UI back end. We have because we have front end people and we have some back end people. So we'll see what we can do, Cal. All right. Core principles: the well-being and fun of the group, including the players and the GM, is the top priority. Absolutely love this. The GM has the greatest ability to impact the fun of the game, but the players have responsibility too. We've talked about a lot about this. I think that everybody has to mention, everybody has a role to play and everybody has a responsibility. It is not just the game master's job to make sure everyone's having fun. I've always said that your number one goal at a table is to make sure everyone else is having fun. And then your number two goal is to make sure that you're having fun. And if you do that, and you do both of those in that order, it should be a complete win. And that's true for the players and the game masters as well. So great priority there. Specific text takes precedent over general. In other words, Magic the Gathering, rules-based, exceptions-based design. If the general rule says you can't do something, and something says you can, and a specific power says you can do something, then you can do it, right? Sorrel, hey, check that out. Nice. Thank you for the $50 super chat. Strong. I'd like to see you run next week's RFC with Mark and Steven as the guest. Wait. You want me to run? Are you talking about Wednesdays? You want me to take over Roll for Combat? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying you want me to have Mark on the show? I could probably get Mark on the show. Mark's busy though. I do Mark, and we're going to PAX next week, so Mark might be a little tough to get right now. Okay. Wait. So you want Mark on the show, or you want me to take over RFC? I need more specific language, Sorrel. Thank you for the super chat, Sorrel. Let me know. Give me my instructions. I mean, I could definitely talk to Mark, but like I said, okay, both. Okay. Well, we'll try to get Mark back on the show. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Mark has offered to come back on the show and talk more about Eldamon. So I think that could be really good. I think they want you to come for my gig as the owner of the RFC stream. Wait. Jess, are you running the RFC stream this week? I was kind of out of the loop on the RFC stuff last week. I know you filled in for me, so that was very nice of you. Thank you. After you scared me away with your bullying tactics. But anyway, Sorrel, yeah, I love having Mark on. And again, a lot of people say that when like it's just me and Mark on the stream, they're like, we love it, you know? None of that Steven guy to ruin things. All right, fair enough. Beacon does not model reality or real-life physics, nor is it meant to. This is not a simulation game. The rule of cool is the physics engine of this game, and the combat mechanics are designed like a board game or video game. Let me just say something here. One, I appreciate the honesty. And two, I appreciate the awareness. That, and more importantly than that, the bravery. A lot of people see board game or video game and they think that makes a role-playing game a terrible thing. And you know what I say? A lot more people play board games and video games than they play role-playing games. Just because your game has strong mechanics, what we would call gamist mechanics, does not make it any less of a role-playing game. Full stop. Narrative play and combat play are distinct modes of play. The ability to do something in one mode does not automatically grant the ability to do it in another one. Number one, this gives you a lot of freedom. I get it. Some people are going to be really, really crazy. They're like, why can't I fly in combat? But I can fly when it's not combat. The answer is because being able to fly is really cool. When you do it in combat, it's broken and it ruins the game. And that's as simple as it gets. And I know that sometimes there's no easy way around it. And the only way you could do it is to, you know, make a clear cut and basically accept that there's going to be people who go, I can't stand it. You're ruining my immersion. But yeah, you know, the only other way to do it is to make your, you know, is to have fly be either something that doesn't come online till like level 13, you know, or to have it so that you can fly, but it's only like, you know, you can only hover for one round, you know, or just not give anybody the ability to fly. In combat play, players can do anything their abilities allow, even if it doesn't make narrative sense. So this is what we talked about before about mechanics first versus fiction first gaming, right? In fiction first gaming, the mechanics take their cues from the fiction. In mechanics first gaming, it doesn't matter. It works backwards, right? And I actually argue that this can sometimes be a more fun, creative endeavor. It's very easy to assume that fiction first gaming leads to more creative stories. But I actually find that sometimes the opposite is true. Now, it's true that it's very easy to take a mechanics first approach and make your game soulless and not even worry about it, right? Which is to say, you know, to use this example here, which I think is really good, basically work backwards. If you're in a cave and a player calls down a lightning bolt from the sky, that's what happens. Now it's your job to figure out how or why the lightning bolt struck from the sky. Is the cave large enough to have clouds? Did it break through the roof? Was there a hole? I find that figuring out why something happened in the fiction, because we know it happened in the mechanics, can be a really, really, really cool process. This is one of the reasons why I love, you know, like what Kermit is talking about, you know, I have found that dice can sometimes make me consider very different things and interesting ideas. It's the same way as sort of taking a PBTA style outcome or an Oracle table and going, that doesn't make any sense. And you're like, yeah. And the creative endeavor, the challenge, the fun of the game is, how do we make it make sense? And how do we make it cool? So always round up. All right. So here's where they recommend reading Dungeon Master's Guide 1 and 2. But generally, we want to, you know, these are some PBTA style principles here, right? Which is, you know, avoid just going straight to no, root for your players, make sure you understand your intentions. Don't try to, you know, fucking pull the rug out from them and do a gotcha on them. Avoid gotchas, you know, as much as you can. Again, I've always said this before. This is great advice here. Asking for leading intentions. Klobster Roll says more strem. Thank you, Klobster Roll. Appreciate it. Listen, you don't need to tell me, Klobster. I'm here for you. We'll keep streaming all night. I don't give a shit. I think it's starting to snow. Let me see what the weather's looking like. I'll probably have to like maybe like stop and get some like food or something at some point. Yeah, nope. Looks like there's a band of snow to the south. It hasn't hit us just yet, but it's coming. Fantastic. Maybe we'll talk. I don't know. Well, we'll keep going on Beacon for a while, and then we'll see what we want to go to. We could maybe just turn to an AMA, and we can just talk about whatever thing we want to. But I love asking leading questions. This is a great way to get your players used to doing things. And you know, if you ask a player to just spontaneously add detail, it can be very challenging for a lot of people. But if you sort of lead the question, then this can be a very powerful tool in your cool toolbox. This is for any role-playing game, by the way. You go to your players for ideas, talk to your group, fail forward, borrow ideas. I always say this all the time. I always rip off and steal from my favorite novels, TV shows, and movies. It's everything that I do is basically stolen and hacked. And that's why when I run games, everyone goes, oh yeah, cool. I get this. And I go, yes. One of my primary goals as a game master, basically, is I try to never subvert expectations. I avoid red herrings. I avoid subverting expectations. I think there's some desire in some game masters or authors, I suppose, where they're like, I want to be this unique snowflake. I want my idea to be the first time anyone in the history of ever has ever come up with this idea. And I want my players to be so blown away by my creativity. And I just want to knock their socks off, and I want to impress the hell out of them with my creativity. And I have absolutely none of that. I'm like, I want this to be kind of almost as derivative as possible. And so that my player who's sitting around the table and goes, oh my God, I love Wheel of Time. This is so sweet. This is just like Wheel of Time. That's what I want. So yeah, all good stuff here. No player versus player conflict. It's not meant for that. And good stuff here. We talked about this before as well. This game is good at high fantasy, action, tactical battles, powerful characters. This is not for your typical OSR, you know, I'm dirty, I'm scrounging, I just got my feet cut off by some weird monster that technically probably should never have been created, but, you know, we created it because it's both somehow weird, funny, and horrifying at the same time. No horror, no quick battles. Not made for that. Then we get into session 0. Important. We talk about safety tools, and this is pretty much standard boilerplate at this point. Lines and veils, X card, the like and the sites. But we do talk about establishing the tone of your game, such as story beats that you want to see about betrayal or adventure or destiny, hope or friendship. Final Fantasy VII meets The Fast and the Furious. And then, similar to a lot of games that have been coming out in the last couple of years, we talk about building a collaborative game setting. I love this idea. We were talking earlier about World Wizard. Check it out. It's available from Lampblack and Brimstone. I think it's on their itch. It's a world building game that they very, very highly derived from Dawn of Worlds, which is a very old PDF. You can find it on the internet for free, but they cleaned it up a lot. It was made back in probably like 2007 or something, 2008. But it's a collaborative world building game. And in this case, we call our world a reflection, and this idea of the multiverse is called the source. And we talk about, very similar to Fabula Ultima, the game has this idea of these common pillars. You might make your own beacon setting. I might make my own beacon setting, but there's going to be each beacon setting is going to have this kind of universal existential threat, the scourge. They are going to have crystals. They're going to do something, and they're going to be important. There's going to be aether, incorporating astral and lunar aspect. There's going to be magitech. There's going to be ruins and dungeons ready for us to explore. Okay. And again, we can sort of break those down into that elements of each. And then we got some, we got some fantastic, random die rolls, some oracle tables, some D20 tables to generate some themes. So and this is kind of like a palette, right? If you've ever played Microscope, you know that, and when you're starting off a Microscope game, you want to create a palette, and a palette is basically a way of saying, these are the things, these are the elements that we absolutely want to have in our game. All right. And just because something isn't on the palette doesn't mean we can't include it. It just means that, if it's on the palette, yes, it absolutely must be in our game. And if it's on the palette, no, then it absolutely cannot be in our game. So as a group, ask yourself the following questions and then pick 3 themes for your reflection, choosing from the below list or making up your own. What themes do we want in our game? What themes don't we want in our game? And boy, I tell you could probably just have a lot of fun with just, you got some Eberron. You got some Eberron coding here with the number 13. Cuteness, yes, or cuteness, no. So again, just a great table for helping create stuff. I wish Fabula Ultima had bigger tables. I mean, I honestly, I've said this before, and I'll say this again. If I was smarter, more clever, better, just in general, not a worthless human being, I think someone should make an entire book that is just this. And I don't mean like Kevin Crawford World Without Number, where it's like, what's the geopolitical setting of my character? I mean like a true Session Zero collab world builder, non-system specific set book, basically. World Wizard is kind of like that, but I actually think that this kind of approach is even better. Pirate says, it's funny to me that Beacon and Fabula Ultima both independently realized creating your own setting was the solution to running Final Fantasy style games. Microscope is good, but the problem with Microscope is, number one, Microscope is designed as a timeline generator more than a setting generator. And the other thing about Microscope is there's not really much of a, there's like elements in it like that involve role playing, like the conversational scenes officially. Like you can use Microscope. Or are you asking that you don't know what Microscope is? Or are you saying like, why wouldn't you just use Microscope? So then we talk about beacons. What are beacons in your world? Like in my world, a beacon is the blessed, right? So like already that just says so much that like, in this case, maybe maybe the world is a everyone in every beacon is tied to a specific god, right? And you represent one of a small handful of that god's chosen, right? And so like maybe you're like partially demigods, or maybe you have like, you're born and sort of destined into that perspective. And that's just from rolling the blessed, right? So you just get so much, and it means that the characters are important people. Oh yeah. We have I don't know where they are these days. Oh. Yeah, all of the Ben Robbins games are really great, like Microscope and Follow and In This World and Kingdom. Ben Robbins. I mean, all these games are really, really fun. They're great con games too. But yeah, I do think that something very specific like this expanded would be a really fantastic thing. Yeah, the roleplay scenes were a little weird. And you know what? I'll be honest with you. We usually kind of usually skip them. When we played online, play by post, asynchronously, which we did sometimes, we used those scenes as sort of like voting scenes. So then we talk about like, what's the great evil of your scourge? What is it? Why is it returned? How long has it been a threat? Why are there ruins and dungeons? What do crystals do? So it's very, pillar oriented. What does Aether do? What does magic do? All right, this is really important because magic. All right, in our imaginary world, magic is tied to the dragons. That's awesome. And kind of Game of Thrones coded, right? Because there's this kind of idea that like dragons and magic are kind of, connected in Game of Thrones, which is pretty sweet. Love it. And then here's some examples of reflections like, Crystal Warriors, very, very Final Fantasy coded. Crystal Warriors are people that can attune to job crystals, quickly gaining access to a wealth of knowledge and power. And again, this is very similar if you played Fabula Ultima, right? Technospheres. If you know Technospheres from Fabula Ultima, the Hoplospheres and the Memnospheres, it's basically a job crystal. And then look at this. We've got Shadows of the Colossus here. And here's the Soul Guard. Okay, what's this here? Dangerous monsters arise constantly from the Mistlands, a place saturated with the souls of those killed in a long-forgotten cataclysm. One group, the Soul Guard, trains to fight these monsters and protect the last standing city, Novicium. I don't know. I don't get the immediate call out to this. Maybe this is from an IP that I'm not as familiar with. Still, it's a little bit more grimy. It's a little bit more dark, right? Kind of feels like Blaze in the Dark, right? Kind of feels like like a fantasy superhero version of Blaze in the Dark. And Novicium is like Duskfall. Kind of. And instead of criminals, you are the last remaining members of the Soul Guard, which is a cool name. I mean, look, I like Final Fantasy. I like this kind of fantasy. This Soul Guard, the Colossus one, not so much. But the Crystal Warriors and the Soul Guard, those all sound awesome to me. I would love to play that. And then we talk about a hub. In fact, if you remember, when we were talking about designing our Daggerheart game, I was going to steal the world that we created for our Fabula Ultima game, but never, we created the world, but we never got a chance to play that campaign. I kind of got burned out / crippling panic disorder. So I stepped down from playing it. But we did create the world and we called it the Shattered Lands. And we talked about this hub city, this sort of nexus. And we even kind of based it around EverQuest, and we kind of based it around like the idea of like the Nexus in Lucklin, or, the Plane of Knowledge in EverQuest. But, we got to have something, a base of operations, a guild hall, an airship, a castle. And especially when we're talking about a mega game, now an airship doesn't really work as much, but like having some sort of like central location that everyone's coming to and from is really useful and awesome for a mega game, because it provides an excuse for why everyone is always together and can go out and do these adventures together. So very cool. And then we even have upgrades. This is sick. Some upgrades are narrative, like adding a cafe. So again, this is the type of stuff that I think is silly and stupid, but after years of running Northern Reaches and seeing the kind of things that players love to add to the cities and basically to the hubs, I am 100% on board with this, because this is exactly the type of stuff that people love to do. I was not surprised. It's fun to see this stuff here. So let's see here. Campaigns could be 3 to 6 character levels, all the way to 12, yada, yada. All right. Right. Is there a circus upgrade? That's the really important question. By far the best part. It's crazy, but it is 100% what people love about these games. So then they've got information here about helping you to build quests. And I remember that's what the core element of this game is. And generally, I'm thinking about like quests being more like a single session. And we've got a bunch of examples here, like escorting cargo, the Night of the Dead, a kidnap royal, kill the dungeon, remove the corruption. So then we get into information about how to build a combat. So we decide how difficult it will be. We create a battle map and populate it with terrain features. I cannot stress enough for tactical games, and that includes Pathfinder 2. I think the number one mistake people make when they make encounters for Pathfinder 2 is they just basically they get a pretty map from JPEGu or from 2 Minute Tabletop or whatever, and there's no features on it. There's no difficult terrain. There's no blocking terrain. There's no hindering terrain. There's no challenging terrain. There's nothing that breaks up line of sight. There's nothing that breaks up line of effect. And the battlefield is just boring and textureless. And I think, unfortunately, to do a game like this, proper respect, I do think you need to spend a good amount of time crafting a interesting and tactically rich combat field. And as much as I like, people go, oh, you could play PF2, no prep, low prep. We do it all the time. If they get into a fight that I didn't realize, I just draw a box in Foundry and then we put some monsters in there and we have the fight. I think that makes me sad. I think that sounds boring. And I think it sounds so uninteresting, unfortunately. So, I remember, TS Agent, like Gloomhaven combat maps are way better than 99% of TTRPG combat maps because they're interesting, they're dynamic, they have choke points, they have elevations, but also too, they could just be fucking cool. I remember a dungeon from 4th edition. I want to say it was from Thunderspire Labyrinth. So this is heroic tier. So this is like level 6. And there was a battle and it was on these like pillars that were above this like frothing pool of like burning souls. And like the characters were like leaping from pillar to pillar, engaging with foes and, knocking them back into the obviously getting knocked back into the pit of screaming souls was bad for everybody, but it was worse for the players. And just like it added this whole extra dimension to the fight, but also it just felt way cooler because you're like, yeah, we're fighting over a pit of screaming souls and we're leaping from platform to platform. And it just gives all of these powers and abilities, an incredible element of that. So Gloomhaven is great for that. Someone was using them for their Beacon games. That's awesome. That's fantastic. And by the way, so there's an element in Beacon. I think it's from Beacon. Well, I think there's something in Beacon where it says that, I think it's Beacon, right? That says like, you can see the traps. Well, same thing is true in Gloomhaven. In Gloomhaven, the traps are, pieces of cardboard that are put on the table. You know where the traps are. The reason you know where they are is because sometimes you have to make a decision like, do I have to just go through the trap? Can I get an enemy to go to the trap? Can I use the trap to my advantage? Can I push them into the trap? Can they push me into the trap? Can I pull them into the trap? And it becomes this completely awesome dynamic that is very much lacking in most TTRPGs. So River says, level design is so crucial to what makes video game combat feel good, besides the actual combat. And it's so strange that it's sometimes like, whatever in tabletop. 100% agree. And in fact, I've complained about this before, but there has never been a better example of this than the Abomination Vault dungeon, where the rooms are literally 3 squares by 3 squares. And, you know, you're fighting 2 large enemies. So the large enemies take up 8 of the 9 squares in that room. So you can't even move. But even if the rest of the party is like standing in the doorway, like there's just no dimensionality. There's no texture to these combats at all. It's just, we stand there and fight the monsters till they die. It's just crazy. So that's number 2. Number 3, decide on a combat's battle plan. For example, is it a simple elimination scene in which the PCs have to defeat all the enemies, or is it more involved like an assassination scene? Gonna stop here and say this. Despite all the advice from all these YouTubers, including all like the popular YouTubers, you know, the ones that say a lot of truisms and, you know, that advice that is good advice, but it doesn't really matter because it's obviously, you know, whatever. One of the things I always say is don't make your fight just kill the other side, right? To eliminate the other side. Everyone always says this, and then no one ever does it. So, yeah. Well, I think the problem is that if your combat engine is predicated on a basis of a war game, which is what 99% of TTRPGs are. War games, and remember, I actually play war games, unlike most of you. It's all about the terrain. When you sit down to play a game of Warhammer or Warhammer 40K, it is all about the terrain. And the movement phase is the most important phase of almost every war game, because movement is what wins battles. You know, yes, we're playing fantasy games or sci-fi games, so you can have like super killy units. And there are, you know, there have been editions of games where you can make a Death Star type unit that is just so powerful it doesn't actually matter. But in my experience playing most games, you know, the unit or the army that can successfully use the movement phase to their advantage. And again, I'm used to playing rank and flank type games like Warhammer or Kings of War. The unit or the army that can outmaneuver their foe, can you take advantage of the terrain to get into a position where they can flank or, God forbid, charge the rear of an enemy unit, you win the game. It doesn't matter. Like you could take like one of the worst units you have against their best unit, and if your terrible unit can charge them in the flank or in the rear, then it's game over. And the way you do that is through the movement phase. And the way that the movement phase becomes a challenge is because of terrain and obstacles and linear obstacles and forests and rivers and hills, things that block line of sight and elevation, all these things. Most fights in 40K take place on Planet Bowling Ball with not enough terrain. Absolutely. And it just becomes a shooting fest. And basically whoever gets the first turn just eradicates their opponent. And it's very boring. So, right. Exactly, Kermit. If you could turn a 3v3 into 3v1 fights, that's going to be a win. And that's exactly right. And you do that through the movement phase and through, you know, space denying and delaying tactics and all the stuff that armies have been doing since the beginning of time, basically. But when the focus is just on how good my character build is, right? Then it's just like, well, I just want to put my build into melee with your build, and then we'll just let them beat on each other and see who comes out the winner. I don't really consider that interesting or tactical. All right. Scene difficulty is a way to customize a fight. The budget is based off of the number of PCs, type 1.5. So if we have 4 PCs, our budget is 6. Well, that's very simple. Now, remember, this is a tier-based game. Levels 1, 2, 3, and 4, tier 1. 5, 6, 7, 8, tier 2. 9, 10, 11, 12, tier 3. Love it, by the way. Certain battle plans can modify this. If you choose the survival battle plan, this doubles your budget. Every NPC costs 1 point, but certain things cost different. So here we go. An NPC costs 1 point. A minion costs 0.25 points. A veteran costs 1.5. An elite costs 2. And a mini boss costs 3. Using fewer NPCs than your NPC budget allows will result in easier combat scenes, while going over your budget will be harder. So if we know that the budget is 6, if we say end up with 4 or 5, that's going to be an easier fight. If we end up with 7 or 8, that is going to be a harder fight. Additionally, they talk about the action economy here. If there are more PCs than NPCs, the PCs will have a big advantage. Try to design combat scenes so that basically PCs and NPCs have about the same number of people. Minions are easily defeated, but they do just as much damage as a standard NPC. And so if you have too many of them, you can actually overwhelm the PCs. And mini bosses should never be fought alone. Any single character, even a mini boss, can be quickly overwhelmed by multiple opponents. Okay. And remember, just like in Daggerheart, we can't kill the players here, so we can defeat them, but we can't player them. We can't, like, wipe them, TPK them. So, give yourself some grace here and don't worry about it too much. Base rules are weighted very heavily in the fight. Base rules are weighed very heavily in the fight, so much so that the first supplement had difficulty modifiers for GMs. Base rules. What are base rules? I see. They're weighted very heavily towards the PCs. Got it. So in other words, using this math will make it so that the players win a lot, is what I'm hearing. The baseline difficulty rating system in Beacon will result in very easy fights if the PCs are even slightly coordinated. Gotcha. Gotcha. Once the PCs know how to play, they're going to win easily every time. Okay, cool. Got it. That's with the baseline, right? Map making. It takes place on a battle map, gridded. It could be either square or hex. Small maps will have a long side of approximately 20, standard 25, larger maps will be 40. Battle plans other than elimination assume a map with a long side of 40 or more. Let's put that into perspective. So that means elimination is the battle plan where it's like you have to kill all the enemies, right? AKA the standard battle plan. If you're playing something other than that, this game says that the longest side will be 40 spaces. That's 200 feet in Pathfinder 2 parlance, right? Think about how that's bigger than the whole dungeon in most Pathfinder 2 maps, by the way. Just saying. All right, here we go. We've got cover. We've got blocking terrain, line of sight. Add places on the map that beacons can get bonuses for reaches, such as regaining recoveries, regaining hit points, regaining MP, getting a reroll on the next loot crate. Very gamist, very Gloomhaven coded. Environmental factors, terrain features, create zones that provide tactical options for players. Getting from point A to point B might involve crossing an open field and being vulnerable to a sharpshooter NPC. Consider adding an alternative route that is longer but protected from enemy fire. Mix up the size and width of pathways. If you've ever seen me talk about designing a encounter for 4th edition, that advice is basically this advice. So each combat, so in addition to making monsters, you also have to pick the battle plan. So a battle plan is things like acquisition, assassination, control, defense, destruction, elimination, escort, holdout, raid, rescue, survival, search. So these are very different. So like if we look at something like the raid, in a raid, the PCs rush to collect something, whether it's strategic resources or vital information. So look at this setup. We have the PCs deploy on one side of the map. The NPCs deploy on the other side of the map. There's a variety of chests. And again, that's kind of an abstract term, but there's a variety of chests scattered across the map. And then there's 4 reinforcement zones, right? This does look more like, this literally looks like something you would see in a Warhammer book or a Warhammer 40K book. Goal. End round 4, 5, or 6 with X treasure, where X is the number of PCs plus 1. So you have 4 PCs. You have to have 5 treasure, and it has to be at least round 4 or 5 or 6. So I'm assuming that if we get to round 7, if it's the end of round 6 and you don't have 5 treasure, you lose. If you get 5 treasure, but it's only rounds 2 or 3, you still haven't won yet. You have to wait till the end of round 4. While in the space of a chest, you can open it as a minor action. Some chests might be locked. When they open a chest, they gain 1 treasure. Characters can hold any amount of treasure at once. Whenever a character holding treasure takes a wound or overstresses, they drop all of their treasure. They can also willingly drop all their treasure as a minor action. Characters can pick up all treasure in a space they occupy as a minor action. Enemy NPCs don't open chests, but they can pick up treasure which is dropped. Normal NPC budget, NPCs deploy after their PCs. If any NPCs are held as reinforcements, any number of them could be deployed in the reinforcement zone at the start of a round. So you can literally see how wargamey this is. I mean, this is literally a wargaming information. But that's what this game is about. This game is saying, look, when it comes to the combat mode, we want this to be a good game rather than some immersive simulation, which may or may not be a good game. I agree, Jackal. I think these seem fucking great. And by the way, I say this as a person who grew up playing Warhammer, and, you know, a simple, you know, kill the enemy army is one of the most boring functions, one of the most boring ways to play Warhammer. Far more interesting is where you have to, you know, take and hold, or escort, or an assassination type objective, any of these. So I think this is great. And going back to my mega game, I think our group of mega gamers, the people who are into tactical miniature combat, would really appreciate this. And I think this makes your fights a lot more memorable and a lot more interesting, for sure. Like, look at the survival one. The PCs deploy here in the middle, and the budget is the GM gets twice the budget. And the goal is at least half the PCs have to be undefeated, or you have to somehow have killed everybody by the end of round 5. So you have to survive to round 5. And again, the game is making the presupposition that, you know, killing double the budget is pretty hard. Oh, this is very Lancer inspired for sure. So that's very cool. Then we get a bunch of information about how you would add environmental factors, like adding cold zones, heat zones, low gravity, poisonous zones. Here are some terrain features that you could add, you know, like a blessed terrain. So this reminds me of my D&D minis days. Characters in blessed terrain give you +1 advantage dice on attacks, checks, and saves. So this is where you can make a zone on the map, like maybe a location where, you know, if whoever controls that zone or controls that space can use that space to get a pretty nice little tactical advantage. But, you know, who gets to control that? And fighting over that provides this sort of texture to the game and to the battle that it doesn't otherwise have, because now you look at the battlefield and you go, I want to stand there, or I want to be there, but the enemy wants to be there. Well, how do we get the enemy out of that? And what if there's treasure chests that are located near there, but not necessarily super close? Do we go for the treasure, or do we keep continuing to control the blessed terrain? And adding these kind of elements to a game makes you make decisions, and decisions are ultimately what make the game fun, theoretically. So there's a lot of these. Look at this. Fog, high ground, holy ground, mana font, a monster spawner, slippery terrain, teleport pads. And then here are our treasure chests. These are basically little mini bonuses that you can unlock. And again, it doesn't literally have to be a treasure chest, but the idea is that it is something that, you know, you might want to go. It provides you a choice. Do we just keep killing the monsters, or is it more valuable to try to open up one of these treasure chests? And again, that's a very gamist conceit. In fact, Gloomhaven's core gameplay loop is predicated upon, do we kill the monsters or do we go after treasure, and making that a tough choice to go between. How do we make cool fights? Well, you make them interesting. It should be more than a generic battle against faceless minions. There should be stakes, there should be a reason for fighting, and there should be environmental features that make them interesting. An example of a boring combat scene would be a simple dungeon room with a bunch of animated skeletons guarding the exit, aka 99% of all TTRPGs ever. A more exciting example would have the beacons finding an underground mausoleum in which a royal animated skeleton sits atop a bone throne and attacks anyone who enters with an endlessly spawning of lesser skeletons. These foes can only be stopped if the beacons destroy the sarcophagi, right? So now you have this, different set of circumstances and these endlessly spawning skeletons, unless you go in and destroy the 6 sarcophagi that keeps respawning them each round. And it's this hectic, dramatic, crazy thing instead of just, well, there's skeletons, here we are, roll initiative, we fight to the death. Keep your player actives, play to their strengths, choose the right size and terrain for your map, play smart. You are encouraged as the GM to act intelligently. You do not need to alter your tactics based on the intelligence of your NPCs. You're encouraged to act intelligently, attack vulnerable foes, and avoid dangerous situations. And again, different people play role-playing games for different reasons, and especially when it comes to combat. But in this case, we are engaging the combat as a game unto itself. We are not necessarily trying to simulate some expressive reality. And I also ask you, when's the last time your players who had a quote-unquote low intelligence deliberately made a bad combat choice because, well, my character only has int 10 or my character only has int 8. So I'm going to go do this really stupid decision. My guess is not very often. Use NPCs with a bunch of different roles. Don't just make them all, healers or soldiers. Use NPCs with different initiatives so that they do different things throughout the round. So then we get information about loot crates. Loot is categorized as uncommon, rare, or legendary. Here's an example of a piece of loot. So you can have an absorption weapon, which is a melee weapon that does D6 plus 1 physical damage, but if you crit, you regain a mana point and your target loses a mana point. So, very cool. Now, this is interesting. So, one of Pirate, you're killing me, buddy. So, one of our most common rules in mega games, which frustrates the hell out of players because they're used to role-playing games being these, hyper-simulationist reflections of some fantasy reality, is basically loot or treasure is bind on equip, right? Or, bind on pickup, to use the EQ terminology, or soulbound or whatever. Basically, you can't just trade loot back and forth. So by default in Beacon, loot can't be traded between players. This is to prevent players from funneling all their loot to one person or feeling entitled to a piece of loot that someone else had that would be perfect for their own characters. In short, it's a limitation meant to protect everyone's play experience. One of the most common house rules for Beacon is allowing beacons to trade loot between each other. If you know your group and that would work well together, feel free to use that approach. But the first paragraph is exactly why we don't do that. Or why we, in our mega games, we basically don't allow people to do that. So we've got information. We've talked about this a little before, but generating random loot crates. I personally love the idea of a random loot and what it contains. And again, I believe you generate 3. Is that right? You generate 3 of them, and then they pick. Each loot crate has 3 slots, each containing a random piece of loot. Slots 1, 2, and 3 each have their own rarity scale, with 2 and 3 basically your rare slots. The chances of a slot holding a weapon support item is almost identical, but it is slightly different. And then I believe you get 1. Is that right? So, like in our case here, we get a weapon, and this is slot 1. Ooh, it's a rare weapon for our first slot. Now I gotta go look it up. I mean, we're gonna roll. Is there a random table? Oh, perfect, there is. It's not a technique. It is a rare weapon. All right, here we go. It is a D30. I guess it's a D30. Sort of. It's a D29. I don't know if I have a D29. I don't have my D30 ready. No, the one time I needed my D30. What can I roll? I guess I'll just roll a D100 and kind of divide by 3. And if it's awkward, we'll do it differently. All right. So I rolled a 100, which is a 33, which isn't on our list. So there we go. Okay. All right. There we go. 51. That's close to 13 or 14. Okay. I got a Hydrus, we'll say. See what this does. Hydrus. Okay, here we go. It is a rare weapon. It is a heavy Magitech weapon. It takes place in the phase 7 because it's a slow. It has 2 reach. It's a melee weapon. It does 3d6 physical. And then as a minor action, I can make a 15 square line ranged weapon attack that auto hits all characters in the AoE for 5 physical damage. After being used, this minor action can't be used again until it was reloaded. So apparently it is a Magitech cannon that I can also bash people with, is how I'm reading this. I know, River Ray. I'm sorry. I didn't have it ready to go. And if that's not cool for your character, that's okay. You know, you get 3 items, and I don't. I personally think rolling for this stuff is pretty cool, and I think again would be a lot of fun in a mega campaign. One of the things too is that people who play in mega campaigns tend to play a lot more. You know, at home you usually are going to be playing once a week, once every other week. We have people who in our mega campaigns sometimes play twice or 3 times a week, and it's not always. We have basically gotten away from XP to level up. It's just a problem for our game masters. It's a lot easier for people to all be the same level for a variety of reasons. But loot is one of the ways that you can make people feel like, hey, playing more often has its own advantages and rewards. I want people to feel rewarded for playing, you know, more games. But I also don't want them to be, you know, 20 levels higher than everybody else, right? For example, Dr. Dehart is playing right now. Shame on you watching on stream. Edward says, if I didn't get 2 or 3 games of Dragontide, he means a week, I felt like I was missing out. You just got a dragon on a deal with a witch. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know. So Dr. Dehart, by the way, is playing Dragontide. Rolling a dragon means rolling a nat 1, which is equivalent to a critical hit in D20. Okay. Then we have information about homebrew rules, like creating new jobs, creating new classes, prestige jobs. That's awesome. That's awesome. Heck, Beacon started as a homebrew of Lancer. Love it. All right. So then the last 2 chapters of the game are basically how you make monsters. Now, I will say this, or 3 chapters. I don't believe the game has any, like, pre-made monsters. So the way it works is you pick for NPCs for combat a type. Now you can customize them further with a template. Not every NPC needs a template. It's a way to change a type. But every NPC will belong to a type and have a tier. Okay? And every NPC comes with features. Base features, extra features, and universal features. NPCs always have their base of features equipped. Extra features, on the other hand, are optional abilities. When choosing NPCs, you can optionally give an NPC 0 to 2 extra features from their pool of available extra features. Universal features can be taken by every NPC and are not tied to that specific. Unlike PCs, NPCs don't have to worry about equipment slots or memory. They can just equip whatever they have available to them. Because NPCs don't have grit, that's the thing that allows us to reroll. Or I'm sorry, that's the level-based added to our... grit is what you add based on your level. Every ability has its own attack bonus. So it's just everything that's written there is what you use. So for example, if you attack with an energy cleaver, at tier 1, it is a melee weapon. It has the heavy magic attack tag, and it has the piercing trait. It goes in initiative 5, the normal fight scene. If it's tier 1, which means our players are levels 1, 2, 3, or 4, we make a +2 to attack. Within 1 square of reach, it does 4 damage. That's it. +2 to attack, 4 damage. And the damage type is astral, right? Which is heat and light and lightning. Makes sense, right? It basically sounds like a lightsaber. But if we were tier 3 and we were using the same monster or the same ability, it would be +6 to attack, and it would do 8 astral damage, which means, if I'm correct, you can make a monster with this ability, and that monster is instantly scalable to any tier because all the information for all 3 tiers are located in this one ability. So, let's see here. NPCs take their turns differently than PCs. Instead of acting whenever they want, each NPC has an initiative, which is from 1 to 8. This specifies the phase in which they take that turn. During that phase, they can take any action, not just those available to that. For example, Elementalist NPCs have initiative 1. They take their turns during that phase, at which time they can take any action. They could volley, for example, with their primal staff, a ranged weapon, even though it is not phase 3. Certain templates can give an NPC multiple turns and therefore multiple initiatives. For example, the Elite template gives an NPC 2 turns around. It takes their normal initiative and adds 5 to determine their second initiative. For example, Vulture NPCs have initiative 3. If you made an Elite Vulture, it would go on phase 3 and phase 8. Okay. Certain NPCs have a recharge ability. This is basically like the 4th edition recharge where you roll a d6, and if it's that or higher, you get it back. NPCs start with a wound cap of 1, which means they are defeated the moment they take a wound. So basically, once their HP is 0, they're done. If an NPC has a wound cap of 2 or higher, they follow the normal rule for wounds for NPCs. Same thing with stress. Once they're stressed out, they become vulnerable. Otherwise, they follow the normal rule. So most things die when they're at 0. NPCs cannot use the reroll table. NPCs can't surge. Surge is what lets a player go twice in a round. If you want an NPC to go twice a round, make it an elite or make it a mini boss. So pick an NPC type. That's required. Choose any templates if you want. Add 0 to 2 extra features. Then choose the tier. And it can look or be anything. A fortress NPC, which is one of the types, could be a walking tower. It could be like a stone golem. It could be a giant spider, right? How you flavor it is really irrelevant. All that matters fundamentally is the mechanics, because this part of the game is mechanics first. I'm not going to lie. This sounds really, really fun and cool. Now, it takes a little bit of work, but it sounds like it should be pretty simple. During their turn, NPCs get a standard action, movement, and a minor action. NPCs have access to the same actions as a PC, but with some changes as fallen above. So. Now, this is a little confusing because it's still talking about phase 1, phase 2, phase 5, phase 6. But NPCs don't actually go in these phases, which is a little weird. Now, it does make running the NPC a lot easier, so I respect that, okay? Because if I had to individually decide when each of my NPCs went, that would be really confusing and put a lot of pressure on me as the GM. So I do appreciate that, right? Do any of my monsters go in initiative 1? Does that monster go at 1? But it's weird because these things are still kind of written from the perspective as if, you know, this phase 5 brawl meant anything from an NPC. And if I'm reading this right, it doesn't. So that's a little bit wonky. But here we have. So an architect, they are a controller, meaning like 4th edition, they have a controller role. And we can see all their stats for all 3 tiers. So if you make an architect enemy and you have all 3 of this information down, you have all the information, you know, you could make this creature and it could be, you know, this architect rigs the battlefield in their favor, laying down traps for their enemies to stumble upon, right? So we could make some sort of like, you know, Black Widow, you know, monstrous Black Widow. And I'm just imagining, you know, creating spider traps and web traps, right? Or we could make it some kind of, you know, ooze creature, which is throwing down ooze traps. Or it could be like a more humanoid creature, you know, the Trap Master. But it could be any tier that we need it to be. We have all of its stats right here for all 3 tiers. They are trap-focused NPCs, placing traps in choke points and forcing their enemies to either avoid areas or disable them if they want to proceed. There is no limit to the number of traps an architect can place, and if not dealt with, they can quickly fortify a position. The architect and their allies don't trigger these traps, and the architect has many ways of knocking enemies into their traps. Beware of high mobility beacons who can easily move around isolated traps, or artillery beacons that can take out architects before they have a chance to litter the battlefield. So every architect gets these features. They get blasting charges, electric whip, busy hands, and the hazards action. Now, as an NPC, they can have 0 to 2 extra features. So we could, if we want to make a very simple monster, a very simple architect, we could just give it blasting charges, hazards, electric whip, and busy hands, and we're done. Now, by the way, this is where I might do a little bit of rejiggering. And I think the game even talked about this. So let me see if it's right. Tinkering with NPCs. The abilities listed with each NPC type are examples meant to be evocative. Changing a weapon from one weapon type to another doesn't really affect anything. So, for example, I love the idea of the electric whip is pretty long reach. It hits for a good amount of damage and then lets you slide the target. But obviously, if I'm making, you know, the Black Widow Queen, having this thing do astral damage, which is fire and light doesn't necessarily make the most sense. So maybe I make this, now if I made this Discord damage, that seems like that would be a little bit too powerful. But maybe I make this lunar damage, right? Which is more sort of cold, dark, evil, right? Something like that. And we could make that switch very easily just for flavor purposes, right? Or, you know, we can change the fiction of this pretty well as long as we don't fundamentally change the mechanics of it too much. But when it comes to like swapping a damage type or something, I think that's totally fine. We could even make this piercing damage, right? And have it be like she, you know, she like, it's like a Zerg queen, right? She's got these like, she can flash out with her one of her legs and, you know, stab you with it and fling you around and stuff like that, you know? Zen Bullet says, I've been thinking about cognitive load and NPC abilities. Like having creatures with more than 3 features is obviously unwieldy, but 4 creatures with 2 is also bad. You're right, Zen Bullet. But also, let's talk about what we're talking about here. This is a game where combat is expected to be very cerebral and very engaged. One of the reasons we talk about cognitive load is because ostensibly we're trying to get through this combat in 30 minutes because we want to have 3 to 4 combats tonight, plus extra scenes, plus extra this, plus role playing. To my base understanding, it is the assumption that if you are going to have a fight in your session, you're probably going to have one fight, and it is going to take up a good chunk, if not the majority of your session time. So yes, this does slow the FPS down of our game. And that 30-minute combat ain't happening. But we are okay with that because we went into this expecting for, you know, us to have this moment, right, of really involved game. So, yes, the game is more complicated. Yes, the game is going to slow down. And we're okay making that trade-off because we want a more involved, in-depth game where there's a lot more, you know, skill involved, right? So, yeah. So, Pirate says, Zen Bullet, you're right. Running NPCs is difficult for me. Hard for a single fight, but in a quest, you typically see the same NPC types a few times, so you and the players get familiar. Jess says, the cognitive load also weighs less if the abilities clearly have different use cases from one another. So, Jess, I'm going to actually say something that, again, completely correct. One of the problems that I have sometimes with monsters in, say, Pathfinder 2 or 5th edition is, unlike, say, 4th edition, I understand that this monster is a controller. And all of these abilities are designed to help fortify or reinforce that concept. And if I understand, I mean, presumably after you run this game for a couple of times, you know what an architect is, right? It might be a Black Widow spider. It might be, you know, what's his name from Junkyard? Is that his name? From Overwatch, right? Junkrat. But you understand that what this guy or what this creature type is about. And so when you get to the abilities, it's very clear what these abilities are trying to do. They all work together, right? First, you use busy hands to use your standard action to perform a minor action, so that on the first turn, you can use 2 minor actions to lay down a bunch of traps. Then, once your traps are put down, you can start using your electric whip, okay, to start pushing people into your traps, right? Roadhog, Junkrat. I never played Overwatch. I just was trying to guess what things were called. So again, this is where this, I think, helps us, because there are some monsters where you go, what is this monster trying to do? Is this monster a leader? Is this monster a brute? Is this monster a controller? Is this monster a soldier? Should this monster be getting up close and personal with the NPCs? Or is it trying to stay back and lead from the back? I don't know, you know? So I completely believe that this, you know, is going to slow down the game. But I'm okay with that as long as my players are okay with that. Remember, a long fight isn't bad. A long, boring fight is bad. And so if your players are engaged and this is the kind of experience that they want, then presumably they should be having fun. So also as a controller, I'm expecting this to be a little bit more complicated than most. So that's our base abilities. But we can also, if we want, 13th Age calls these nastier specials. 13th Age has a way to sort of upgrade your monsters without actually increasing their quote unquote CR or level. So remember, you don't have to give a monster any extra specials, but you can give them up to 2. So as an architect, you could choose any of these or any 2 of these. And there's also a universal list that is available as well. So our architect, our spider, right? We're building this like, what are they called? Trapdoor spider, you know, so we'll call it like giant trapdoor spider or something like that. Right. Like I'm imagining, by the way, I'm imagining like a double sick combo, right? Where we create pitfall traps, and maybe like sticky traps. And like, you know, we're basically people fall into our pits and get stuck at the bottom. Seems pretty cool. But we can also add fast deployment. And this is a new trait that allows us to deploy 2 of our traps at once. So if we had fast deployment and we always have busy hands, we can now use 2 minor, or we can use our standard and our minor to deploy 2 plus 2 traps. We can put down 4 traps in one round. Sounds pretty cool to me. Just saying, it sounds pretty cool. Anyways, I'm getting excited. But we could also give ourselves a ranged weapon. We could also give ourselves a sticky bomb. We could also give ourselves a reaction, which is a tripwire. Again, very appropriate for our spider, right? I think that's really, really cool. This is like a support action to give our players or give our allies some benefits. Look at this fucking one. Redesign. The architect teleports any number of their traps within range to any new spaces within range. So you deploy a bunch of traps, the fight moves somewhere else, scuttle over, and shift all your traps. Now, again, this is a super tactical, super gamey thing. And for some GMs and some players, this is exactly what they're looking for. Now, these are the universal list. So remember, we only get 0 to 2 of these, but we could add this to our spider if we want to. It's totally totemic recall Cinnabos. I didn't want to say it, but it's exactly the same thing when you're a shaman and you spend all your mana and you get all your totems out, and now the fight's over there. And you're like, shit. It's exactly right, Cinnabos. So any NPC can be customized with this template, right? You know, like maybe our architect is an ooze, right? And we want it to be really tough. So we give it the tough trait, and now it has more hit points. And by the way, there's nothing that says, like, again, we aren't, you know, it's still a role-playing game. If I made an ooze architect, right? And, fundamentally, when I'm making my hazards, maybe I make a decision, right? Not to make pitfall traps. Now, to be fair, I could also think of a cool, now remember, I always said that I think mechanics first games are interesting because they demand that the fiction reinforce the mechanics, and I like the creative challenge that presents. You're like, how could an ooze create a pitfall trap? Oh, totally awesome, right? It sprays an area with ooze, with a acid. The acid melts through the stone or the ground and creates a pit, right? I don't know. It seems pretty simple to me. So, for whatever reason, maybe you decide, okay, fine. My ooze creature can create pitfall traps and sticky traps. I'm not going to create concussive traps with my ooze. It could. There's nothing that prevents me from doing it. But as a role-playing game, and I want to express this idea of an ooze-like creature, I'm just going to make a choice not to use concussive traps. That's cool. That's fine. And that helps you sort of, express that creature a little bit better. But maybe I give the creature plus 5 hit points to make it really tough. And maybe I give it sticky bomb because that seems really awesome, where it can throw a trap hitting somebody, and then basically I can hurl these globs of ooze across the battlefield, and then they kind of quiver and then blow up, and then they put everybody in place, right? So I love everything about this. This is the kind of prep that 4th edition had, but it's better, which is fun prep. Remember, prep isn't bad. Boring prep is bad. Prep that takes a ton of times is bad. If you enjoy the process as a game master of building these cool monsters using these fun little abilities, in fact, building this monster feels a lot like building a PC, doesn't it? And getting a cool idea for a creature and then deciding, how do I express this creature through the rules? That's a fun process, and you can enjoy that. Now, the beautiful thing, in my opinion, about this game, which has a huge advantage over 4th edition, is realistically, I'm expecting that if I'm prepping a quest for this week's beacon game, I am completely on board with the idea that we are going to probably do one combat scene. Maybe two, but probably one. Now, we might have a bunch of scenes, but the rest of those scenes are going to be narrative scenes. We might even have conflict or combat, but those scenes are going to be resolved using adversity challenges or skill challenges or whatever they were called. Story challenges or adversity challenges is what they were called, but they're the blanket term is a skill challenge. So I might resolve an earlier combat against a horde of skeletons by just using an adversity challenge. I am saving the combat rules and all of my work to do this. Now, if I was designing one combat or two at most a week, I wouldn't mind going through this process. But if you're expecting me to do 2 or 3 or 4 of these every single week, I'm out. That's too much work. So this is, this is, yes, in WoW terms, don't design the trash, right? Don't design all the trash. The only thing you're really designing here are essentially the boss fights, you know? Even in like a heroic dungeon or whatever, you know? Now, my relationship with the shaman is quite contentious. You see, when I played the game in vanilla, obviously Alliance, for the Alliance, Horde can suck it. Obviously the shaman was only a horde only class. And you know, it wasn't until, what was it Burning Crusade that the Draenei could be shamans? Is that right? I think. So I used to play a lot of PvP. That's the main way I played World of Warcraft is PvP. And so when I played mostly during vanilla, I played Shaman was a horde only class, right? And Paladin was an alliance only class. So I grew to hate the Shaman because the Shaman represented everything evil and broken and horrific about the horde. And if you've ever played Warsong Gulch against a Shaman and you're trying to play Capture the Flag against a class that can basically raise themselves from the dead, it is some bullshit, okay? And the Alliance didn't have access to that, okay? So, like, but Warsong Gulch was a Capture the Flag PvP map, and it was such bullshit because the Horde had this like the perfect flag carrier in the Shaman because again they could die and then self-res, and the Alliance didn't have that. All we had was fucking shitty Paladins. Not the Paladins were bad, but they were not Shaman, at least from a PvP perspective. So, anyways, that's my Shaman. My Shaman hate grows deep. Even after they introduced the Draenei and they could be played by the Alliance, I still think of that. Yeah, they Alliance had Bubble Hearth. That's correct. Which definitely didn't work in Battlegrounds, right, Fat Fox? It might have worked, quote unquote, in World PvP. And to be clear, I did play on a PvP server. I don't know. Were they all PvP servers back in the day? I don't remember how World of Warcraft actually worked, if that was a choice. But I mean, I definitely, I died many times to horde ganking. But yeah, anyways, good times. Oh, I didn't even get into that, by the way. So not only did the Shaman have a self-res, they also had a travel form that let them run faster. So they could go and get the flag. They could turn into their Ghost Wolf form. And then, which I believe, didn't it look like a weird lion? Or was that just a Tauren thing? Anyways, I just remember you'd see these shamans. They'd be zipping across the battlefield. They might get taken out. They'd self-res. It was such bullshit. Anyways. Well, my understanding... This is a whole World of Warcraft thing. Listen, I fought bravely for the Alliance many times, but it was my general understanding that okay, I'm starting to confuse it with the Druid shape. Okay, got it. Thank you. The Druid travel form looks like a lion. Got it. My general understanding is that Thank you for the resub, by the way. My general understanding is that all the casuals, the super hyper casuals, right? The the soccer moms and soccer dads, they all played Alliance because, they were pretty. And let's call it what it was. They all chose Night Elf. We all know this. In fact, I still stand by this to this day, that the single greatest nerf to the Hordes was the introduction of the Blood Elf, because they gave the Horde a pretty race. And that was terrible for them. Because before that, the only people who played Horde were diehard gamers who looked at shit like, the undead's passives and the orcs passives and said, well, that's broken. I'm going to be that. And it's like, but they look ugly. And it's like, yeah, well, it's a giant cow person, or it's a troll, or it's an orc, or it's a literal fucking zombie corpse. Meanwhile, the Alliance had, the humans, but they had the night elves and the night elves. So then when they made the Blood Elf, huge nerf, absolute huge nerf. So it's my understanding that in most servers, the Alliance sucked and the Horde were really strong. Fat Fuck says, yes, giving the Horde a pretty race caused a flood of players to come to the Horde, and it sucked. And the fact of the matter is, there's just a lot of people who play these games who don't want to be an ugly race, because they want to look good. So anyways, so I like my ooze. I like my giant spider. I like my ooze with extra hit points and a sticky bomb. And I could see my spider having a bunch of these things. Anyways, there are a bunch of these. There is the Ardent. I'll also say that as you play the game more and more, as a player and as a GM, you're going to start to learn, like, oh, I know what elementalists do, right? And you start to learn these abilities, and so you get to use them a little bit quicker and easier. I also like that every monster is a 2-page spread. You got the stats and their base features on one page, and then all their extra features are on another page. So this is a really nice. Oh, this one's so short it actually takes over, but they kind of break it up, I guess. Well, all right. For version 2, I spoke too soon. For second edition Beacon, it'd be cool if each of these just got 2 pages, right? Core stats, base features, extra features. I was like, oh, this is cool. No, okay. To be fair, it's because some of them are short, but I think it'd be cooler if it was just. Listen, the book is already 404 pages. I know it is. I know. I'm griping, but no, I mean it'd be cool. If for a brief shining moment, I was very impressed. Listen, raise some more funds, get some more art, and put some more art in here, and that way you can fill out the pages. But anyways, so back to single pages. So yeah, you can see all the different NPC types. Now, this is just part 1 of making NPC, and you could stop there. That's all you need to do to make a completely functional monster, is literally do nothing. If I took this monster, Mirage, okay, it has these base features, okay, it has phantasmal terrain, displacement, confusion, and redirect. It has these stats. I do not need to give it any extra features. I can give it 0 features. That's totally fine. Obviously, the creature is probably a little bit more flexible, a little bit more powerful if it has some extra features. It doesn't need a template. I could make this monster. I don't have to make this monster. It's literally already done. I could just take a tier 1 Mirage and run this creature. So the amount of work you actually need is 0. Now, granted, I have to know what these abilities do. So that is a little bit of work, either, before the session or during the session if I need to read it. But fundamentally, I am done. I can choose to add extra features like, invisibility field or conceal, but I don't have to. Then we get to the templates, and these are optional. So you can add a minion template. We can add a veteran template, and these add their own list of features that we can add, making the monster tougher and using more of our quote unquote budget for creating an adventure. So we can see that, like, for example, a mini boss has all of these base features. So this does make the creature considerably more complicated, right? It gets 2 turns each round. At the start of their turn, they clear one of the negative conditions on them. At the end of their turn, they can restore one of their destroyed pieces of equipment or tech. They can take 4 wounds before going out and 4 overstresses before going out. They automatically get +5 extra hit points. They can unlimitedly opportunity attack, and they make all of their wound and overstress rolls twice and can take either result. So even when you do wound them, the chances that they get completely messed up by that are lower. But we can also add all these extra things to them, like giving them a deadly crit ability or fanatical allies, or we can make them dangerous, and now they get to use the reroll table, making them much more likely to hit, yada, yada, yada. So now those are mechanical templates, right? And in 4th edition terms, it's making something a minion, making something elite, making something super elite, and then making something basically a solo or a mini boss. Although the game does go out of its way to say that you should never really throw a true solo at that. And Daggerheart does the same thing, by the way. But then there are also thematic templates. Like, for example, we could take our spider architect and give it the beast template, and that'll give it some extra beastie-like traits to make it feel more like a creature. Whereas if we made it an ooze, I don't know what options we have here. We got, there we go. We can give it the ooze template. So now I've made a beast architect, and that is sort of like our trap weaver giant spider. But I can also go ooze architect, and now I've made our sort of green slime, trap creature. And I think that's really cool, because you don't have to go this level of deep, but if you do, it gives the creatures these extra templates and these extra abilities. And I'm not going to lie, I think this stuff is fun. And this is the kind of monster creation that I can get behind, because it feels like creating a character, and it doesn't feel like work, because all the stats are taken care of and you don't have to worry about them. And you can't kill the party anyway. So even if you make something too fucking hard, it doesn't matter. So go for it. Have fun. This is just an absolutely thing. And then there's a whole separate chapter. We've talked about elites and veterans and mini bosses, but then there is actually a separate chapter just for bosses. And these are capstone fights. They are unique rules. This is your multi-phase, truly, solo in a battery of rules with a lot of extra rules, because, these games tend to break down because of action economies. But, here is the gigantic great worm dragon and all of its powers. And this is its stat block for stage 1, when it is in the Doomwing form, and it's taking to the sky, and cracks and fissures are appearing on the ground, and the air is beginning to superheat. And then and it's dropping down fire, rain and all this other stuff. And then after you defeat that phase, it becomes stage 2, where those ground cracks and ripples begin spewing lava into the air. The ground becomes a volcano. The creature's stats change. Its abilities change. It's like a whole nother fight. And then phase 3, the Inferno. The great worm turns its head upward in anger and frustrating, unleashing a gout of flame. The heat is so great, it feels like the air is on fire. The race is on. Can you defeat this force of nature before you burn alive? And now we literally have basically, we're just going to filling the battlefield with burning lava until either the monster dies or we all die. So this is your Fabula Ultima does the same thing with these extremely complex multi-phase boss monsters that is truly a solo. And they give us a dragon, they give us a kraken, and they give us a lich. So lots of fun stuff here. And then the last part of the game is shops, stuff to spend our gold on, loot. These are all those random loot tables that we get from our loot crates, our loot boxes. We have an appendix for all the NPC types by role and by their initiative. Remember, the game said you want to have a variety of initiatives and a variety of roles. Your fights are going to be way more boring if you have too many defenders. Your fights are also going to be too boring if everybody in your fight, all your monsters, go at initiative 1. So a great way to build an encounter is to pick a couple different roles from a couple different initiatives, right? Have some stuff that goes early, some stuff that goes in the middle, and maybe one thing that goes at the end, right? Or vice versa or whatever, and make up these monsters. Very cool. And here they are in order from high to low initiative, and here they are from by role, alphabetically. We got a glossary, an index with a bunch of information, a glossary with a bunch of terms, an index to look up everything, a quick combat guide just to remind us about how the reroll table works, how the combat structure works with the phases, and the surge costs. Remember, surging is what allows our players to go again. Basically, surge, if you played 4th edition, surge is like spending an action point in 4th edition. When you spend an action point, you basically get to go again. Well, you actually get an extra standard action, but in this game, you get to actually go again. But in 4th edition, you get an action point. It's a meta currency. You use it, and that's it. In this game, you don't need it, but each time you take it, it keeps taking more and more stress each time you take it. And then a reminder of what each of the core abilities does. And again, that's really player focused. And then lastly, the character sheet. Fat Fox says, oh my God, actual statted out phase boss fights. I house rule this all the time for my bosses because I like set piece bosses. And this is something else that I really want to talk about. Everyone on this channel knows I am against quote unquote railroading. However, the problem with highly tactical, and I GM'd 4th edition for a long time, so I'm going to be straight with you. I personally think 4th edition is very bad at sandbox, dungeon crawling type games. You know why? Because as the game master, I feel like it is my responsibility in the context of 4th edition to create extremely interesting battles. That means I'm going to spend a lot of time creating a really cool battlefield with a lot of interesting terrain and a lot of interesting tactical elements and goals and objectives. And then I'm going to create some really cool monsters. And I'm going to do a really cool job of building a team of monsters that can support each other and create an interesting tactical experience. Dare I say, a challenging tactical experience. I think part of the reason people want to play games like this is because they enjoy that sort of Magic the Gathering spike style play of we're here to be challenged and to see ourselves challenged. However, if I do all that work, you're fighting that fight. Okay. Like, I'm not going to have you be like, well, we zigged instead of zagged. So the term that I like, people sometimes like to use is it's not a sandbox and it's not a railroad. It's an amusement ride. Okay. It's a roller coaster. You're signing up for this experience knowing where it's going to take you, but you're accepting that it's going to take you somewhere thrilling and exciting. The quest structure of this game is fairly linear. And the idea is that you are going to fight this fight. But what's cool about that is it means that as a game master, you can spend an hour prepping this really cool fight. And and your players want to get to that fight. That's the reason we're accepting this as a game. Your players want to get to that fight because if the players end up going somewhere completely different and they go off the beaten path, yes, I could use these rules to quickly throw together an ad hoc fight. But is it going to be very good? No. It's not going to have the care and attention to detail that carefully considered battlefield, tactical elements, terrain elements, treasure chest elements, advantageous terrain, disadvantageous terrain, carefully selected roles, carefully built monsters, all to create this really fun experience. Also, full stop, sometimes you might create a battle like that in 4th edition, and that fight might still only take 45 minutes. I spent an hour and a half building the motherfucker. I might spend an hour and a half building this creature, and we get to fight that fight for like 2-3 hours. I feel like I'm getting more juice for my squeeze, as long as everybody's on that page. If that sounds horrendous to you and you would rather fall upon your Wakizashi and cut it out the other side, then don't play this game. This game is for people who want to engage in that, and I really respect that. And the reason that I thought it would be really good for our our Pathfinder 2, for our mega games, is because for years we have been running Pathfinder 2, and there is always a very popular, very common type of game that is popular. That is basically we call it an arena fight, a gladiator fight, a monster hunt fight, a monster hunt extreme fight, which is basically a session that is, some narrative bullshit, maybe make a couple skill checks and do a little bit of role playing, and then a really tough big fight that really challenges the PCs and asks them to be technically proficient and to play well. And that's basically the whole session. And, you can knock it out in, 2 hours or something like that. And that's what a lot of people kind of want out of these experiences, is to build a cool character and to go kick ass, basically. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I also think that the style of mega game sort of lends itself towards that to a certain extent, because you're not playing with the same consistent group and you're not playing with the same GM. So the ability to tell these really in-depth character arcs is very limited in a mega game. Very limited. I'm not saying it can't be done, but when you're playing with the same group and the same GM, you're playing with the same players week after week after week, so they get to see your character arc. When you're playing in a mega game, it's like a pickup group. They don't know your arc because they've never played with you before. You might literally be playing with a player who you've never played with before. So they have no sense of perspective of your character's journey. And so, right or wrong, this type of play is, I think, it's very common. It's very popular, So let's see what Pumpkin says. Cinnabos says, or he's talking to Cinnabos. It depends on the game, the expectations, whether funneling is okay. Technically, dungeons are a form of funneling. They are. That's true. It's a limited space, but players are free to form within it. That's true. Yes, I agree with Pumpkin here. Pirate says, I can't remember if it made it into the book, but at one point there was a section that was basically, hey, players, it takes a lot to set up these fights. Throw your GM a bone and don't try to avoid them. Correct. We've talked about this before on this channel, but there are, for some players, one of the reasons they like to play role-playing games is because they like for the game to say, this is this hard fight, and it's going to be really tough. And they enjoy the shit stirring that comes with, combat as war, and coming up with some ridiculous bullshit shenanigan plan to shit all over the GM's carefully laid, balanced fight and win without really risking anything. I understand that style of play. I appreciate that style of play. But not like this. Okay? Not like this. Because as a GM, I'm not going to build this fight if you guys are just going to shit all over it. But see, part of the problem is, unfortunately, part of the reason that players like to do that is specifically, I think, because they enjoy the grief. I'm not saying that they're a griefer or that they're toxic. It's more complicated than that. What I'm saying is part of their enjoyment comes from knowing that the GM spent a lot of time to create this really tough fight, and the players feel like they outsmarted the game or the GM and beat it without having to beat it. That behavior is problematic. And, so again, this is where it's complicated. That's all I'm going to say. Zen Bullet says, I am guilty and I'll do it again. So when if I'm playing a game like 3rd edition D&D or, basic D&D, where I literally just had a random encounter, the monsters, there's no work, the battlefield, there's no battlefield. It's just a random, it's just a random group of ghouls that were literally a random encounter. I have no skin in that game. If the players want to come up with some bullshit thing where they go, oh, well, we're going to take those barrels that we found earlier and we're going to roll them down the stairs and break open the thing and then they're going to be covered in oil and then I'm going to throw a torch down there. Okay. I've told this story before. It's called Death Spike 9000. One time, Smith had a dungeon. It was a mega dungeon. And every dungeon level had a dungeon level boss. And on one of the levels, it might have been level 1, but it might have been level 2. There was a dungeon boss. And it was called like Gore Spike. And it was a big bull. It was a big giant boar. And we didn't fight it. Instead, what we did was we like found a hallway. We covered it with a bunch of grease spells. We bought a bunch of spears and we set them up at the end of the hallway. And we put a bunch of sandbags to create a gigantic like hedgehog of spears. And then we tied one of the players to a rope. And then like we had them like taunt the boar and then the boar started chasing us. And then we like pulled on the player. They slipped and slide down the grease. The boar came charging into the hallway, slipped on the grease. For good reason, we set the grease on fire. I don't think that was really important, but we did it. The boar slid down the hallway on the grease, crashing into the end of the hallway and our hedgehog of spears, and then died. Now, that is what we call a bullshit shenanigan combat is war victory. But do you know what the work that Smith put into that? None. It was just a dire boar. That was the big boss of the dungeon level. It was literally a CR3, whatever, dire boar, straight out of the monster manual, right? I think it was PF1. So it might have been 30. No, it was, if George was playing, it was PF1. Yeah, it was probably Dungeon Quest. Was it Dragon Quest? I don't know. Anyways, it was just a dire boar. So Smith didn't care. He thought it was great. The amount of time and effort he put into making his cool, big, dungeon boss was nothing. He just picked a monster out of the monster manual and used it freaking straight up. Now, in the modern context of like Fabula Ultima or this game, if Smith had created a boss monster, not even a mini boss, but a full boss monster, all that multi-phase and 8 traits for the first phase and 8 traits for the second phase and 8 traits for the third phase. And he created this really cool room where we were going to fight the boar. He had all these cool tactical traps and elements for us to interact with. And the way we killed his boss was by coating a hallway in grease and slamming it into a bunch of spears. I'm not even sure, by the way, if that even really would work in real life. But Smith said, sure, fucking of course it works because I don't have any skin in this game. In a scenario where Smith did that, there are some players who go, now I really, really want to cheat the win here because the fun and enjoyment I get over a game is from cheating it. I don't know what drives that type of player, but it is it's very strong in the TTRPG ecosystem, I think. And I think part of the reason that many RPGers get really bristly about gamey games, which by the way, role-playing game, the G stands for game, but the reason why they get very bristly about gamist games, or it's like a board game and it's like a video game, what they really mean is I can't cheat. I can't cheese this. And I want to cheese this because the enjoyment I get out of role-playing games is being a shitster, right? It's being a shenanigans. It's being a troublemaker, right? It's being an instigator. I like not following the rules. I like, not coloring inside the lines. I like subverting expectations. And that's the enjoyment that they get out of the game, which is fine. And if they want to play a role-playing game with me, that's also fine. But I'm not going to play Beacon with them. So that that style of play, I think, belongs, say, in Shadowdark or BXD&D, where the amount of effort that I, as the GM, put into these combat encounters is essentially zero or none. And more so than that, especially in BXD&D, if you kill the monster in some really cool, creative way, or if you kill it in some really lame, cheaty way, I don't care. You don't even get experience for it, You get experience for finding treasure. So I don't even care. Like, I don't even feel like you're winning anything. You're just going through the motion. That's fine. I also get it. Your character sucks. Why would you want to use, your character. Your character sucks. Your character doesn't have any cool powers and abilities. The idea that somebody would want to play Beacon and make one of these really, really cool characters with all these complicated abilities, only to ignore all those so that they could, you know, coat a hallway in grease and slide a big pig down it into a bank, you know, a wall of spears. You know, congratulations. You know, you got to avoid playing the game. Are you happy? Again, you know, it's like you play, you know, congratulations, you played yourself. You know, that mean. All right. I went on a long rant there. Jess was saying something, and I want to catch up with this. So Gonzalez says as well, games like D&D, there's no benefit to combat. It's just a risk. So the best choice is to avoid it. And by the way, that was always true in D&D, especially when treasure was the way that you got experience points. The big problem, I think, in D&D came when people still wanted to do that, but we changed the experience points from treasure to fighting the monsters. And I know what people say, oh, we give experience points for defeating the monster. You don't actually have to kill them. We just have to defeat them. Let's call it what it is. 99 times out of 100, that means killing the monsters. Because even if the GM is going to award you for quote unquote defeating the monsters, but not necessarily killing them, most players aren't comfortable with that because they go, no, like they're going to come back and fuck us, you know, from behind. They're going to outflank us. They're going to go tell their allies. There's, you know, long story short, they're going to kill them 99% of the time. So in D&D, there was no benefit to combat. That was 100% true because you got your experience points. You got your reward from treasure. But Pirate Gonzalez goes on to say, in a tactical game like this, getting into the fight is the reward. You have a cool build that you've spent presumably a lot of time thinking about, and now you get to use it. So I completely agree with that. Yeah, so Davey says, I was jamming my own system that was very tactical and 4E based, and my players dodged a boss fight. So now I had to scramble to make it happen without making their choices meaningless. But it's like, congratulations. Now you get a lame fight. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be able to throw something together as quick, as cool as it was at the thing that I did before. So here's Jess. Jess says, yes, I once prepared a single session side adventure to occupy a dead week where another player couldn't make it. Very nice. One of my friends decided to argue with the NPC who had the information that they needed. Instead of actually getting the information and carrying on with the plot, they asked, what's next? When they left without the information. And I told them, nothing. Nothing is next. I prepared a specific story meant to last one session, and you've left the scope of that. So your character calls the police on this NPC and they show up, and I'm not running all of that because that's outside of the scope I prepared. So congratulations. You've reached the end of the scenario. You have won. Right. Again, DJ Khaled, right? Oh, that's what it is. This is DJ Khaled. Congratulations. You played yourself. So, yeah. So Davey says, yes, thank you. So Pumpkin says, it's why Spikes enjoy heavy gamist games. The game sets the rules that you have to optimize by. Spikes want a fair fight. They want to be challenged. They don't want to cheat. So this is, I know, if he watches it, he's going to give me shit because he goes, why do you always talk about Magic the Gathering player profiles? Because it's probably the game with like the most thought and care and concern put into it ever. Griefing is not a Spike thing. Griefing is a Timmy thing. Remember, Timmys or Spikes play games, Magic the Gathering, but it applies to role-playing games too. Spikes play games because they want to prove something to themselves. Timmys play games because they want to feel something. They want to experience something. And we always make this very naive presumption that what they want to experience is fun or thrills or excitement or laughter. But sometimes they want to experience Schadenfreude, right? Sometimes they want to, the experience that they want to have is that feeling of enjoyment that other people are having a bad time. So that is not a Spike thing. that is a Timmy thing. Now, spikes will cheat. All right, like a spike taken to the right. It's almost like what is it? What is it called? Enneagrams, right? Like, you know, are you a 2? Are you a 7? Are you an 8? Enneagrams have this idea of like this core player personality, or not player, but a core personal personality. But it can kind of like be taken to the bad side, or it can be taken to the good side. So, you know, a spike in the good way is very fair. They play by the rules. They'll remind the GM when they miss a point of damage. They'll make a mistake on their turn and then correct themselves and say, no, I'm sorry, I missed. Take that damage back. Because they want to win, but they want to do so within the context of the rules. Cheating to win or by accident takes away the validity and the feeling, the good feelings that they get. But spikes can also go to the bad side, which is where you get people who cheat, because winning is the only thing that matters, and they will do anything to win. So Timmies are the same way. Timmies are there to experience something. They're there to feel something. And in the good sense, they are there to have fun and be part of a social environment and to experience the thrills and the thing. But they can also go to the bad side. And a Timmy can enjoy it when other people are having a bad time. They can laugh at others' misfortune. They can enjoy it when they get that feeling of shitting all over somebody else's hard work or their dreams or their ideas. And they get that visceral feeling of enjoyment from being a jerk. So everything can be very, you know, good or bad. There's no right or wrong. So sometimes spikes get a bad rap, but sometimes spikes can actually be very, very, very powerful in a good way to a RPG game. People tend to think of spikes as rules lawyers, but you're missing the point. That's them starting to go to the dark side, right? That's where they start wanting to win at any cost, and they will argue, and they will, you know, they're trying, you know, their desire to win outweighs their desire to be fair. So that's where you kind of get to it. Yes. So we haven't talked about Johnny, but yes. So Johnny plays games to express themselves, right? They use the game as a way to show off their creative side. They use the game as a way to highlight their creativity and all this other stuff. I think Johnny's become a problem when the game is when their self-insertion becomes problematic, right? The game is all about them. It's all about my character's needs. It's all about my special snowflake. It's, you know, what about my story? What about my focus? It needs to be this way. No, my character's arc has to be like this. I have to get this item because it's important for my character's, you know, story or build. Or no. It makes sense for my character that I, you know, abuse this child. It's like, well, come on. Like, no, right? So Johnny's forget that we're playing a game, and they take this personification thing way too far. I think, you know, people who are so-called hardcore role players, they start going into bad Johnny. Emmanuel Galetto, the author and designer of Fabula Ultima, is very famous, or infamous, if you want, for saying that he thinks immersion is not only something he doesn't care about, it's bad. He actually states that he thinks immersion is a thing to be avoided at all costs. He thinks it's problematic for a variety of reasons. And he believes that trying to, you know, suspend your disbelief and forget you're playing a game, he goes, has led to more problems than anything else I've ever seen at a gaming table. And I am inclined to agree with him. So Jess says, yeah, it makes sense for my character. Interesting. Why did you make a character like that? It's also, I don't know why, but it also reminds me of a recent quote. I mean, this quote's been around for a lot, but Luke Crane recently did an interview over on Elder Goblin Games channel. You should check it out. It's a great interview. And it's the name of the interview is about why system matters. And you'll hear a lot of people say system doesn't matter. And you'll go, you know, you'll be like, you'll be talking about a game, and you know, they'll talk about the character and they go, no, man, system doesn't matter. It's all about the GM, right? A good GM can take any system and they can run whatever story, you know, they want. And you know, people say this and you're like, okay, cool. So we can play 4th edition D&D then? And they'll go, well, you know, no, I was thinking like 5th edition D&D, you know. Well, I thought you just said system doesn't matter. So we should totally play 4th edition D&D, you know, or we should totally go play Burning Wheel. And then they're like, that now suddenly system matters, right? So when people say system doesn't matter, they're talking out of their ass. Because if somebody says that and then you said, insert random game here. If you say, okay, we're going to play Legend of the Five Rings then, or we're going to play Torchbearer, or we're going to play 4th edition D&D, I think people would immediately start making excuses. And they'd say, well, a system up here. I go, oh, so system does matter. Got it. Okay, perfect. John, Davi says, I realize a lot of this could be solved by the GM saying, okay, this is going to be a blank type of game here. If that's not type of thing, then this is not the table for you. Davi, you are completely correct. This is, you know, this is not even session 0. This is before anyone ever shows up. The problem, Davi, is role-playing games serve many roles in people's lives. And one of the roles that they often serve is as a form of socialization and social gathering. And there's a lot of people who either as the game master, they feel bad for excluding one of their friends or a friend's loved one or a friend's partner or just a random person that they don't want to exclude. Or as a player, you know that this game isn't for you, but the alternative will be to sit at home alone on a Saturday night. So this is where, you know, there's some conflict, basically. Did he give examples? I think he has, Super Writer Andy, but I'm not as active on the Need Games and Rooster Discords as other people are, so I don't know exactly what his stories are. But I mean, I could look it up. I guess it doesn't really matter, but where is my Need Games? Did I highlight? No, I hit it. Where did I put it? What is Rooster? There it goes. I found it. I'm just looking up here. This is just a quote here. Immersion is also a particularly deceptive concept as well, so you'll never see me mention it under positive light or really ever require or endorse it. What matters is engagement and emotional resonance, but immersion in the sense of becoming the character and refusing to address things on a mechanical layer is often problematic. And then someone said, wondering though, why do you believe the concept is deceptive and problematic? And then Rooster says, it just doesn't exist. We're always here playing a game. We know that. And we must, not only that, we must keep it in mind. We are ourselves, not the character. And trying to pretend otherwise doesn't lead to good places. This doesn't mean that we shouldn't get invested or emotional about it. It's just, it's not good if what you seek from a game is forgetting it's a game. It's heralded as virtuous and poorly understood with little common definitions too. Much like metagaming, which is actually a fundamental aspect to play, these concepts are still very poorly defined. And again, we usually think of things as metagaming bad, immersion good. And there's this and what it really comes down to is gameism bad, right? Immersion, simulationism, actoring good, right? We praise the critical role people with their in-depth actor stances, and we poo-poo on the people who like mechanics and crunchy games. I don't know why that is. There's been something that happened in role-playing games where it became, you know, very, very popular and very to shit on gameism and to say like we should all be actors on a show. And I agree with Emmanuel. I don't think that's the case. Right now, obviously, just, you know, every group is different. Every group can play. You have a group they want to, especially if you're playing something like a LARP or whatever like that. And there is a reason that we do have safety tools, right, to make sure that baggage doesn't come into the question. You know, so I do agree with that. Let's see here. I like playing in different. Gilmore says, I like playing in different styles. That's why system matters. Well said, Gilmore. I agree with you. There's a reason why I like all these different types of games. Why I want to play a basic OSR type game, but I also want to play, a game like Beacon. And it's not because I want to play the same exact game. It's because I want to play a different game. So Jess says, okay, yes. As someone who just said I am a fan of immersion, I also agree with this take in its fullness. Right. So again, it's I don't want to get into, I don't want the critters to come for me. I don't think Critical Role did anything bad, but I do generally dislike what they did to role-playing games. Yeah, I agree. That's right, Mescore man. Well, there's also this is a Derek thing, right? I don't think role-playing is what the people on Critical Role do. I think that is called acting. I think it's called improv acting. And I do not think role-playing is the same thing as improv acting. I do not think that they are remotely connected or related. I think they are completely separate concepts, topics, ideas, and I do not think that improv acting has any requirement in a role-playing game.
Woke in the darkness of Khazad-dûm. Shadow and flame.
You can DR Metropolis.
Tip $3. Metagaming and crunch don't exclude investment. Otherwise we wouldn't see people doing years-long Warhammer Fantasy /40k campaigns with named leaders, custom paint jobs, etc.
If you want to see a campaign, if you want to see some in-depth, awesome cinematic storytelling, go to miniwargaming.com, YouTube, Mini Wargaming. I don't know if it's behind their paywall or not, but they do these, what they call narrative campaigns. Recently, they just started playing a lot of Mordheim, which is a fantastic skirmish level war game from Games Workshop that came out in 1999. I know because I played it New Year's Eve, 1999. That's right. 2000, new millennium, December 31st. Where was I? At home, at my parents' house. I was a senior in high school. I was at home, at my parents' house, playing a skirmish Mordheim game with Aaron Smith. Anyways, it's awesome. They play a war game and they tell stories from it. And they are super involved, and they are super involved. And the level of care and, like you said, with the paint jobs, Dr. Metropolis, I completely agree with you 100%. So, and to be clear, in its own way, I think that is role-playing, right? Correct, Wes. Unfortunately, the masses do think that is what a TTRPG is supposed to be now. And I think that has done, unfortunately, I do think it has done some amount of lasting harm to our hobby. If for no other reason than what they do, what Critical Role does, is really fucking hard. And I think it makes people feel like, oh, I can't play. That's the problem. So I'm right there with you, Dr. Metropolis. Exactly. I mean, and one of my life goals, I've never done it, is I want to run. In fact, we talked about setting it up on the KLC Discord. I wanted to run a campaign of using Kings of War, which is a great fantasy rule set for wargaming. That's a lot simpler than Warhammer, which could be a good thing. And do it with play TTS, play remote, and have people play their games on Tabletop Simulator and then report the findings and do some sort of emerging narrative campaign. I think it would be awesome, right? And for me to function as a game master, right? So I am a referee, almost kind of like a free Kriegspiel, but using the rules of Kings of War and have hidden troop movements and intrigue, basically Game of Thrones level type stuff. I thought that would be so awesome. I've never gotten to run one of those kind of campaigns, and I just thought it would be so awesome. Jams says, I think we need a shift in culture. We need to call these games TTGs as the broad term. The nomenclature alone gives people the impression that you should focus on immersions, right? Well, yeah. Generally speaking, my understanding is that the term role-playing game emerged simply because players were used to playing entire armies. And now you were just playing as one person, right? You were playing the role of the fighter. You were playing the role of the cleric. Whereas before, you never played the role of anyone. You were just your whole army. And, you know, the early games were very much rooted in that wargaming tradition. And so calling it a role-playing game, in my opinion, you know, there's this like modern, you know, right, there's this sort of tangential term. I don't know how long it has been in use, right? But people talk about role-playing as like a therapy thing, or role-playing in a psychological sense, right? Where it's like, hey, you're going to pretend, okay, we're in therapy, we're in couples therapy. Okay, I want you to be, you know, your wife, and I want you to take and, you know, be her, pretend her, put yourself in her shoes and really, you know, feel what she's feeling and be in her. And that's therapy role playing. And I don't think I don't think that's even remotely close to the same thing as role playing. I really don't. And I think people have made it that. And I think that's no bueno for me personally. Again, my opinions, my channel, my hot takes. I'm allowed to say whatever I want to say, right? But that is generally speaking how I feel. So Gilmore says, if we're playing Draw Steel, I try to build the most destructive elementalist. But if we're playing the One Ring, then we're doing it right. I want to feel melancholy and get cool loot from Lost Ages. Gilmore, that's the attitude that I think more people should have. So you're right on the spot. Kojo, do you think the rise in popularity of actual plays contributes to people hating on gamism? Kojo, 10,000%. Not just that, but the actual plays, let's call it what it is. The actual plays are all people just trying to cash in on the Critical Role Dimension 20 dime. They all follow the same exact template. They all try to put together like the most, you know, diverse, politically correct group that they can, because they want to seem like they are just being hyper inclusive. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. Representation is amazing and I love it. But the fact of the matter is these groups are being put together deliberately, right? They are being put together with a plan. And I think a lot of them are trying to get that bag and they're trying to get that coin. And the way that they know how to do that is via the Critical Role methodology. Does that make it disingenuous? A little bit, because I don't think that they're there to play role-playing games. They're there to create a form of weird improv bad storytelling. And I don't think that's even close to resembling what a role-playing game is, personally. Baldur's Gate 3 also did not help. Take care, Gilmore. Big shout out, Jekyll says, big shout out to the KLC Torchbearer actual play. Right. So our actual play was just me playing Torchbearer and hitting record. It wasn't us actually trying to make an actual play. So it's a real actual play, right? Davi says, immersion, as one of my players defined it, the thing that the GM makes that makes me really want to kill the bad guy in a tactical battle on a grid. That's nice. I am somewhat familiar with Rangers of Shadow Deep, or at least I've seen it on the things, because, you know, Shadow Deep sounds like Project Shadow Deep, and that's what made me think when somebody mentioned this to me when I named my Mega Dungeon Shadow Deep. Yeah, Davi, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, to be fair, role-playing games have always sort of been synonymous with D&D. It's not like D&D is the new hotness. It's like D&D has always been the big game. I mean, let's call it what it is. Jess says, people talk about metagaming as a negative when meta knowledge is also the thing that we're using when two players in a story-first game set their characters on a collision course for a big dramatic scene. 100% agree. It is you're setting this up to create this moment, and that's exactly what a meta game is. Well, I didn't want to talk about that kind of role playing either, Jams, but you know, you're right. What are you doing, stepfather? my character is emotional about the relationship with their siblings. So next session, I'd like to have that come up in a big emotional breakdown about it. Yeah. And you're setting this up. You're creating this artificial set of circumstances and all this other stuff. And Karama says we need to focus the game back on the game part of the game. But to be clear, I think the game part of the game doesn't have to be tactical grid 2-hour fighting. There are plenty of really cool games that use their mechanics to help you tell incredible stories with great character moments. Avatar Legends, I think, is very much a game with very strong mechanics that push and pull your character and test their loyalties and test their commitment to their principles and their ideals, that push their emotional states all over the place, that force you into making decisions that you might not have otherwise made. And that's the mechanics doing the work of that. So it's not just game, doesn't just have to, people hear game and they think, you're pushing buttons and face rolling an encounter, a combat encounter. That's not necessarily what it means. And that's true. People did hate metagamers and rules lawyers well before actual players. And that's usually because, Ludo, the game of role-playing was seen as an us versus them perspective, right? The job of the goal of the campaign, the job of the player was to beat the DM. And metagaming and rules lawyering was seen as a sort of dishonest or cheaty way of beating the game. And that's why it was vilified, because it was seen as an attempt by the players to gainsay the undisputed authority of the godlike GM. So I think that prejudice came from horrible gaming culture, where the idea was that, like, if the players won, it was like, I'll get you next time, Gadget. It was based in this very conflict-minded, which makes total sense because these games came out of war games where you fought you. The only thing they did was they replaced army versus army with army versus a couple of guys. But the mentality was still there for a long time. Has Stranger Things have a negative impact on the TTRPG? I don't think so. I think the way that they play our D&D and Stranger Things is pretty awesome. That's awesome, Jams. Yeah, there you go. It's a good reason, right? You put it up there just to have fun with your friends and, whatever. Actual play to normal games is like porn to actual relations. Now that's a take. That's a take. And that's the thing, Jams. Jams says we need to support more beer and pretzel type of actual plays. Dudes and gals just hanging out and having fun making a story together. Unfortunately, that is not very fun to watch. I mean, for most people, maybe you get a kick out of it, but most people do not. That's the truth of the matter is people don't actually want to watch people play D&D. They'll watch beautiful actors, improv and voice actors riff off of each other and create stories together. People pay to go see that. That's called going to an improv show. People want to see that. They'll watch that. I don't know that anybody actually wants to watch real people play real D&D. So. Let's see. Jess says, this primarily cruxes on the way people engage with D20 fantasy versus the way they engage with a story first game. Is your POV that you are your character or that you are the author of your character? In D20 fantasy metagaming is almost exclusively a tool to grief. Yes. And just, GNS theory would call this the difference between an actor stance and an author stance, right? And actor stance is this idea that I am my character. I am, reacting as they would react. And I am my character. And as you pointed out, I'm not saying it's exclusively used to grief, but it tends to drive a lot of grieving, and under the aspects of, but it's what my character would do. And the problem with that is that's great. The problem that I have with that mentality is what your character would do is probably not necessarily what is going to make the game the most fun for everybody else at the table. And that's the only line in the sand I need to draw. That's it. That's the only line in the sand I need to draw. That if you are at a moment where you are truly an actor and what your character would do would be to make this game less fun for the people at the table, fuck you and your character. Make the choices that are going to make the game fun for everybody else. But that's not true to my character. Fuck your character. Your character is an imaginary construct that's written down on a sheet in 8.5 by 11 paper. We, your fellow players, are real people. So why don't you concern yourselves with us instead of concerning yourself with your imaginary construct? This fetishization with people's characters is, I think, so horrendous. This desire to create this new identity. I agree with Emmanuel. I think it is not only not fun or helpful, I think it's potentially very problematic, you know? Exactly. I mean, you don't even have to be the main character. It's just not helpful. What is helpful is when we're all playing a game together and we all remember that and we're all, you know, making choices that are going to help us, you know, create the best experience that we can. Well, no, Jams. Traditionally, GNS breaks it down into three. Now, for players, they talk about you could be in actor mode, author mode, or director mode. I did a poll on my Patreon, and I just randomly pulled these out of my ass based on random things that I've seen over the years and some of my own experiences. Let me find it real quick. I talked about the role of the game master. And I asked people a poll. I asked them, what role of the game master do you struggle with the most? And I said, or it was said, okay, I said the role of the game master as narrator, director, improviser, designer, facilitator, builder, and referee. So I think those are the roles of the game master, right? They can be narrators, directors, improvisers, designers, facilitators, builders, and referees. So in certain senses, you know, you could think of part of your role as a game master is, you know, describing and bringing the fiction to life. But another role of your game master is framing scenes and pacing the session. Those are kind of two different skill sets. Now, I do think a good GM manages all 7 of those traits, those roles, wears all 7 of those hats very well. But it's, you know, it's tough. We all have elements to get better at, right? Like for me, I'll tell you, like on that list, as a narrator, do I think I'm good? Yes, I think I'm pretty good at using flowery language and being good with my words. As a director, am I good at framing a scene and pacing the session? Yes. In fact, I might be too good in that I you know, I'm like, okay, this is boring, cut, move, let's go to the next scene. As an improviser, yes. As a designer, creating mechanical challenges and meaningful problems to solve. That might be an area where I could use a little bit more work and help. I'm not always as completely tuned in to the meta of a game and how the rules really interact. It's not one of my areas that I really focus on. As a facilitator in keeping the group healthy, engaged, I don't know. I don't. Maybe I don't know that I'm that great at that because I've played with the same people a lot. As a builder, creating world settings and lores, I'm bad at that. One of the reasons I really love collaborative world building is because I get to pick the brains of people that are better at this than me and get to riff off of their ideas. I don't think I'm particularly good at building world settings and lores. I would be a terrible author. And then as a referee, adjudicating rules and rulings, I'm very strong there. So even I would say that there's at least 2, maybe 3 of the 7 that I find myself struggling with. And by the way, Wes, you're weakest at the first 2. Well, the order I was listing them was from the one that got voted the most to the one that got voted the least. So my Discord also voted for narrator as describing and bringing the fiction to life as the thing that they are collaboratively the weakest at. And then director, which is framing scenes and pacing, as the second. So the order I listed that in is the order of problems. So you're in good company there. I'm a builder for sure. Watch me derail a game by describing the economic situation of an area every time. And I can always tell this because I remember like when some games come out, like I remember when Adventure Conqueror King came out and Smith, who is a fantastic builder, he was so excited about that game because it had all these like merchant demand treasure take, like, look, like wheat is in high production here. So that has created a negative influence, but then wheat is in demand on the other side of the continent because they got hit with a drought, which caused a spike in wheat production. And now the arbitrage between wheat from the West and wheat from the East is huge. And that's going to create massive implications for the kind of grain economy. And I'm just like, I'm like dying here, but like for Smith, he loves it, and for me, I don't care about the details. I want, hit me with the base, Pumpkin says, my issue is sometimes I'll try to improve at an area I'm weak at and accidentally focus so hard on it that I forget the other ones that I'm normally actually pretty good at. Right. Yeah, I think that's a common problem for all of us, Pumpkin. I will say this: it's a common problem for me in past relationships. I'll be like, oh, I need to work better at this, and then I'll be like, oh, I completely forgot about all the rest. Kermit, some of the best DM advice I ever heard is to don't worry about creating stories; those tend to be real. Let's create situations and interest. Yeah, right. Prep situations, not plots, is usually the terminology. Yes, I think generally speaking, we play role-playing games because we want to create a story together. And if you already have the ending in mind, if you already have the key beats pre-established, you are robbing your group of what I think is the central goal of the role-playing game, which is to create. See, I don't think the point of a role-playing game is to role-play as a character. Fuck the character. I don't even care about your character. I don't care about my character when I make a game. The point of a role-playing game is for us collaboratively to create a story. That's it. And to produce experiences that are engaging, interesting, and fun. I don't think role-playing games are about your character. I don't think that they're about the character. I think caring about your character leads to problems. But again, I'm full of hot takes. There's a scene, right? Like, which is like, there's a quote, right? Like, no movie is worth a scene. No scene is worth a line of dialogue or something like that, right? Like, I don't think that. Now, to be clear, our characters are the protagonists and they are important to the story and they should be the central part of the story. But what I'm trying to say is they are in service to that greater story, right? They serve at the pleasure of the narrative rather than the other way around. Yeah, that's a great way to put it, Pumpkin. RPGs can be about the characters and their interactions, but it's very different than your character. And that's where I agree for sure. I for one, if I'm sitting down with a group of people to collaborate, I want people to be in that mindset of collaboration. I don't want them to be in a mindset of how do I play my character the most accurately. This also gets into an area that I also think is kind of bullshit, which is when people say, and again, we've had lengthy discussions about this on the Discord, when people say things like, well, I didn't make that decision. My character did. Fuck you. Unless your character has, went full Skynet on us, the last time I checked, all the decisions your character are making are made by you. Okay. Now, maybe you have such a strong level of cognitive dissonance that you can literally think two opposing thoughts in the same brain. But the truth of the matter is your character is just doing what you told them to do. Okay. Your character isn't surprising you. Okay. You know how you can't tickle yourself? It's the same thing. Right. So when someone makes a decision that is problematic or an asshole or whatever, that isn't the character making that decision. That's Bob. Okay. That's Stacy. Okay. They're the ones making that decision. Just get out of here. You cannot tickle yourself. I think it's like biologically impossible. Somehow Jess violates the rules of base biology. Maybe that's why you're so special, Jess. Now, that is what is so cool about a game like Pendragon, or a game like Avatar, or a game like Legend of the Five Rings. The mechanics, the dice, come in and they go, your character is angry now. And the players at the table go, okay, your job. In fact, if you want to talk about being an actor, the last time I checked, your favorite actors aren't riffing on the character. You know what they're doing? They're being given a script. They are being given direction from a director. They are being given lines from a script writer. And it is their job as an actor to bring those lines and those characters to life. They don't get to decide, I know the director and the writer said that my character would be upset at this, but I don't think so. I don't think they would. No. You know what most people call when there's a director who's also the writer who also stars in their own movie? They call that self-indulgent bullshit. If in a TTRPG, the director and the writer, that's the dice. That should be the mechanics. And your job as an actor is to take the results that those mechanics have fed you. The same way that an actor on a stage is given direction and given script and given lines from a screenwriter. And then it is your job to portray those results. So if we're playing Avatar Legends and a dice mechanic says my character is angry, which is a mechanical condition in this game, it is not, I am a bad actor if I go, but my character wouldn't be angry in this scene. I hate these mechanics and I hate this game because I know my character and they wouldn't be angry in this scene. No, you're just a bad actor. A good actor is given that direction from the script, from the director, and then they have to go, all right, I've learned, how do I integrate this into this character? How do I bring this character's anger to life in this scene and sell it to the audience? That's what a good actor does. So when I hear people saying that they are actors and they don't like games like Avatar Legends, I think it's a little sus. Because I think if you were really into acting, you would actually love those mechanics, because that's exactly what being an actor is like. It's being given direction and lines, and then it is your job, it is your challenge to take that externally provided information and direction and bring it to life. You don't get the input on what your character says or feels or does. That's the script. That's the director. And in my case, I like those things to be the game engine, right? There's three forces at work. There's the game master, the players, and then the game engine or the rules. And I like for those three things to sort of interact and work together. So let's see here. I'm dropping hot takes tonight. Well, listen, it's Sunday. The snow is coming in. In fact, we're being a little bit shielded right now, but we're getting about a 1/4 inch an hour. Let's see where we'll be here by midnight. Oh, yes. Looks like it's going to snow all night. Hopefully it won't be too bad because I have to drop my car off in the morning because I got rear-ended the other week. And it's supposed to start snowing again around midday. Snow, 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 snow. Snow, 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 snow. All right, it's supposed to be snowing most of tomorrow as well. Jess says, I also will say that while I agree with you that everything my character does is under my control and I am making those choices, I can also be surprised by improv ideas I would not have otherwise had, divorced from the wider context of the situation and the perspective this character holds within that situation. I've heard this before, and I will respect your statement. I just don't understand it. I'm not calling anyone a liar. I'm just simply saying, ultimately, I think that the decisions that you're making are yours. Tenra Bancho 0 just got added to our first look queue, actually, and got boosted. So it's actually going to be coming up soon in our first look queue. That's pretty nice. I feel like I'm going to make everyone make a character, then all pass them to the left and play. Well, it's interesting that you say that, Cinnabos, because one of the things that I've noticed, we were talking about earlier today, a new patron joined, and they were talking about how they were playing in a Band of Blades game. And Band of Blades is a game that features a style, which is used in other games, like Ars Magica uses it, which is called troop style play, which is where you don't always play as one character, right? In Ars Magica, every player has a wizard, a mage. I don't remember what they're called. Are they called wizards? I think they're called wizards. Anyways, every character has a wizard, but it's usually not the case that all the wizards are playing together. So usually, like if Pumpkin is playing his wizard, the rest of us are going to be playing like secondary characters, like that, are like in service to that wizard, or the fighter bodyguard, of the wizard. And so next session, you might be playing a different thing. So you don't play the same character every session. And Band of Blades works the same way. And I've noticed a lot of people that are really about, the acting sense, don't like that style of play. That also is really interesting to me because as an actor, like if you were a professional actor, I don't know how to tell you this, but you play a lot of different roles. Assuming you're a successful actor, you're going to, hey, I was a drug addict, I was a drug addict, criminal, last month. And then this month I'm a family man with a, who will pay, will fight for his family no matter what the cost. Part of the role of being an actor is being able to, bounce around and express different ideas and concepts. So, I mean, you could say you're something else. I just don't, I don't know that the term actor is actually really appropriate for what it is. Why are storm chasers chasing this snow? Why are they chasing this thing? Is it like, I didn't realize it was going to be that bad. I think I get what people mean. I've told my players your character wouldn't do that even. I don't try not to do that. It's more about consistency. Like you describe your kind, altruistic PC and then go, I torture the guard. Well, the problem, Davi, is that most games don't actually care anything about how or why you play your character. So the real problem is that you want to be playing a role-playing game, but you're not playing a role-playing game. Like D&D is not a role-playing game in that sense, right? It's what we call a traditional role-playing game. Whereas the term that Smith and I used to use, which used to bother everybody, is we refer to a game like Avatar Legends as a true role-playing game, in that the game is about playing a role. So it's also why it's also why alignment was invented. That's right. Because you would say your character's lawful good. Oh, you just committed an evil act. Okay, well, your character's evil now. You lost all the experience points that you had towards this level, and your experience points will be halved until you reach a new level because of the, you know, obvious massive personality shift to your character. So again, a problem which Gary Gygax created a solution to in 1977 or 78, and we've just thrown away, unfortunately. Yes, a TTT. Well, they're all TTT RPGs because it's either a true tabletop role-playing game or it's a trad tabletop role-playing game. So anyways, fun stuff. Good stuff. So anyways, it's going, or it's a tragic TTRPG. So yeah, so we're going to be, I know this was technically about Beacon and thing. We kind of went all over the place tonight. But hey, it's fine. But we're gonna do some extra streams this week. Like I said, we're Tuesday, Thursday, of course, and then I'll probably do some bonus streams because I can't play racquetball this week on Monday and Wednesday because again I strained my forearm flexor or extensor, which basically makes it impossible for me to play racquetball. So I'll be home and there's no one home, so it's really quiet and lonely. And aside from taking care of the dogs, because let me be very clear about something here. I'm single, very happy about that. I have a house. I live with a roommate, and yes, my roommate is my ex-girlfriend. But let me tell you something. I like having her here because, you know, I don't want to actually be alone because that's very depressing in its own way. But I also don't want to live with someone that, you know, I also don't want to have the responsibility of having a partner, you know? Anyways, long story short, it's going to be quiet. It's going to be just me and the dogs, which is its own form of nice. But, you know, we'll be here streaming. We'll play some more Final Fantasy. We'll be talking about how to adapt these Moria solo rules.
The darkness of Khazad-dûm. Shadow and flare.
Onyx, thank you so much.
$50. Sorry I'm late to party. I was running FU. Thanks for talking about Beacon. 4E and Lancer adjacent games are strong. Flexed biceps emoji. Lancer/Bacon reaches hype. /S.
Well, Onyx, I don't know if you missed this, but I did pick this game up. It's still in the shrink wrap. Because once it became apparent to me that Beacon isn't going to be happening right away, because Beacon, Keith, we don't have to be. I will use the bathroom and we can stay on all. I have nowhere to be. So unfortunately, the situation with Beacon is I need something that's robustly supported by VTT. It is currently not robustly supported by VTT. Luckily, Pirate Gonzalez, the author, is currently working to get a officially supported Foundry system module created. Awesome. That's great. And I was going on a big rant about how I think games should do that. And they are doing that. So they are making the right decisions. And I even told them, let's get in touch. I'd love to support you. Maybe we can beta test it, as part of a mega game, and we can test it out, and get some early access or something like that. I still think Beacon would be incredible. Now, people have said, I should check this out. I'm not adverse to sci-fi, and I do like mechs. I grew up playing Mech Warrior. Like I said, I know my way around, a Mad Cat or a Dire Wolf or a Summoner, right? I know some BattleTech mechs. Not a bunch, but I know some. Anyways, so maybe Beacon doesn't happen. Maybe we play a Lancer in game instead. So we'll have to see. There were certain things about Lancer, or there were certain things about what I've heard about Lancer that do concern me. However, the one thing I do know is that Lancer has some pretty robust support tools, and I do think they have a very up-to-date Foundry implementation, which is very nice. And I know that ComCom, or whatever it's called, is supposedly amazing, right? I've heard incredible things, so we'll see. Let's see here. Being alone is best. I am insulted. Edward, let me be very clear here. I have no problem being alone. In fact, like, again, I've chosen, it's like, what's the line from Lord of the Rings? The world of men is weak. The race of men is failing. There is one that could unite him. He has turned from that past long ago. He has chosen exile. That's me. I have turned from that path long ago. I have chosen exile. So yes, I am alone. But eventually, one day, I'm sure my friend, because again, my ex-girlfriend is like my best friend. At some point, I'm sure her relationship with her boyfriend will become serious and she'll move out or whatever. He just lives on the other side of the country. But I have no problem being alone. I'm saying that for me, I like people. I like being around people, So yeah, Lancer, I need to crack the tape and start taking a look. The beautiful book, by the way. So Onyx, you were ahead of the game, my friend. So more Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy. Yeah. We're cooking with gas now, Draxus. We got the ship, or rather, we have our ship, and we have the canal is reopened. So now we're getting into the meat of the game. We got to go to Melmond and fight the Earth Fiend. It'll be cool. So Lancer first look tomorrow. No, but let me see what's Friday. I got to check my first look queue. Now, technically, the next first look queue is supposed to be Tenra Bansho 0. So it might have to be a double first look week. We'll see what happens. But we are supposed to do because the next one after that was also sponsored by Darth. Now, Darth is the one who sponsored Beacon, but Darth wants to come on and be with me when we do the Wicked Ones first look. So that might require some extra special scheduling. So there's a good chance that we'll be out there. Pirate says, thanks for talking about Beacon. I really appreciate you taking a deep dive into it. And yes, definitely check out Lancer. It's awesome. Has VTT support and has CompCon. Again, there are elements to Beacon that for me personally work way better. And again, I like mechs and I do like that idea, but there are certain things that I saw in Beacon that I'm sure will either be awkward or not fully present in Lancer. And that is why I'm a little bit more hesitant. So while I don't think it's exactly the game that I want to play, Lancer, it may be the game that we do play just because it's better supported in that way for us as a mega game. That being said, we will be paying close attention to any progress from you. And, hopefully, later in, sometime in 2026, we can, run some Beacon games. And I think we could get, 30, 40, 50 people playing. And I think that'd be a lot of fun to do as well. Take care, Pirate. Exactly, Jams. And the way it basically works out is the upstairs is entirely mine. And, she has the big bedroom is the way we kind of worked it out. So, does that Lancer book have everything to play? I think so. I am aware that Tenra Bansho 0 also has mechs. It's going to be a very mech heavy week, We should look at my heart can only break so much, Pumpkin, So I heard that the Lancer game doesn't have the PBTA like moves, which makes me tempted to want to steal those. That's one of the reasons why I was like, oh, really? Come on. Jam says, I do want to say that the name for the new gaming channel is sick. Game Night is clever AF. Thank you, Jams. Rems, listen, I'm not disagreeing with you. Lancer doesn't have loot crates. So Beacon, one of the reasons I wrote down why I thought Beacon would be good for a mega game is the loot crate. I'm not even joking. Oh, that's sick. One of your first TTRPGs was Robotech. That's awesome. Yeah. Well, this is gonna be a cool week. It's gonna be a great week. And like I said, too, I have to, and we reached our tip goal. So we're also gonna do a look at the rules in this book for running a solo play. And I use the term solo play loosely because what I'm going to try to do is adapt these solo play rules into a chat plays Moria and kind of try to incorporate you guys into the decision-making process so we can all play together. Again, I know that there are people out there who play these solo games, but how many of them play them live, right? And with the chat? I don't know. maybe none, maybe a bunch. I don't know, but I don't know of any off the top of my head. And so I think it'll be, I want to create an interesting experience that we can all enjoy. That's what I want to go for. So we'll take a look at these. I have not looked at these rules. You know, when I got this book, I had no intention of ever playing those solo rules. I was mostly just interested in seeing all the cool maps and stuff of Moria, which is just so cool for me. But you know, it's like a 40-page supplement in the back of the book. And I think it'll be a lot of fun. So building up our band of dwarves and, you know, going with Balin and trying to, you know, re-secure the depths of Moria. And yeah. Look, I'm not saying we would go full gotcha, but we would be gotcha adjacent, but we would lean into it, you know, as a trope. But no, it's just like, I think there's a certain amount of fun. It's gambling. I mean, it is. The thing about it is our mega game is so cheap, right? We have 5 tiers of Patreon. We have a $25 tier, $50 tier, $100. Our $10 tier gets you access to all of our mega games. So like, it's so cheap. I don't particularly really, you know, feel bad if like our game has some, you know, light gambling elements, I guess, opposed to it, because again, you're not paying anything basically. I mean, yeah, Edward says, I've played so many games for that $10. You know, I know. Yes. Thank you, Edward. You know what? Bob says this all the time, you know, even publicly, he says this, you know, like in the channels and stuff. He goes, it is literally stealing. I mean, there are people who play, and that's fine. I mean, there are people who go to like Play Online or whatever like that. They sign up for a session, and a session might be $20 or, you know, per player. So $20, $30 I've seen, you know, some sessions. So you're talking about playing $30 a session. So if you play 4 times a month, you're paying $120. I know people who pay $10 a month and play, you know, 3 times a week. It's crazy. And that's, by the way, just to play in the mega games. If it's a community run game, which means it's just a patron member who's being the GM and running a game, like Onyx, who showed up late because they were running Fabula Ultima. If you're in that game, you could be in that game at our lowest tier. There's no restriction there. The only reason the mega games cost $10 is because Bob and I have to get more involved. And obviously our time is you know, restricted and precious.
They awoke, you know, in the darkness of Khazad-dûm. Shadow and flame.
Omnisito tipped $10. So freaking here for Morio versus chat.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Omniscient. I appreciate it. Brayflox says, can I pre-purchase loot crates? Okay, Brayflox. You know, like, until we properly have a beacon in position, I don't know. But that being said, if we do run Lancer and Lancer doesn't have loot crates, I am sorely tempted to somehow figure out a way to bring in loot crates. I don't even know if that's even possible. I know nothing about the game. Would I let people buy loot crates with money? No, I would avoid that. Would I let them buy loot crates with their tickets?
I'm going on an adventure.
Probably. You know, because, you know, it's fun. You know, it's not real money. It's fake virtual currency that you get for being a Patreon member, you know? Jackal says, join the Patreon. I'll run, draw, steal for you. So again, you know, we have a very, very diverse Patreon, and there's just a ton of people. Onyx says, I'm running a community Lancer game, you know? So, I'm hoping it is Rems. I'm hoping. But actually in 2026, I said this the other day on a stream. I said, one of the things I want to do is restructure things a little bit, try to use some of my connections that I've made, thanks to people like Steven Clicker, meeting people and getting stuff, to like be able to say, hey, if you run, you know, I've got a relationship with Free League, or I've built a relationship with this company, and, you know, they're willing to sponsor us somewhat. If you run, you know, if you run 3 sessions or 5 sessions of, you know, of Lancer or of One Ring, you know, not only will you get the PDF for free immediately, but we'll also, you know, buy you and send you the hardcover book, right? And, you know, it's a $40, $50, $60, $70 value. Again, I can't afford to pay people $100 an hour or $100 a session to run games. barely making enough money from the session as it is. But if there's a way that I can try to reward people and incentivize people to run games, I'm going to do that. So I'm fine to keep talking for a little bit, but I do need to run to the bathroom. So I'll be right back. Jam says that like a true gotcha company, he will allow you to get more tickets for money. Actually, just the opposite. My highest paid tiers, which gets you the elusive gold ticket, which is usually the currency that you need in order to play games with me or Bob or whatever. I actually purposely limit it. I keep it restricted. I don't. There have been times when it's been maxed out. I don't think it's currently maxed out, but I keep it restricted because I don't want to sell too many and be unable to deliver enough quality content to the people who pay for that. Enrique, I get it. As someone who is jobless My money is pretty tight. Again, you might be like, Derek, didn't you go to like 5 conventions this summer? Or this year? Yeah, I did. And you know who I stayed with every single time? Steven Glicker. If it wasn't for Steven Glicker, you know, I would not be going to the conventions. Also, some of those conventions that I went to, I really didn't go to the convention. I worked in a booth from, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. And then, basically get dinner and flop into bed. So, yeah. I do have the doggo cam, but I don't think there's a dog in it right now. Whoa. Yeah, I'm real professional. Actually, do I have I think when I bought this a million years ago, there was like a BR back, Is that a lawn chair? No, that is a Herman Miller. An Aeron, I think is what it's called. I think it's called an Aeron. Yep, it's called an Aeron. Aeron. I'm trying to catch up now. Yeah, I mean, Draw Steel is definitely one of those games where I'm like, I was gonna wait for Codex. Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons I also kind of decided to step back from running Beacon as a mega game right now is I just want something that's plug and play. I just want something that we can just quickly deploy and quickly play quickly. Because again, we're wrapping up. Dragon Tide is coming to an end in 2 weeks. Northern Reaches around the same time, right? We try to end all of our mega games before Thanksgiving because between Thanksgiving and till after New Year's, no games get played anyways. But it's also the holidays. Some people have more time, and so usually it's a nice time. December, January, February. What the One Ring would call the Yule phase, what Mouse Guard would call the winter phase, is usually a nice time for us to run like a secondary mega game. And historically, that has been a very hyper crunchy version of Northern Reaches, which is Pathfinder 2. And it's either been PBX, which is called Path Builder Extreme, or Northman Challenge. But both of those games are like minimal role playing, just sick builds against tough fights, and it's just really designed to test your might. And so in that way, I thought Beacon would be a really cool change of pace for that type of game. So I wanted something to be super, super simple and easy. He's still here. He's like, yeah, coming in next week, buddy. Or no, not next week, in a week and a half. Well, right now, our D&D group, which is composed of 6 people, half of them are without job. So I don't have a job. Tim doesn't have a job. George doesn't have a job. And if you ask Smith, him and Kaz are about to not have a job any second now. So, nah, Steve is great. He's a wonderful host. He's a great boss. Yeah, that sounds absolutely terrible. And again, I get it. Foundry does have to make updates, I guess, but when they change certain things, it's just crazy. Yeah. Well, that is what I've heard, Thaddeus. So again, beggars can't be choosers. I would rather run Beacon, not just because it's fantasy, not just because it's Final Fantasy, but also because there's certain elements of the way that the game is structured that make a lot more sense to me. Right. Lancer, fundamentally, the narrative scenes don't have the same kind of PBTA style structure and some other stuff. But anyways, it's there and it works. And, maybe we'll go with it Anyways, hi, buddy. But we'll stick it out till midnight, and then I definitely have to go let the dogs out or whatever. Yeah. So that's a great way to put it. Lancer is good to start with, but I do think Beacon is a better iteration or a better implementation of Lancer. Yeah, I think there's a lot to really like about what Beacon brings to the table for a variety of reasons. So anyways, yeah. I also have to schedule. I was going to send it out actually today, but my usual thing that I use, which is like an old website, which I bought like a premium license like 20 years ago, which is called When Is Good. And it's just like a simple scheduling website that you can send links to the people. And you're like, why don't you just use Google Calendar or something? Well, anyways, it's been like down like the last couple of, is it working now? All right. It looks like it's working now. So it wasn't working earlier, but I wanted to send out a When Is Good to Bob, Danny, and Tim, because I do want to get our One Ring 2-shot scheduled, right? So again, I think that'll be a lot of fun just to be able to play it in person and kick the tires on the bedroom studio a little bit, you know. The missiles are magic missiles. Well, here's the thing. It's not about the flavor. I don't have a problem with the flavor, Onyx. It's not about the flavor. The problem I have with Lancer is what I like about Beacon is that you can adventure as you go on your quest and you could be you're just your character, right? And then you go and you do a really cool, you do like the example they give is the characters set out on a journey, and that's a narrative scene. Then the characters fight their way through the Necromancer's dungeon, and that's an adversity challenge. Then they have the fight against the Necromancer, and that's a combat challenge where we use the very detailed combat rules, and you're using a very gamist mechanical system instead of the kind of, flim-flam, PBTA, whatever goes systems. Then after the Necromancer dies, he laughs as the ice bone palace that he's constructed begins to collapse. And then you do another narrative scene where the characters have to escape. In Lancer, it is my understanding that the characters' combat scene is them getting into their mechs and being like in mech mode. That's where all the details and the crunch come from. That kind of game scenario, which I just outlined, really wouldn't work because what's your character doing? Like traveling overland without their mech and then fighting their way through the Necromancer's dungeon without your mech and then putting on your mech suit somehow only before the final fight. But then when the Necromancer dies and the building begins to collapse and you have to escape, you get out of your mech suit and then what? Leave it there? I don't know, shrinks down. That's the problem I have is that disconnect between we are in our mechs, we are not in our mechs. Whereas in Beacon, you are always your character. And sure, the game rules work differently in combat mode versus non-combat mode, but yeah. And to be clear, you can get into a fist fight. You can even get into a combat in Beacon, which is great. You just resolve that as a narrative mode thing instead of using the full combat rules. And yeah, that's the thing is like Beacon obviously has a very hard cut, but it's mechanical. It's not fictional. And I think that makes a big difference to me. Okay, does that make sense? The cut between combat mode and narrative mode is a mechanical cut. It's not a fiction cut. That's the big difference for me. That's the big distinction. So we'll have to see. Enrique, it won me over with its brutal transparency and its wonderful honesty about what the game was about. Jams, obviously, Jams, you must not watch every single Knights of Last Call stream. TLDR, Jams. For the first 3 years that I had this YouTube channel, I rented a studio. Now, part of that was because I used to be a professional photographer, so I had a studio anyways. But we had a studio where we did all of our live streams from. Then in 2024, the lease on the studio expired, and I did not renew it because, quite frankly, we didn't make any money doing our actual plays. I made more money sitting at home. So then we didn't have an actual play for all of 2024. And in 2025, I was like, you know, it would be cool if we could start streaming again. I'm not working. Let's stream again. Well, I can't afford a studio, but I have my big bedroom upstairs. So what if I moved my bedroom into my small little tiny office, and then I turned my bedroom into a studio? So I did that. So now what I'm sitting in used to be my bedroom. And now what used to be my bedroom has cameras mounted everywhere, and a table and lights and set pieces, wall design, the whole jam. Now, if the money doesn't work out and the channel falls through and I don't want to get another job, then maybe only DMs. Jess says, when you said you were hesitant about Beacon because of the 2 distinct resolution mechanics, it reminded me that Buff or LARP often has that same division. Combat, you hit people with a foam sword. For everything else, you need some kind of mechanic. Yes, that was initially my hesitation, for sure. Thaddeus, it's not even. Yes, you could have narrative mode while you're inside of your mech, as I understand it, right? Or whatever they call it in Lancer. It's more of a problem of, I just don't like the idea that, like, you're going on an adventure in your mech. I don't know if that makes any sense. So. Well, that is good news, Davi. I'm wondering who caved. But unfortunately, it definitely needs to be. Let's see here. Well, hopefully, as long as they maintained ACA subsidies, I mean, that's good, right? We'll see. Oh, nice. Well, oh well. I mean, what? Democrats caved? Democrats sucked? Wow, what a shocker. Man. I will say, these days, I don't like any political party. They all suck. It's like Nancy Pelosi announced that she's not rerunning. It's like, good. So old. Oh yeah, it's all good, Dabby. I mean, you know, the thing I always say is everything's political. If you don't like talking about politics, it's because you're privileged and wealthy enough that you don't have to worry about them. All right, sweet. Well, good times. Mostly, I just don't like to talk about politics on this channel because it's very depressing, and we just don't need more of that in our lives because there's just never any good news ever. Riftbound. Is it a real card game or is it like a pretend card? Oh, you know what? Is that the League of Legends one? Because I hesitate to call him my buddy, but a person I know, Patrick Chapin, or Patrick Sullivan, sorry. Patrick Sullivan, I think, worked on that. Very much. In which case, you know, I respect P. Sully a lot. Exactly, anathema. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, it's very easy to get overwhelmed by all the terrible news, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, right? If you're a Democrat, you know, obviously you think everything is terrible. But if you're a Republican, you know, you probably also think everything is terrible because you're like, oh my God, the country's falling apart or whatever, you know, and we're being overwhelmed and, you know, all these other, you know, crazy propaganda stuff. But so nobody's happy, right? So, but you know, you do need to stay informed. But at the end of the day, none of those people care about you, right? Trump doesn't care about you. Chuck Schumer doesn't care about you. None of these people care about you. So, you know, you have to, you know, sort of figure out who does care about you and, you know, focus on that, you know? You know, the demo, you know, they're all just wealthy, horrible, rich, out of touch people who have no idea what we all go through. And they're just as, you know, movies, you know, that I've seen, like it reminds me of when William Wallace in Braveheart, he goes to talk to Robert the Bruce. And he basically says like, you know, but will the nobles support us? And Robert Bruce says like, you know, but these are, you know, they're rich nobles. You know, they have much to lose. And then, you know, William Wallace says, and the common man that bleeds on the battlefield, does he risk any less? And, you know, Robert the Bruce says, you know, but the Scottish nobles are as rich in English titles as they are in Scottish titles. It's just like, I mean, it's the same thing, right? It's like, you know, the Democrats have been, it's not like they're hurting. You know, they're all super hyper, massively wealthy as well. And the Republicans are all, it's not about right versus left. I mean, it is about certain issues. I mean, there are definitely issues that need to be discussed. And there's, you know, not always a clear answer to, you know, pro-life, pro-choice, and all this other stuff. But like, when it comes down to it, like, it's just rich people versus everybody else. And they're rich and they have the money and they have the power and they have the influence. And, you know, yeah, it's just horrible. So the Great Depression is our lives. Yeah, for sure. So, you know, yeah, eggs cost the same regardless of political party. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican. If you're going to the grocery store, you know, it's hurting you. Now, if you're somebody with $10 million in the bank, you don't give a shit what the cost of groceries are, you know? Doesn't matter. But so anyways, long story short is it's crazy times. But the thing is, it's always crazy times, right? You know, like, you know, it's just every time is just its own form of terrible. And so, you know, as individuals, there's only so much that we can do. So yeah, take care of what you can control, love the people, take care of the people next to you, right? That's the only thing that we can do. And it's the only thing that we should do. Now, that being said, if you want to put pressure, you know, on your senators or whatever to make changes, whatever, that's fine. But, you know, go for it. But I personally believe that at this point, most of that stuff doesn't really matter. You know, so the Illuminati figured that stuff out a long time ago, you know. I'll put on my tinfoil hat here, you know. Yeah, so. And also, too, remember, if something's free, right, you're the product. You know, all these news organizations and all this other stuff, they make money off of fear mongering and, you know, it's TTRPG clickbait, you know? So yeah, they want you to be, you know, constantly spinning and constantly worried and constantly checking your new, you know, constantly checking your news feed and getting fed ads and getting fed ads and getting fed ads and getting fed ads. Of course they do, right? It's all about fucking money. It's just all about money. Always. End of it. Full stop. Nothing else. So, all right. Anyways. Derek for Supreme Leader 2028. Yeah, no politics for this man. Is there an amazing RPG hidden between D&D 4th edition and D&D 5th edition? They're profane son that only exists in our imagination with the right amount of gamey stuff. Trespasser by Tundalus. So, yeah, I mean, again, I don't like to focus on it because, again, I don't really actually think it does anybody any good. It's sometimes nice to hear people talk about it, but, you know, it's just words. It's not actions, so words are cheap. But, yeah. I mean, fear-mongering is a massive issue. I don't think just in politics. I think it's, you know, I mean, hype sells, you know? You know, clickbait videos and all that other stuff here. Gilmore Greco. Does a game have a problem if it won't provide direction when players are expected to be in actor stance? That's a very complicated question, Gilmore. I don't necessarily know. I mean, the problem is, Gilmore, is that people want to be in actor stance, but most people that play role-playing games, like most role-playing games, are agnostic to whether you're quote-unquote role-playing or not. They don't actually care. The rules of most traditional role-playing games only serve to function as a way to determine whether you hit something with a sword. The rule, like, there is no rule in D&D that cares whether your character is angry or not. So most, and you might see that as a failing. I do, if you care about that kind of game. But most people view that as a benefit. You know, to quote Brendan Lee Mulligan, right? I don't need a role-playing game to tell me how to blah, 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 blah. I need a role-playing game to tell me if I got hit by an arrow. So some people see that as a feature and not a bug, because now they can just do whatever they want and don't have to like worry about not following the game's direction. But that's because what they want out of the game is a kind of, you know, narrative acting experience. And I just don't think that that's what most people are equipped to do, or quite frankly, I don't think they're very good at it, you know? The Orcus RPG. Yeah, you know, it was a good idea in theory, but it still suffers from the main problem that 4th edition always had, right? The GSL handicaps it, and there's no way that they can actually make a game that's actually hopefully, you know, usable and playable. I don't know that I know Luke Crane's response to that Bleem quote. Yeah, definitely after PAX, Kendall. I mean, again, I'm here this week and then I'm gone. So, yeah, we'll probably do it around the holidays, you know, Moria wintertime. I don't know anything about the rules. I don't know how long it takes. I don't know any of this stuff. So we have, you know, there's some work to be done in figuring out what goes on, you know. I'm not sure. Man, if I'm reading this right, we might get 9 inches. can't be right. Oh, okay. That's the most we could get. I was like, okay, there's no crazy we're gonna do that. Somebody asked me, like, what was my favorite game of this year? I mean, there's a lot of games that came out this year. Well, it depends. Do you mean games that have come out this year or games that I looked at this year? Luke Crane does know how to calculate an arrow. Luke Crane does know how to calculate an arrow. He doesn't understand you. He needs rules for that interaction. And you're paraphrasing. He said that on my channel. Okay. I don't remember that. That's pretty good. Also, have you played Lancer? You must have gotten here late, Lionshead Gaming. I bought Lancer yesterday. It's still in the shrink wrap. So no, I have not. I know nothing about the game. Other than that, it's, a mech, highly tactical mech game with a very, like a two-phase. Again, my response to these things is because it says rules like fluid narrative play outside of the mech. Right, gritty tactical combat on a hex-placed play space in the mech. So when I originally saw it, I was like, okay, so when you're not in the mech, it's like, we're just kind of, shooting the shit. And then we get in the mech, it's like super combat mode. So I always thought that was kind of like a weak sauce stuff. But Beacon impressed me, so I don't know. And Beacon is apparently very, very, very derived from Lancer. So, I don't know if you know this, but like Starfinder is just a sci-fi hack of Pathfinder 2. And Band of Blades is just a military fantasy hack of Blades in the Dark. And Scum and Villainy is just a sci-fi hack of Blades in the Dark. So actually, like half the games on my shelf are just hacks of other games. Nope, it's from a completely different author. Icon, apparently, is pretty different than Beacon. Thaddeus says, I think it was games you looked at this year. Looked at on stream. Well, it wasn't Cosmere, I'll tell you that. I mean, there were games that, unexpectedly surprised me. Like, I don't think that they were my favorite games, but in terms of like what I thought we were going to get out of them and what we actually got out of them was a pretty big change. I'm trying to find my RPG First Looks play stream. Let's see. So let's see. These are just first looks. Well, Grimwild was a very pleasant surprise. I was really impressed with Grimwild. That started off our year. Break, pass. Dark Eye, pass. One Ring was really impressive. Rune Quest was about what I expect from it. They Came from the Cyclops' Cave was too derivative. Ultraviolet Grasslands, I thought, was a neat, a cool concept with I was surprised with the journey mechanic and the point crawl mechanic, but I felt too much like an artistic, it was too much of an artistic circle jerk. Rapscallion, I don't like pirates, and that didn't change. Mythic Bastionland, wow, we got into some really stuff. Mythic Bastionland might be the game. Daggerheart was a big game. I mean, that obviously really sparked something new in me. Panic at the Dojo was surprising. Because again, Panic at the Dojo is not my favorite, but in terms of like games that most surprised me, Panic at the Dojo would be high in the list. Warhammer: The Old World, not it, but I really did like what they changed with the game, and there was a lot of really neat mechanics in there, and I thought it was really elegant, so I was really impressed with it. Not Hills Folk, not Cosmere, not 13th Age 2nd Edition, not Rain. Legends of the Mist was really neat, and I just think that it wasn't it. Nimble, very cool, and again, I think there's no reason to play 5th Edition given that Nimble exists. It was not Shadow the Weird Wizard. It was not Worlds Without Number, although there were things to like in that game. Beacon, very neat. So those were just the first looks, I mean, that we specifically did this year. Now, were there other game systems that we looked at? Yeah, I'm sure there were. But in terms of like official first looks, because we did what, about 24 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So we did 22 first looks this year. So what is the exact question? Like, what are we exactly trying to figure out here? Did I skip Draw Steel? Yeah, because it's not Draw Steel. Ooh, that's a great UVG is a great setting, and it's a whisper of a game. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. What was my favorite of the tactical games? Play, run, or pass? That's a great one. That's a great question. All right. Well, let's see. A tactical game, since that's specifically what Lion's Head is asking for. Is Daggerheart a tactical game? Panic at the Dojo is definitely a tactical game. Is Warhammer a tactical game? Kind of. I mean, it's got zone-based movement or zone-based miniatures. Very high. Like pay my mortgage for the month high. Why isn't Draw Steel in the first look? So see, I think there's first looks that aren't in here. I don't know why Draw Steel isn't in there. I don't know why Draw Steel is in there. Very strange. I'm going to change it now. Yeah, Starfinder isn't in there. Oh, okay. I know why. Because I didn't consider Draw Steel a first look because I actually played it last year during the beta. And then, you know, when it properly came out, we kind of did a deep dive. That's why I didn't consider it a first look. So that's why. Yeah. My exact question was, yeah, which game most appeals to 4th edition Derek, who has 12 hours for counting modifiers and shit? Draw Steel. if you want to be that, pedantic. We must have, I think we looked at Trespasser last year. We must have, right? When did we look at Trespasser? Did I not put that in the first look? Huh, I guess we didn't. February 2025. Yeah, I don't know why that's not on there. No, it's not. Yeah, February 20. I don't know why we didn't make that a I don't know why we didn't put that on there we go. Trespasser was one that surprised me a lot too. Well, because it wasn't technically a first look, right? Because I was going over it, you know, the design. It was an interview with the designer. You know, I'm very pedantic about, you know, what makes it into the thing. Trespasser, yeah. Sparks and Shadows is in a revolutionary system. Certainly my favorite mechanic that we touched on this entire year for sure. So I think Trespasser, again, and in terms of its game design of being a 4E OSR crossover game, yeah, I do think it was pretty impressive in that respect. So fantastic game. Actually, I'm supposed to hang out and meet up with Tundalus at PAX U. Sparks and Shadows is a way to sort of handle what I'll call exploration-based scenes, where you alert the player to basically potentially good ideas and then potentially bad ideas, and it's kind of like a word game, it's kind of like an experimental game to sort of figure out what are good ideas, what are bad ideas based off of the description that the GM gave. It kind of reminds me of like Legend of the Five Rings' approach-based system with NPC demeanors, but applied to generic situations. And, like for example, let's say we're playing Legend of the Five Rings. So again, the reason I thought it was really cool is because it really deep dived into the idea of it. But let's say we're playing Legend of the Five Rings. Legend of the Five Rings, you have 5 different approaches: earth, fire, water, air, and void. And each approach is a philosophical way of approaching a situation. So an earth-based approach is very steady, logical, measured, slow, deliberate. Whereas a fire-based approach might be very creative and explosive and keen wit. So if I'm describing a situation, let's say there is a crumbling bridge that looks like it's going to fall apart at any moment, and I know that the DC to cross that bridge is 3. But if you decide to use an earth-based approach, maybe I give you a penalty because I'm saying you're taking too long and the bridge collapses. But it could be very easy to misconstrue that and say, oh, you were describing the bridge falling apart. I thought moving slow and steady would be the good idea. And so it's easy for that information to sort of get mixed up, the wires get crossed. So Trespasser, I think, does a better job of handling that. And it does the sort of same things with the Shadows and Sparks, particularly the elements where you communicate to the player, hey, there's a shadow here. Hey, there's a spark here. So yeah, it's a really cool system. And again, we go into the details of it in our video, so you can check it out. So, all right, well, I'll say this. Overall, the whole thing. It's either Daggerheart or the One Ring. My love for it's so funny when you look, because it's me, it's Derek. Look how many of these things it's like monetization. Ineligible, limited, ineligible. Oh, we had a nice streak there. Ineligible. How many of my things get coded? Daggerheart is in some ways the game. I'm going to say the One Ring. Okay. And the reason I'm going to say the One Ring is because I really like Daggerheart. But unfortunately, and I say unfortunately, no, Kendall, it's not because of Critical Role. It's because, unfortunately, I saw Daggerheart and I thought, wow, this is great. This is exactly the type of game that Smith and I have always talked about. We love PBTA games, but we get bored because there's no cool, like, yeah, you get new moves or whatever, but like there's no cool feats and powers and spells and, fiddly little numerical bits to your character. And I like that. I do like that. I like tracking resources and numbers. I don't want to track 17 of them, but you know, a fair number of them, because not only do I like them as a player, but as a GM, I like them because they give me a tool, right? They give me a lever. They give me a knob. I can express something to a player in a way that not having that lever or knob loses impact. Like if I tell you that the desert that you're crossing through is extremely hot and wears down on you, and as a result, your character gains a stress, or your character has to mark a hit point, that tangible feel of your resources being eroded is so much more valuable than just saying you feel hot. And I really enjoyed running Root because Root is a PBTA game, but unlike most PBTA games, Root has a system of resources, right? You have injury, exhaustion, depletion, and something else. I don't remember what the other one is. Oh, you're wear on your items. So, you know, there's different ways for me to express an idea to the players and make you feel this sort of tickling down of the tension from your resources. But not only that, it provides interesting decision context to the decisions that you're making. Oh, I'm running out of this resource. I need to start thinking differently. And what used to be my go-to plan is changed because of the circumstances. So I really enjoy that. Now, that being said, the problem with Daggerheart is I looked at Daggerheart. I said, okay, this is a brilliant mechanic. It solves some of the core issues I've had for years running PBTA games, including Dungeon World, which is, well, what do I do if the players just keep rolling hot? I'll never get an opportunity to make a really hard GM move. And that sucks because sometimes as a GM, I want to be able to insert, but I also don't want to just insert myself whenever, because that's kind of defeating the purpose of the game. So fear points provide this wonderful meta currency that allow me just to do that. And I love the, you know, fiddly bits of leveling up. But the problem with Daggerheart is when I read through Daggerheart, I got so excited that I was like, oh, I would want to change this and that and this other thing and maybe this other thing. You know, I don't like the way that it's fine, but I don't like the way that there's 12 levels. I don't like that tier 1 is level 1. I don't like the way that Druid wild shaping works, not just because of its lack of balance, but just because of the way it works. Some of the, what I'll call ritual type magic systems, you know, got expressed as a single card. And I thought that was kind of boring and limiting in a way that I don't tend to like. Whereas like Grimwild has a fantastic system for that. So, so again, there's these little things about Daggerheart that, again, the game, the name of the stream was Let's Ruin a Perfectly Good Game. There's nothing wrong with the game. These are not playability issues. They are just Derek, pedantic, weird preferences. But as far as I can tell, there's like nothing I would change about the One Ring. There was one thing I didn't like about the One Ring. One thing, which is I didn't like that parry changed the DC of your attack, of the monster's parry. And actually, Beowulf said, well, would it be better? You know, now I wanted to create a different system entirely that never changed the DC. And Beowulf said, well, would it be better if it just applied a penalty to the player's roll instead of increasing the TN? And the truth of the matter is, yes, it's too stupid. It's very easy. But like, you know, if the monster has a parry rating of 2, instead of raising your TN from 14 to 16, I would rather your TN always be 14. So you always have to get 14. But after you roll against a monster who has a parry rating of 2, you could, you know, use to remove 2. Now, my preference would be for it to remove skill dice. But the problem, Thaddeus, and I created a system, by the way, that does this. The problem, Thaddeus, is if you remove skill dice, it's a very big impact. But more importantly than that, you remove the ability for the player to get 6s. And that's really important, which is why I had a system that works really well. But so it's not even a big deal to fix it. But whatever. It's a very minor thing. that can easily be done by just reversing it. Instead of the TN going up by 2, the player rolls their total. They get an 18, you know, they get a 15, and you say, okay, the monster's parry rating is 2. You actually got a 13. Simple, easy. So that's like the only thing I don't like about the One Ring, as far as I can tell. And I've read the book cover to cover and twice, and I really don't know how I would change. I don't know that I would change anything, like, basically. What is the fix? So the fix, now, to be fair, you know, is the fix, how can I describe this? The fix isn't very elegant, relatively speaking. Like, let me phrase it. I like the fix, but it isn't good. It comes down to a couple of things. One, I just like the fundamental idea that in the One Ring, outside of this one instance, you never, ever add or subtract from the TN. Your TN is your TN, right? Each character in the One Ring has 3 stats. Okay. So full stop. And you're always testing against those TNs, except when there's a parry. And the other thing is, when you roll a check in the One Ring, there is a system for making things tougher, which is to remove skill dice. If something's harder, the GM can say, oh, remove 2 skill dice. So you remove to 6. So that means that the entire game is just D12s and some number of D6s. There's never any +2s or +3s or -2s. Okay. Yes, I should say there are enemies that can raise TNs. That's what I should say. Now, I don't like that. So my solution, which I think feels more gameplay. Now, the other advantage I have with the One Ring is that combat is pretty rare, right? You might have a combat once a session, maybe once every other session. So this is not the type of, the combats don't last that long. So it's not the type of thing that really, I don't care about the inefficiency of it. So my idea, which I haven't tested thoroughly, but I ran a bunch of Monte Carlo simulations, you know, millions of dice rolls to see if it really works out, is originally my idea was that, right, we can do it simply. In the book, monsters either have most monsters have a parry rating of 0. Some have a parry rating of 1, 2, or 3. So that raises the TN by 1, 2, or 3. However, you could say, what if it's just reduced by a D6? Well, reducing by a D6 is 3.5. So that really only works for the parry rating of 3. What about the parry rating of 2 or 1? Well, then you're making it too much of a difference. And somebody said, well, what if you give them a D3? And I was like, I don't want to deal with all that. So then I thought, what if the parry rating could work a bit like gobble dice from Rain, or knockout dice, I think they're called from some other game. And basically the solution that I came up with is when you make your roll, the GM will then basically say something like, the monster parries. And the GM will roll 1, 2, or 3 D6, depending on whether the monster has a parry rating of 1, 2, or 3. And then, like a Blaze in the Dark roll, you will take the highest number that you rolled. So if the GM rolls 2d6 and they get a 5 and a 2, you would take the 5. Then the GM can knock out 1 dice from your pool that is lower than the number they rolled. So what does this mean? Well, it means that I can never knock out a 6. And that's important because one of the things I didn't want to do was fuck with people's 6s. Because no, Thaddeus, I'm saying do that every time Wait, are you saying to do that every time a character attacks an enemy? Yes, correct. If they have a parry rating. Correct. I said the fix isn't worth the squeeze. Correct. But it does fundamentally work, like in a perfect way. It provides the complete elegance of the solution. The reason I liked it is because it feels very proactive, right? The player rolls their dice pool. I roll my parry die, right, in person. And it feels like it's kind of like, it feels a little bit like an opposed roll. And then we see if my parry is able to knock out one of your dice. And obviously, if you roll really high, my parry is going to be less effective. And if I roll really low, my parry is going to be less effective. So, you know, now obviously, telling a player subtract 2 is much faster than telling a player, well, than rolling a dice and then telling a player to subtract 2. So yes, it's adding an extra dice roll from the GM. It basically turns a little bit into an opposed dice roll, which again, generally speaking, I don't like opposed dice rolls. But this isn't really an opposed dice roll. It's more of, actually, from Rain, the gobble dice mechanic. It really is the gobble dice mechanic. I don't know that I exactly got the inspiration from there, but it is from the gobble dice, which had a certain play feel to it, which I liked. I liked the feeling that the parry was, you know, reducing your effectiveness, taking away those D6s. I think that feels very, realistic. Gobble, gobble. That's exactly right. One thing I didn't like about Daggerheart is it allows for fumbling by allowing the DC to change. Enrique, I don't know what that means. Well, I think I for one of the reasons I kind of like the One Ring is because your PCs aren't heroic. That's kind of one of the things I like about it. You know, believe it or not, when I watched the Lord of the Rings movie, that's exactly what I don't want from a Lord of the Rings game. Like, you know, a bunch of super powerful OP characters who are all princes of their realms and are clad in the most, broken equipment that's ever been made. That's just, that's not what Lord of the Rings, is to me. In large part. Which is funny because obviously that's what Lord of the Rings is, right? It's a bunch of OP characters who basically are untouched throughout the whole game, the whole book. But again, I don't want to play Fellowship of the Ring, the game. That's what I don't want to play. So no, I don't want to play Aragorn. I don't want to play Legolas. I don't want to play Aragorn. I don't want to play Gimli. I don't want to play, I don't want to play the Fellowship of the Ring. That to me is a different game. I want to play, unheroic in the sense that you are stuck in a combat slugging each other for a dozen rounds unless somebody manages to hit a glancing blow. Thaddeus, isn't endurance the thing? I mean, once you reduce an enemy to 0 endurance, they're taken out, right? There's a chance Lions Head Gaming. I don't know. I technically have a first look queue, and some of my patrons have paid tickets and stuff to put items into the top of it. Take care, Enrique. It's interesting that you say that. I ran like 5 or 6 sample combats, and they were all over in 3 rounds. 3 rounds, maybe 4 rounds. I think they went pretty quick. No, I have a first look queue, Lion's Head. So technically, Lancer is not in the first look queue. So do I have a deep dive queue? No, I do not. And that's, you know what, Cinnabus, I completely understand that. I think my situation is, because of my familiarity with Lord of the Rings, that's funny. Because of my familiarity with Lord of the Rings, with the world, Tolkien's Legendarium, to me, Lord of the Rings isn't really the story of Middle Earth. And it's such a, I mean, even in the context of in the First Age, when the elves came over from Valinor, they besieged Morgoth's fortress for like 200 years. Like the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy, the War of the Ring, it like takes place in a year. Like it is such a flea bite in the grand scheme of hey, thanks Dark Domain to RPGs. 9 viewers. Welcome everybody. We are just shooting the shit. Talking about nothing. Talking about Lord of the Rings and One Ring. But so for me, there's so much history. I mean, there's like tens of thousands of years of history that I just don't feel, and also, I would say Tolkien himself, believed that his idea is, his world was subject to change, What's up, Dark Domain? Good to see you. So how does a game enter your queue? Well, Davi, one of my patrons, pay some tickets, and it goes on the bottom of the queue. Different Patreon tiers get different amount of tickets each month. My higher Patreon tiers obviously get a lot more. So, my $25 and $50 a month patron members can pretty much put something on the queue right away. But even my lower tier people, if they run games, you get tickets and all this other stuff. And you can use those tickets to get, you can buy t-shirts, you can get stickers, you can get access to some of the PDFs that we've made. But you can also put something onto the queue as well. Hey, we'd love to have you, Davi, if you want to hang out. Obviously, Thaddeus. I'll just say that again. I can't speak for. I can't speak for the entirety of the game, but let me see here. A goblin archer, like you would, fight in Moria or something like that, has 8 endurance. So, and they have a might of 1, which means they are felled as soon as they take a wound. And, which means if you do get a piercing blow on a goblin archer, they basically die immediately. But if we look at war gear, which apparently I just skipped. Oh, because it's in the combat section, isn't it? Yeah. They're basically going to get taken out in 2 hits from most weapons. So, obviously they can take a couple dagger stabs, I suppose. But, If a goblin gets hit twice by a sword, a long sword, a spear, a great spear, an axe, a long hafted axe, a great axe, a mattock, a great bow, I mean, they're dead. And then obviously to say nothing that if you do get a 6, a rune, they're pretty much dead immediately because, you know, you're going to add 4 or 5 or 6 points of damage to your weapon. I think I'll join now that you're getting as close as a North American can to pronouncing my name correctly. Davi Nonato Bride? I have no idea. Davy? That's true. Bilbo's ring was not even originally the One Ring. That was just a retcon. So, you know, maybe in your world, in Tolkien's universe, maybe Bilbo's ring isn't the One Ring. Maybe it's just a lesser ring of power. Maybe the One Ring really was lost in the Anduin. And maybe Saruman finds it. Or maybe, I mean, there's so many different ways that you could take it and make the game your own, you know? I mean, look, Nabil, if the patrons get together and put it onto a first look queue, anything is doable. Thaddeus, I mean, there's no CR system in the game, but I mean, I think you're right. I think if you're fighting a lot of goblins, I think the fight will be over very fast. I think you'll be dead. I mean, action economy is definitely a thing in this game, and considering that a piercing blow to your party members can be very, you know, brutal. I mean, I think if you're fighting a lot of creatures, I think you're just dead. Again, in my experience, you know, a Lord of the Rings, you know, Gimli, Legolas, I mean, they're like 20th level characters fighting CR1 halves. You know, maybe an Uruk-hai is CR1. You know, I mean, it's like it's literally that. So I think what we see in Lord of the Rings is not at all like we can't expect our, you know, Fellowship of the One Ring game to be even remotely close to the capabilities that the Fellowship had. You know, they're fighting hundreds of orcs in Moria and, you know, hundreds of goblins in Moria and a cave. So I was like, no, not even close. I mean, you could probably play that way if you just, you know, started them at Valor 4 or Valor 5. Like if you made everybody a high elven lord from like the one expansion, you know. Don't respect the hustle, Apex. Respect the boredom. Actually, I did say I was going to go at midnight because I do have to feed my dogs their final meal, which they normally get like late night. I should do a first 5e first look. I bought the starter set. I bought the new starter set, the Keep on the Borderlands starter set, and I wanted to buy the Stranger Things one with all the classic stuff, and I did want to kind of look at it and do a first look at it. I bet it is. I mean, they know what they're doing. They know how to make a product. Jams, that is fairly accurate. Edward, I'll probably send it out the final week. So I'll probably send it out, not next week, because next week's week 11. I'll probably send it out week 12 and just get some feedback on you know, one thing I really want to do, Edward, is I want to track down and browbeat and pressure people who played and then left. Like, I almost kind of want to create a different survey for them where I basically get information from them and be like, hey, you signed up, maybe you played for a while, maybe you even engaged in the town game for a few weeks, and then I noticed that you stopped playing. And I would just love to know why, particularly because I made the town game so that people didn't feel like, oh, I have to play 4 or 5 hours in a session that I have to, you know, sign up for and commit to, and all the social pressure that comes with that. And, but like, if they could just log on for, you know, 20, 30, 40 minutes once or twice a week and spend their downtime actions, I thought that would be a good way to keep people engaged. But I definitely saw that even the number of people engaging with the town actions kind of plummeted in, say, mid-end September and certainly through October. So, you know, whereas like weeks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you know, fishing was popping, everything was popping. You know, weeks 6, 7 started to fall off, and then like 8, 9, and 10 have been like, you know, there were weeks where like 1 or 2 people fished. So I just kind of want to figure out that part of it as well. But Apex, what's up? Quick super chat before you head out. Are you at all interested in looking at some Two Little Mice games, especially Household and Outgunned? Well, your money is well spent. Why isn't this here? Oh, well, it's not Outgunned. But we do have a first look at Broken Compass, which is basically Outgunned. They just renamed it because of like publisher copyright issues. So now it's not exactly Outgunned, but if you were interested in what I thought of Broken Compass, which was what it was called before they had to rename it Outgunned, you can go check that out. I looked at it 3 years ago, but it's under Broken Compass. But no, I think Two Little Mice are awesome. I think that Twilight Sword is going to be hot. For sure. I'm sure that'll do well. It takes way longer than 30 minutes to do the town game. So much tracking. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on, you know, I don't know. You know, I guess it depends on how much work you have to do on your Google sheet. But I mean, for some people, it's pretty straightforward, pretty simple. Again, I didn't want it to be too quick, Edward, you know. Hey, what's up, Shu? Shu says, I think if the folks aren't playing in the game, they lose interest even with the town stuff available. Same thing happened in R. It's true, Shu, but we also were hoping that because we were explicitly designing a completely separate town game experience that was really more of a game, that it could keep people engaged as well. But yes, the new Zelda. Yeah, Twilight Sword. Yeah, it looks cool. I mean, it looks interesting. We'll see what it is. But yeah, Outgunned is legally distinct Broken Compass, right? Because there was a problem with the publisher and they lost it. But yeah, obviously Outgunned was more like action movie focused, right? And then they made Outgunned Adventures, I think is what it's called, which is probably more analogous or more of an analog to Broken Compass. Yeah, right. Exactly, Edward. That was really, really awesome. Money well spent. There you go. Ask and you shall deliver. I do not know Household. Yes, I know, folks. Folks hate tracking. So, by the way, you know, Edward's here, but you know, unfortunately, you know, we'll see what the final feedback is. But on the initial feedback, you know, Bob loves Google Sheets and he loves tracking. Most people do not. So the answer is, Edward, we're probably going to really scale back on like all the material stuff, maybe the whole crafting system. It was just a lot of tracking and people felt very annoyed by it, I think. Now we'll see what the final survey results say. But, you know, I think it was fun for some people, but I just think it was a lot of work for a lot of people too. Also true, obvious, right? Like, if you do 3 adventures in a week, you're getting +9 or, you know, +6 to 9 downtime actions. And if you're already coded for that, like you have 15 downtime actions, 16 downtime actions. But if you only have like 7 actions a week and you're not really playing in any games, then I can't imagine it takes you more than an hour or so. But also, I didn't want it to literally take you 5 minutes. Then it's like, doesn't even really feel like you're doing anything. So, all the actions you can't do. Yeah. So, yeah, so I think, like the crafting system will probably be thrown out / heavily recalled. And then, you know, if the crafting system goes, then we don't really need all the materials, for tracking purposes. Part of the problem with that was I thought there was going to be a sort of, an economy where people who wanted to go adventure would go adventure. And on those mysterious islands, in fact, part of the reason that people came to these mysterious islands is because even the very rocks and trees were imbued with strange magical properties that aren't found anywhere else. And so they would return to Stormhaven with, iron root and tide iron, and they would return that. But if your character was sort of quote unquote built for adventuring, you were more focused about having evade skills and good sword skills and good bow skills and that kind of stuff. And they would want to trade those materials to people who would want to build, and craft in town. But that economy, and then those people who crafted those items would then have these really cool magical items that they could, sell or gift to worthy adventurers, and create this kind of cycle. That did not really happen. So, I also failed to take into account how much people wanted to craft basic weapons. It turns out that everyone was really, really stoked to I want to make a helmet. Not a magic helmet, not a special helmet, not a superior helmet, just a helmet. Okay. I don't need to do a lot for you to be able to make one of those. So, that's already built. That's already in the game. So I don't have to create any of that. And then obviously too, Bob and I, it's a lot harder. This is an issue in Northern Reaches, always been an issue in Northern Reaches, which is, the delay between somebody having an idea and building it, and then the game masters actually approving it or creating the mechanics for it and making it official in the game. And then of course, obviously too, people being like, oh, this item's broken, which is a concern. Whenever you add something like a magic item to the game, it could potentially be, too powerful. What we call the Tarrasque bone flail effect. So, all those things combined might mean that, it's just more trouble than it's worth. So, yeah, we'll see. I know a lot of people also were complaining about dying. You died the most, Edward. So it'd be interesting to hear what you think about it. Shocker. People don't like dying. Again, I listed the reasons why I listed Beacon for being a great contention for mega game is because even with Daggerheart, people go, oh, well, you can't die in Daggerheart. And we said, but you can if you choose to die. And we were actually talking about how in a mega game, it could be potentially very problematic. People might actually abuse dying in a way that it wasn't really intended to be. But in Beacon, they solved that issue completely by saying you can't die, full stop. There's not even an option to die. So I respect that. And from a mega game perspective, that's a huge win, Well, Pumpkin, I made the point, we created this bow for Edril. Well, Edril created the bow. And I'd like to point out, by the way, Edril gathered not just materials, but rare materials, right? There's uncommon, rare, and mythic. I don't think there was any mythic item. I don't think any mythic materials were gathered, but Edril gathered a mythic monster claw and a mythic metal. He gathered a unit of mithril. So he had 4 units of iron root. He had 1 mythic monster claw. He had 1 mithril unit, and maybe that was it. I don't know. And he made a bow with it, and it took him like a month to get the materials, like in real life. And then it took him almost 2 weeks of his downtime actions to craft it in town. So all total, it took him about 6 weeks. Remember, we're in week 10 of the campaign. It took him 6 weeks, and the campaign ends in week 12. So it took him 6 weeks to get the materials to make the thing. He made it, and then it took Bob and I like another 2 weeks just to finally get it made and given to him. And it got made, and it had some cool, powerful effects. Again, the game ends in 13 days or something like that, and he used it in a session, and the GM was like, "Hey, why'd you give him this broken item?" And I was like, I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to do you. I felt bad. I even said, well, you just got Tarrasque bone flailed, I'm sorry. So don't feel bad, Pumpkin. Apparently I Tarrasque bone flailed. You Tarrasque bone flailed me, and I Tarrasque bone flailed one of these GMs because I gave them a powerful, I gave a player a powerful bow. Now, to be fair, they didn't just go to a random adventure, push a Tarrasque through a gate, and then get a broken flail, right? It took them literally, like I said, half the season to build this thing, to gather the materials and build it. And it does D4 extra points of damage. That's normally a bow, in his case, does D12 plus D4. His bow does D12 plus D4 plus D4 because it adds his strength damage bonus and his agility damage bonus. But it has some other powers. They didn't actually come up during the fight, but it does have some other powers, and people were concerned about them being powerful, and I respect it. I don't necessarily share the same concerns, but I respect it. So again, we'll probably ditch it. Again, every system that we put in was kind of designed to be modular so that we can remove it and drop it. Now, what's sad is, like Lion's Head here, we had some people, at least a couple people, who joined the game basically just to be able to craft. And so, hopefully we can put something in place that is still fun for those people. So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, that sounds the main thing is, how do you make it interesting, right? Like, how do you make that a fun experience for the crafter? That's really what it comes down to. So, I mean, all in all, we thought we were going to get 20 people at week 1. We got like 60. So that was already a huge improvement. And obviously that dwindled back. It did dwindle down to about 20 people. So, but overall, I think it was a pretty substantial improvement for the most part. So in the West Marches I ran, my clever players decided to pool their magical items in a co-op and then hand them out or when characters would adventure. Derek, which is why all items in Dragon Tide are soulbound. Once you equip an item, a magic item, it is permanently bound to your player. So you cannot do that. And we do that expressly because of what you just described. Like an MMO. Well, I don't have a wife, a girlfriend, children, friends that I see in person anymore because they all have wives, children, or girlfriends, and jobs, and I don't have that either. So yes, I have a lot of time. I do have dogs, which I do take care of. I do take care of. Outside of any first-hand experience, it seems like linking adventures to extra actions was a mistake. Was there a way for town-only people to get more actions? No. And I think that I do agree with you in general. I do think it was a mistake. So, yeah, I don't 100% know what the right solution is there, but yeah. I mean, there were some people who thought that town actions were broken. I don't think town actions were broken. I just think that most GMs were giving shitty rewards on their island. I know, like, in his first session, Bob handed out like a master crafted battle axe, which is worth like 150 gold, I think. And he gave out like 100 gold to the players. And I think if you combined all the gold that was given out and by all the GMs combined for the remaining 11 weeks of the entire campaign, it didn't equal the same amount of treasure that Bob, the creator of the game, gave out in week 1. So yeah, players think everything is broken when they don't have it. Is what it really comes down to. Which again, it makes sense. I'm sure if I ran Beacon and I did loot crates, someone would get an incredible loot crate and get some, legendary item on a roll of 100 on the first week, and there'd be people complaining, and they'd say, oh, this isn't fair. And unfortunately, when people think a game isn't fair, they tend to check out. So it's, but when the games have like the chance to roll the 100 and get the crazy item, then that player loves it, right? They're like, yeah, it was one of the coolest gaming experiences I've ever had, right? Was getting that rare drop. But then you have 5 other people who go, well, that's not fair. I don't know. It's tough. So Onyx, I appreciate running out of time. Tracking made it harder to squeeze in. Unfortunately, Onyx, the problem is it is an autonomous, asynchronous mega game run on a Discord by a dad who is an architect, Bob. So, like, you know, it's never going to be a video game. You know, it's never going to be a phone app game that you can play. It's never going to be what Viking Raiders or whatever the fuck that game is that Bob always plays on his phone. So like, yeah, I mean, yes, in a perfect world, I would love for it to be all, you know, some really fancy pants graphical website UI where you go in and log in as your character and you got this cool little interface and it's just all tracked for you. But even then, if you go on adventure, I don't know how, you know, we would need some way to import or export the data from your character sheet and bring it. And again, this is a game for 20 people, you know, paying $10 a month. So, yeah. I mean, as you said, tracking is an issue. We'll probably cut it down. Unfortunately, in cutting down tracking, we will also greatly simplify the game, which is a good thing for some people and might be a bad thing for others. Now, I believe that you should respect the 00. But, you know, some people don't. Some people don't want randomness. You know, part of the, if I'm being completely honest with you, part of the big problem that probably, you know, Pumpkin's here and Pumpkin's been around since the beginning. He tapped out now because he's too cool for games like Pathfinder 2 and Dragonbane these days. Plus, he got a girlfriend. How was the cruise, by the way, Pumpkin? Part of the problem from the beginning is that Bob, Smith, and I, you know, were the architects of these games. You know, Smith was the primary architect of Northern Reaches. Bob was the primary architect of Dragontide. And obviously I, you know, kind of served as an intermediary over both. The problem is that Bob, Smith, and I, despite our very big differences, all love random, unfair things, right? Both, oh, you got killed, you know, tough luck. To, oh my God, you got the fucking mega ultimate lizard sword loot, right? You know, I love that, you know. The cruise was amazing. I got engaged. Boy, it's too soon. Don't jump into anything. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the cruise, buddy. And also congratulations. That feeling when you raid and you're the only one who didn't get an exotic. Spoken like a true GM, Derek Rawlings. And then I decided to do it, and then I did it because no one else could do it as good as me. I made the giant crab to see if it would kill me. I'm glad you enjoyed it. At the Hunter's Lodge, that's sick. And did it, Onyx did it. I know it messed people up. I don't remember if it killed anybody. Yeah, listen, you're talking to a jaded person. I know, buddy. Look, I could just do the math on it, okay? I could be like, did Pumpkin play in Southern Beaches last year? And it was like, no. Okay. Did he play in season 2? Yes. Okay, so he started dating 2 years ago. I can do the math. I can calculate it. No, we survived. So Pumpkin's an old hat at this. And basically what it just comes down to is, you know, you're trying to play a game with a lot of people, and there's a lot of different expectations about what people want out of these games. And it's very tough to try to find a common middle ground, unfortunately. Like, for example, in Dragonbane, the game, if you're playing at your table, the GM, your GM, can decide, because of something cool that happened or something funny that happened or something awesome that happened, to award you with a heroic ability. This is, you know, one of the big abilities of the game. It's basically a feat. But you don't get them. There's no leveling up in Dragonbane. The only other way to get a feat, a heroic ability, is to slowly, painfully raise one of your skills to 18. Once you get one of your skills to 18, rank 18, you get a heroic ability. But you can get awarded them by the GMs. Well, to the surprise of nobody, you know, there was a lot of concern about, well, what if some GMs give out a bunch? What if some GMs give out none? And so we created this like system of tiering, and we said, well, these heroic abilities are really powerful, and these heroic abilities are more flavorful. And the net was like nobody gave out heroic abilities. That was not what we intended. But I think most GMs didn't want to be, the GM that handed out a bunch of heroic abilities. So my suggestion, which is good but bad, is I wanted to create a system of heroic deeds, which was a resource. And GMs would award players these points, basically XP points, if you really want to call them that. But you wouldn't guarantee get them. It was more like, hey, you did something really cool, have a heroic deed point. Hey, you did something really cool, have a heroic deed point. And then the players could accumulate these from multiple sessions from multiple GMs. And then on their own, a player could use the heroic deeds to cash them in to buy a heroic ability. Yeah, it's more like AA points from EverQuest. And so that put the player in control. And that way the GM wasn't having to make this big binary decision, right? Do I give you this massive reward in a heroic ability, which is, to be clear, a big deal, or do I give you nothing? And then if I give you a heroic ability and I don't give everyone a heroic ability, am I being a jackass? Maybe. And instead I said, well, what if, as a GM, the expectation is that, they don't get any of these, but if they do something cool or they do something fun or they do something crazy, you could give them a heroic deed at the end of the session. Give them 1. And, basically you get 0 or 1. And then maybe 0 to 2, if you want to be specific. And then maybe, it's like, hey, a player rolls double nat 1s and takes out a monster, and everybody agrees that person should get a heroic deed. Maybe you didn't get a heroic deed this time, but that's fine. And then you're not giving them a heroic deed or heroic advancement. You're giving them 1/10 of a heroic advancement, and it's not all on you. And no one's going to get out of shape because you gave somebody a deed and you didn't give them a deed, right? And then also, as a player, it's a big deal when you get a heroic deed, a heroic action, I'm sorry. The GM might give you a heroic action and you're kind of like, well, this is kind of lame. Like, I don't want that. I'm a bow guy. I want a bow heroic action. So you can just use your heroic deeds that you accumulate and buy whatever heroic ability you want. It was it never got implemented, Lion's Head Gaming, but when it was discussed being implemented, it was extremely unpopular. It was very unpopular amongst the GMs, which makes sense. And then it was also unpopular amongst some players, which also makes sense. The reason it was unpopular amongst some players was more things to track and they don't want to do that. The reason it was unpopular amongst some GMs is because one of the biggest problems that we have in mega games is where GMs are used to being the gods and the authority, the only authority in the games that they run. And it is very natural when GMs, especially GMs who are running a lot of games, right? They're running 1, 2, 3 games every week, to start to feel like it's my game. And it's very natural because this is what we're used to as game masters, right? We are the law in the games that we run. And that is not the case in a mega game. And there tends to be some butting of heads. Now, as a game runner, I need those game masters. I worship those game masters because without them, there is no game. And it's not like I'm paying them. So I tend to be very lenient with the restrictions that we give to them. And so GMs tend to be they tend to balk at anything that kind of restricts their ability to run the game that they want to run. So, and we've seen this in Northern Reaches Season 2. We saw this in Northern Reaches Season 1. Then we escalated it in Season 2, and we really saw it. And when we made some of these suggestions, there was a lot of pushback from the GMs who were basically like, oh, so you're taking away my ability to just reward someone who I think is deserving, right? Like, I want to be the person I want to be able to award, this whenever I want. There's also an element, this happens mostly in PF2, but we did see it a little bit in Dragonbane, where Northern Reaches is not PF2. Dragontide is not Dragonbane. Northern Reaches is Northern Reaches. Dragontide is Dragontide. They use Dragonbane and they use Pathfinder 2. But there are some people who come to Northern Reaches wanting to play basically PF2 as if they were playing at a PFS event at Gen Con or Origins or whatever. Or they want to game master PF2 and somebody shows up into their game and they have some ability or item or something that some other GM gave that player. And it's not something that GM likes. It's not something they would ever allow in their game. And as far as they're concerned, this is their game. Even though it's not their game, it's a community game. And they get upset. And some GMs, bite their tongues and keep playing. Some GMs just roll with the punches. Some GMs complain bitterly about it. And then some GMs, which is totally respectable, take their ball and go home, which is also fine. But when GMs take their balls and go home, that means there's less games. When there's less games, there's less games for players. When there's less games for players, players tend to take their balls and go home. And then the game starts to fall apart. It is a tenuous balance, and it's one that we have never fully mastered. And again, I think it's kind of a natural evolution, of the game. It's where trad games teach toxic players to GMs a little bit. I mean, when I see people, whenever Vin puts a vomit emoji about PBTA mechanics, it's because the idea that something would have authority over you in the game that I'm running, it offends them. I agree. So strong stuff here. Mr. Rawlings, Derek, this is exactly what I used to see in organized play Vampire LARP back in the day. Local GM is raw about having their GM discretion restricted because they were part of a bigger organization. Yeah. And, and I've always said, hey, look, if you want to run a game the way you want to run it, exactly the way you want to run it. I mean, we have Foundry servers for days. We have 35 Foundry licenses or something to the KLC organization name. Trust me, we can give you a dedicated spot. I can give you gigabytes of space. You can run your game whenever you want, however you want. I will provide you all the servers and licenses you need. I'll even go out if you need something, a token pack or a premium version of a game, I'll buy it for you and we'll get it installed for you so that you can run it. Yeah, like homebrew stuff, Lion's Head Gaming. Now, to be clear, anything that's like homebrewed in Northern Reaches is ostensibly approved by our GM council, which is like an intermediary, right, between the overlords, which is me and Bob, and then everybody else. The GM council are people who have had a lot of experience, years of running these mega games with us. We trust their judgment, and they have a voting system whereby they basically approve or not approve GM's custom ideas or items. And despite that democratic process, right, all tabletop drama was LARP drama first. I believe it, for sure. Mega campaigns are hard, but hard things are worth doing, or whatever the fuck the quote is. Yeah, I mean, again, I think it provides, there's a lot of advantages to mega gaming, which I've discussed before, which is if you set up a recurring game, people cancel. It's tough to get everybody scheduled. You might not be able to commit. You might be able to commit to running a weekly game, but you may not be able to commit to running a weekly game at the same time on the same day, every day of the week. So running a mega game allows GMs to say, like, look, I know I'm going to have random time slots. It's going to vary from week to week to week, but I want to run a game, but that's just, I can't do that. Mega games allow a GM to do that. And the same thing's true for players as well. So hard things for the hard god indeed. So yeah. All right, folks. Well, that was a fun little 6-hour stream. I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm pretty hungry, and I'm sure my dogs need to go to the bathroom. And yeah, this was a lot of fun. I like you guys. I love hanging out with you all and shooting shit and being friends. It's all good. We had so many people tonight support us. Apex, Zen Bullet, Brayflox, Omniscient Toad, Onyx with a massive tip. Dr. He's still our type leader up there at the top. 69. Dr. Metropolis, Jams, Clobster, Sorrel, the massive super chat. Edward with the continued massive support for all of our One Ring stuff. Love to see it, Edward. And we even got kicked off with some Prime memberships and Tasty Trek, Tasty Trekkie, who signed up to join the adventure. Remember, not everybody can sign up. I understand that, and I appreciate you being here and contributing to the stream. It's cool to have you. But if you do have Amazon Prime, you can support us for free over on twitch.tv/nightsoflastcall. Amazon Prime, which you may be paid for already, if you're not aware, lets you subscribe to a Twitch streamer for free once a month. So every month you get one, you can give it away. It costs you nothing. It gives them like $2.50. Every little bit counts. I really appreciate you for doing that. Thank you to Pirate Gonzalez for hanging out with us earlier tonight. It was really cool to talk about Beacon. I'm excited to see where they go with the game from a virtual standpoint. Again, it's not a reflection on him in the game. I think the game is really cool, really neat, and it'd be a lot of fun to play in person. But for a mega game, I need certain tool sets to be in place for it to be even, to even be a possibility. So unfortunately, we'll have to wait until his development is complete. But if we can help him get there faster, I'll do it. I've already paid for one Foundry system to be complete. Why not a second one? Hey, GM Scott is back. Hey, what's up, GM Scott? 7 months with the resub. Appreciate that, buddy. And again, I should be around a lot this week. Again, no racquetball because I hurt my my forearm. I imagine I'll be on roll for right. We'll get it all done, and then they'll come out. They'll announce the beta for V14, and they're like, "We're finally doing this, but we finally fixed all this legacy bug. All this legacy spaghetti code that has just been haunting us for a long time. But don't worry, we cleaned it all up. But all of the workarounds that you've put hard coded into your modules will now no longer function. But rejoice, because it'll be a lot more clear from here on out. I'm sure." You know what, GM Scott? Why not? We'll just restart over. Okay, so here's the deal. Let me see if I can do this really quick. Beacon would be really cool for a mega game. However, it doesn't really have a robust Foundry support, so we can't do it. That being said, I do think it's a flaw. I think it's a mistake when people make these games and don't include robust virtual support, because that's how most people play. Beacon. The character monster builders are really cool. There's some great GM advice. The monster building rules seem pretty straightforward and fun, especially if you like that kind of prep. That kind of game benefits from a very linear style play, and I think players are being a jerk if they try to go off of that road, getting off the ride. It's like hopping on a roller coaster and then being like, no, fuck you, and jumping off the ride. Yeah, it's going to suck. You're probably going to get hurt. Stay on the ride, enjoy it. That's what it was built for. Immersion is bad. Being too obsessed with being an actor is toxic behavior. My favorite game this year was probably the One Ring or Daggerheart, but I'm going to have to give it to the One Ring just because there's less that I want to fix. The one thing I did want to fix, I created a solution for, but it's horrible and inelegant. I'll see you at PAX U. That's all I got. We're going to take a look at Lancer as a possible intermediary. There you go. That's 6 hours of stream. I don't know if I missed anything there. And we're going to do a deeper look into the Moria rules. Yeah. So we'll see if Lancer can come and make its impact. I mean, again, I like mechs. I think mechs are cool. But again, the game's in the shrink wrap. I haven't bought it yet, or I haven't looked into it yet. Dark Horse Books. Isn't that a comic manufacturer? And the book looks great. Binding looks good. Oh, Jams. Also, I forgot. Yes. I also briefly touched on my disappointment with our political system, and that while I am a, card-carrying Democrat and liberal, ultimately I don't like any of the politicians. And I think the Democrats are, I'm not going to use I'm not going to say they're just as bad, but in my personal opinion, none of them are worth a damn. They're all just too old, too out of touch, too wealthy, too spoiled, too bought and paid for. And so I just think that everyone is being let down and being fearmongered too, just in the names of the rich, and down with the bourgeoisie. And game studio coming along, One Ring soon. Yeah. That's what we got. All right. Well, I think that'll do it. Shout out to my internet connection, which dropped 0 frames this entire stream. That is what we covered. Oh no, I did talk about the first look stuff. And then we talked about the problems with mega games just now. That's what you just came into, and like some of the, what have I learned? Continue to learn, continue to develop, and all that other stuff. So, you're right. Only nights. If 2026 is not good to me and the channel, only nights will be an option. Always. Hey, listen. Man's got to do what a man's got to do. I will not shame any sex worker. I respect it as a hobby and as a hobby and a profession. Right, that guy was going to pay me to take off my pants, as I recall. What a stream! What a stream! I will say I did find out the other day. Looks like I am going to be able to squeeze in an end of year Vegas trip. Luckily, my buddy who made platinum got free flights and free hotel. So basically, I think I'm going to be able to free roll Vegas. Now, obviously, I can't bring the bankroll that I like to bring, but with his platinum credits, the free flight, the free hotel, and even some food credits, I should be able to swing it. But there might be a donation goal there coming in there for a moment. I'll do whatever I'll do whatever I have to do, buddy. Just want to say thanks, everybody. I look forward again. We'll hang out all this week. Next week, so like not tomorrow, but like 8 days from now. That week is going to be a little bit rough because I'm going to be flying to New York, and then loading up a van with Stephen Glicker, driving down to Philly, hanging out with folks in PAX for 4 or 5 days, and then flying home on the following Monday. So this week, lots of stuff. 2 weeks from now, 9 days from now, less. But you know me, I'm always pretty good to do a stream from wherever I'm at and hang out with you guys. So I'm sure we'll have some support for that. Hey, thank you for the subby, Prime. Thank you, Davy Bride. I still missed how you're supposed to actually pronounce it. Not Davy Bride. Okay. Davy? Oh, okay, Davy. Davy Braid? Braid? Davy Braid? All right, we got it. All right. Davy, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate you so much. And with that final little, with the emphasis. Look, pronunciation, not my strongest suit. Go, what's the one I always used to, how did we used to pronounce it? What's the one I always mispronounce with, Sarah and Ray. Right. And apparently it's like, oh, no. I say Iomede. No. Yeah, I say Iomede. And apparently it's Iomedai. Apparently. The made-up fake word, which is mispronounced by the made-up fake world. Yes. Wyvern, right? I say wyvern instead of wyvern. And it's Iomede, and I say Iomede. And Well, Smith is on Smith has his own level. Right. I say sigil instead of sigil, even though sigil is pronounced sigil. But apparently it's actually sigil. Even though that it's from some random book source and sounds like an unreliable narrator at best. What else do I mispronounce? Yeah. Oh, if pawn no longer, I always say Bahatmut instead of Behamut. So that's another one I do. It's from a pronunciation guide, okay, from a CD full of audio files, right? Of course. Anyways, fun times with pronunciation. And yet, I was literally debating as part of my fun times, free time, maybe starting to try to learn Sindarin. I pronounce it GIF for sure. GIF is a peanut butter. GIF is a graphical interchange format for sure. So GIF. And with that hot take. Okay, never mind. It's not a hot take. With that, I'm gonna head out. I'll probably see you guys tomorrow. I don't know what we're gonna be talking about. Lancer, Moria solo rules. Who the hell knows? We have so much to talk about. But we'll be back. I got a lot to talk about before I go to PAX U and play a bunch of games and hang out with a bunch of people, and then I'll have even more to talk about. So I'll see you all next time on Knights of Last Call. Good night, everyone.